The Super Mario universe is easily the largest video game universe ever conceptualized. There are over 200 electronic games that Mario makes an appearance in, as well as several spin-off series and many different crossovers to other franchises. This 11-part video series will briefly summarize every single game that provably takes place in the Super Mario universe and order them chronologically. The purpose of this timeline is to be as logical as possible. When ordering a timeline of unrelated events, it is inevitable that assumptions will have to be made. Anytime this ends up being the case, the most reasonable assumption will always be made. So who decides what is and isn't canon? Typically it's the creator, although nowadays it seems like what is and isn't canon is decided by whatever company owns the intellectual property. Mario was created by Shigeru Miyamoto, but many different game developers have been given permission to contribute to the Super Mario universe. Nintendo did release an official encyclopedia of the Super Mario Bros. Series back in 2015, but the guide lacked an official timeline. It instead listed what was considered the mainline Mario games, along with a more comprehensive list of most all of the other games he makes an appearance in. All that can really be done at this point is to take everything at face value and deterministically select each game that should be considered canon. Since this is an electronic game universe, it will only include electronic games. The reasoning behind this is that the other types of media tend to have their own origin stories and arcs that are usually consistent with themselves, but not necessarily of the games they are based off of. It will also only consist of games released on Nintendo consoles or created by Nintendo themselves. Nintendo is the governing body that dictates who is allowed to contribute to the Mario universe. If a game wasn't created by Nintendo, or licensed by Nintendo, it is out of their jurisdiction and shouldn't be considered canon. All supplemental canon will be excluded due to its oftentimes contradictory nature. The only thing that will be considered canon is information found in the game or in its instruction manual, which were always released with their respective game. This timeline is going to cover everything that takes place on the planet that Mario inhabits. The only reference to the name of this planet is found in the instruction manual for Super Mario Bros. 3. It states that the Mushroom Kingdom forms the entrance to the Mushroom World. The entrance from where, one might ask? The entrance from Earth. The Mushroom World is connected to Earth via a large portal located high in the sky above Earth. This is most notable in Mario Tennis for the Game Boy Color, Mario Golf for the Game Boy Color, as well as Mario Tennis Power Tour. In all three of these titles, the protagonist travels to the Mushroom World via a large portal in the sky. This portal, it would seem, has commercial use and is used frequently by the inhabitants of the Mushroom World to travel to and from Earth. There are about 20 different instances of individuals traveling to and from Earth, and much of what happens on Earth seems to have a big impact on the Mushroom World. Now, which Earth does Mario and friends visit? This might seem like a silly question, but almost every single Earth that exists in a fictional universe is assumed to be its own version of Earth. For example, the Earth that Hogwarts exists on is a different Earth than the Earth that Bikini Bottom exists on. The same applies to the Earth that Mario and friends visit frequently. It is a unique Earth that only exists in the Mario universe. In every instance that Mario and friends travel to Earth, it is depicted as a typical Earth populated by normal humans and devoid of magic or hyper-advanced technology. The timeline will include everything that takes place on the Earth connected to the Mushroom World. It will also include any games that feature an inhabitant of the Mushroom World that travels to another universe, and what they did while they were there. It will not include, however, anything that takes place in that universe besides that singular event. Due to the uncertainty of the distortion of time between universes, it would be impossible to compare the timelines. What constitutes canonization? Typically, two series can only be considered connected if an individual from one makes an appearance in the other. But not just any appearance, it must be an appearance in the flesh. For example, Jerry Seinfeld owning a Superman comic doesn't mean that Superman exists in the same universe as Seinfeld. But Superman appearing in Justice League alongside Wonder Woman does mean that Wonder Woman and Superman exist in the same universe. Another caveat is that the crossover appearance must be a character, not a species of character. For example, elves exist in The Lord of the Rings as well as Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. This obviously does not warrant the assumption of intra-universal connectivity. Lastly, titular consistency is not grounds for canonization alone. There must be recurring characters to assume two or more works of fiction take place in the same universe. For example, every episode of The Twilight Zone features different characters, and are all assumed to take place in different unconnected universes. It is imperative to establish the structure of the connected worlds in the Mario universe before reviewing the timeline. As stated previously, Mario and his friends are native to the Mushroom World, which is connected to Earth via a portal. The reason the events of Earth can be accurately compared to those of the Mushroom World is because the passage of time as well as its measurement seem to be relatively similar to one another. For example, technology and innovation advance at a similar rate between the two worlds. This is apparent when seeing the generations of gaming consoles present on the Mushroom World. They are very consistent with which console is most recently released on Earth. For example, in Super Mario RPG, Mario can buy and play Game Boy, and in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, Donkey Kong sometimes plays on his 3DS. The Game Boy was first released in 1989, and the 3DS was first released in 2011. This means that Super Mario RPG and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze take place about 20 years apart. This also means that Super Mario RPG takes place in the mid-1990s, and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze takes place in the mid-2010s, which lines up with their respective release dates. In fact, many of the games that take place in the Super Mario universe provably take place on or near their respective release dates, relative to the passage of time on Earth. This leads to the assumption that the passage of time and its measurements seem to be very consistent between the two worlds. This alludes to the fact that the Mario series, as well as all the other series that exist in the same universe, take place over the course of several decades. This time span does not conflict with what is established in the various games in any way, shape, or form. This leads to the assumption that all games take place on their real-life release dates, unless otherwise dictated. There is a lot of evidence to support this. For example, in WarioWare Mega Party games, it's said that Orbulon is 2003 years old, and in WarioWare Gold it's stated that he is 2018 years old. WarioWare Mega Party games was first released in 2003, and WarioWare Gold was released in 2018. This means that the two games take place 15 years apart, which coincides with their release dates. Another example is NBA Street Volume 3, which was released in 2005. It portrays Mario and friends playing basketball with various NBA All-Stars. All 30 NBA teams are represented by players who were on those teams during the 2004-2005 season. This proves that Mario visited Earth in 2005, and confirms that the game takes place on its release date. Other examples of the advancement of technology includes Wrinkly Kong's CRT TV, seen in Donkey Kong Country 3, which takes place near the turn of the century. CRT TVs became much less commonplace after LCD screen TVs took over in 2008. There are also plenty of examples of cultural advancement coinciding between the two worlds. Princess Peach's hairstyle was very common in the 80s, which is when she made her first appearance in Super Mario Bros. Even the evolution of language coincides with both worlds. The Special World in Super Mario World contains many areas named after 80s slang such as gnarly, tubular, groovy, mondo, and funky. Super Mario World also takes place during the 80s. All that being said, it can easily be assumed that the passage of time between the two worlds is perceivably a 1-to-1 ratio. This is only possible if the Earth and the Mushroom World take place in the same universe. It's shown in WarioWare Mega Party games that the Mushroom World is located in the Milky Way galaxy. The game hosted by Dribble and Spitz takes place in space and is titled Milky Way Delirium. This confirms that the portal that links the two worlds together is an intra-dimensional portal as opposed to an extra-dimensional one. The two planets, even for the most part, use the same calendar. The Gregorian calendar seems to be the predominant calendar used in the Mushroom World. For example, Blue from Donkey Kong Country 3 has a calendar on the wall that clearly reads January, which has 31 days. A calendar can also be seen in the barber shop in Luigi's Mansion 3, which is consistent with the Gregorian calendar. Since the same calendar is used between two worlds, it can be assumed that the length of a day and the length of a year is the same on both planets. What this essentially all means is that the date is the exact same on both planets every single day. While this is extremely unlikely, the evidence that supports this assumption makes it the most logical. Now that the foundation of the Super Mario universe has been laid, the general contents of the timeline can now be explained. As previously stated, Mario lives in the Mushroom World. The Mushroom World exists in the Milky Way galaxy. Earth also exists in the Milky Way galaxy and is connected to the Mushroom World via an intra-dimensional portal. There are more than 200 games that Mario appears in that are included in the timeline. He is one of the most famous people on the Mushroom World, as well as Earth. He is known for saving the universe twice, saving the galaxy, and saving the world several times. Mario has, for the majority of his life, lived on the Mushroom World, more specifically the Mushroom Kingdom. Most of these games also feature Luigi, Mario's oftentimes overshadowed twin brother, meaning that all games featuring Luigi are also included, such as the Luigi's Mansion series. Ironically, only one of them doesn't also include Mario. Like Mario, Luigi has also lived in the Mushroom Kingdom for most of his life. Princess Peach is also present in most Mario games. She stars in Super Princess Peach and Princess Peach Showtime, which are included. She is the pure-hearted ruler of the Mushroom Kingdom, which is a very prominent kingdom on the planet. Bowser is the evil ruler of Darkland, and is most known for constantly abducting the princess and causing trouble. There actually is one game that features Bowser, but not Mario or any of his friends. SimCity SNES is included in the timeline due to Bowser being present. Yoshi is another very prevalent character in the Super Mario series. Yoshi lives with the other Yoshis on Yoshi's Island, which exists on the Mushroom World. This would logically include the Yoshi series, as well as a few other games that feature him. Wario is Mario's evil counterpart and childhood rival. He makes many appearances alongside Mario and the others. Wario actually has two spin-off series, the Wario Land series and the WarioWare series, both of which are included. There's also other games that feature Wario such as Wario's Woods and Wario Blast featuring Bomberman. So does this mean that all of the Bomberman games take place in the Mushroom World? It explicitly states in the instruction manual for Wario Blast featuring Bomberman that Wario travels to Bomberman's world via an extra-dimensional portal. Since the Bomberman series takes place in a different universe, it would be impossible to include in the timeline. Wario has lived in several places over the years, but two prominent places of residence are his castle located near the Peaceful Woods and his house in Diamond City. Birdo is a resident of the Peaceful Woods, as shown in Wario's Woods. Birdo existing in the Mushroom World means that Yume Kojo Doki Doki Panic is also included in the timeline, even though it doesn't feature Mario or any of his friends. During Wario's treasure hunting escapades, he runs into Starfy, the Prince of Pufftop. This is shown in Densetsu no Staffy 3. Princess Peach also encounters Starfy during the events of Super Princess Peach. The legendary Starfy series takes place in two main locations, Pufftop Palace and the sea below. Pufftop Palace is a kingdom found high in the sky, and it's never specified which planet it is located above. Since Starfy runs into the characters from the Mario series, it's safe to assume that it is located above the ocean of the Mushroom World. This means that the legendary Starfy series is included as well. Another very prominent individual in the Mario series is the carefree ape Donkey Kong. Mario has been well acquainted with the Kong family for many years. Donkey Kong lives with the other Kongs on Donkey Kong Island, which should be assumed to exist in the Mushroom World. This includes the Donkey Kong Country series as well as several other Donkey Kong spin-off games. Donkey Kong's stubborn grandfather, Cranky Kong, is actually the same Donkey Kong seen in the Donkey Kong Arcade series, which are all included. Diddy Kong is Donkey Kong's loyal nephew and is also native to Donkey Kong Island. This means that Diddy Kong Racing should be included. Diddy Kong Racing takes place on Timbers Island, which Diddy Kong travels to from Donkey Kong Island. Diddy Kong also invited two of his friends, Conker the binge-drinking red squirrel and Banjo the lazy honey bear. The two Conker games take place in the Panther Kingdom, and it's not specified which planet that exists on, so it should be assumed that it takes place on the Mushroom World. Banjo is from the Banjo-Kazooie series, which takes place on the Isle o' Hags, which also exists on an unspecified planet. Thus, it should be assumed that the Banjo-Kazooie series takes place on the Mushroom World as well. In Banjo-Tooie, Banjo and Kazooie save Saberman's life after he was frozen in ice. The intrepid explorer only stars in one game that was released on Nintendo consoles, which is Saberwolf for the Game Boy Advanced, which is also included. The Rabbids also eventually take up residence on the Mushroom World, although some of them take up residence to Earth after their failed full-scale invasion. Rabbids are beings of pure chaos and slapstick. The reason Rabbids are confirmed to exist in the same universe as Mario is due to the Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope DLC expansion, Rayman and the Phantom Show. In the base game, Mario and friends team up with Rabbid Mario, Rabbid Peach, and Beepo in order to save the galaxy from the dark mists, which has spread across all the galaxy. In Rayman and the Phantom Show, Rabbid Mario, Rabbid Peach, and Beepo travel to the Space Opera Network, which is infected with the dark mists. This means that the Space Opera Network is located in the Milky Way galaxy. When they get there, they find Rayman, who had traveled there from his home world, the Glade of Dreams, on nothing but a rocket. This means that the Glade of Dreams, the original homeworld of the Rabbids, exists in the Milky Way galaxy. In Rayman Raving Rabbids 2, the Rabbids invade Earth with the use of flying submarines. Due to the assumption that each universe only contains a singular version of Earth, the Earth that they invade is assumed to be the same Earth connected to the Mushroom World. This means that all of the Rabbids games take place on Earth or the Mushroom World, hence their inclusion. Due to time dilation, it would be impossible to include any of the Rayman or Rabbids games that take place in the Glade of Dreams. In order to move on, it needs to be established that Mario and Paper Mario are two separate individuals. This is explicitly shown in Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. During the events of the game, Luigi accidentally opens a mysterious book that contains the entire paper parallel universe between its pages. This causes hundreds of the inhabitants of the Paper Universe to be ejected into the 3D world. The entire Paper Mario series takes place in a parallel universe contained within this book. Because this universe is contained in a pocket dimension, it is technically part of the Super Mario universe. But since it is isolated to its own universe, the events of its timeline cannot be compared to those of the main timeline. That being said, the entirety of the Paper Parallel Universe timeline will also be covered once the time comes. There are also several games that take place on the Earth that is connected to the Mushroom World, such as Mario Tennis for the Game Boy Color, and Mario Golf for the Game Boy Color as mentioned earlier. Any game that takes place on Earth that features characters native to the Mushroom World should also be assumed to take place on that planet due to how easy it is to travel between the two worlds. There are many miscellaneous games that feature Mario and friends that take place on Earth. This means that games such as Golf, Japan Course, F1 Race for the Game Boy, and SimCity SNES should be included in the timeline. There are also several other game series that take place on Earth that should be included in the timeline. Mario and friends compete in snowboarding competitions in SSX on Tour. They compete alongside Zoe Payne and the other snowboarders in many different courses located around the Earth. This means that the SSX series takes place on the Earth connected to the Mushroom World. Mario and friends also compete in Street Basketball and NBA Street Volume 3, as mentioned previously. They face off against LeBron James and many other NBA legends on many different courts across the US. This includes the NBA Street Series in the timeline. In Mike Tyson's Punch-Out!, Mario ends up being the referee for Little Mac's boxing matches. Little Mac is from Bronx, New York, and boxes in the World of Video Boxing Association. Mario's cameo appearance amid various others indicate that the Punch-Out! Series should also be considered canon. Little Mac also competes in underground fighting clubs in Fight Night Round 2. He goes up against some of the best boxers in the world, such as Manny Pacquiao. Another game series that takes place on Earth is the Mario and Sonic series. Hundreds of the inhabitants of the Mushroom World and hundreds of the inhabitants of the homeworld of Sonic the Hedgehog travel to Earth in order to watch and participate in the Olympics. In Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Winter Olympic Games, Toad explicitly states that Mario and his friends, as well as Sonic and his friends, traveled to Earth from their respective worlds. Since Sonic's homeworld is an alternate version of Earth inhabited by anthropomorphic beings of godlike power, it's assumed to exist in a different universe. Thus, it can be assumed that Sonic and friends arrived via extra-dimensional purposes. These are many of the most important characters that live on these two worlds. There are a couple of games that are included in the timeline that don't take place in the Super Mario universe, such as Wario Blast featuring Bomberman. Another example is Fortune Street for the Wii. Mario and friends travel through extra-dimensional portals and arrive in the Fortune Street universe. They mingle with many individuals from several of the Dragon Quest universes, but ultimately return home after they've had their fun. Captain Rainbow also takes place in an interdimensional plane connected to several different universes. Birdo, a resident of the Peaceful Woods, and Little Mac from Bronx, New York, travel to Min Min Island where they meet Captain Rainbow, as well as many others that have traveled there from their respective universes. Like the other examples, they ultimately return home, but this example does point to the existence of a Nintendo multiverse. This completes the overview of the structure and general content of the Super Mario Universe timeline. There are some games that feature some of these characters that aren't included for one reason or another. The Super Smash Bros. Series is not considered canon because its own lore dictates that the characters are not themselves, but rather trophies brought to life by Master Hand. Mario and friends make a cameo appearance in Kirby Superstar. The Kirby series is assumed to take place in a different universe due to the existence of Shiver Star, which is a version of Earth which has suffered a nuclear winter. Clearly a different Earth than the one Mario and friends visit. And due to the assumption that each universe only has one version of Earth, the Kirby series cannot be included. Bowser, Donkey Kong, and Diddy Kong also appear in the Skylanders series. They are not actually themselves, but rather are Skylanders, which according to the game's canon, are the protectors of Skylands. They were eventually banished to Earth, where they shrunk into powerless figurines. The Portal Master's parents bought them from the toy stores, and they were eventually sent back to protect the Skylands. These are obviously not the same individuals seen in the Super Mario universe. There are other characters from other game series that live on the Mushroom World that don't warrant an inclusion of their respective games. This includes Link, Samus, Pit, several Final Fantasy characters, Isabella, some villagers, a couple of Inklings, and the Miis. None of these characters' games are included in the timeline for various different reasons, which are all going to be covered once it becomes more relevant. All that needs to be understood at this point is that these characters do exist on the Mushroom World, but are doppelgangers of the characters they are based on, except for the Miis, which are a multiversal race of beings not native to any particular universe. Games that are classified as art tools shouldn't be considered canon because there is no story. This applies to games such as the Mario Paint games. Chapter 1 consists of everything that takes place before the birth of Princess Peach. Most of the events in this portion of the timeline are from Mario's Time Machine for the NES and SNES, as well as Raving Rabbit's Travel in Time for the Wii. In Mario's Time Machine, Bowser wants to make the best museum for his castle, so he builds a time machine and travels back in time to various points in Earth's history and steals historic artifacts and places them in his museum. Mario steals the artifacts from Bowser's minions, and uses his time machine to travel back to the various points in history and replace the artifacts. In Raving Rabbit's Travel in Time, the rabbits find a time-washing machine that was accidentally sent back in time from the distant future. They use it to travel to many different points in Earth's past and take part in many important events. Time travel is relatively commonplace in the Super Mario universe. The rabbits are shown to have access to several time-washing machines which all get sent back in time to various points in history. Bowser has a time machine which he uses before the events of Mario's Time Machine. He later uses it to travel back in time to the events of Yoshi's Island DS and Yoshi's New Island. Professor E. Gadd also invents a time machine during the events of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, which Mario and friends use during the events of the game. E. Gadd later uses it to send Gooigi back in time during the events of Luigi's Mansion and Luigi's Mansion 3DS. Mario even uses it to travel back in time to the events of Yoshi's New Island. Banjo's nemesis, Gruntilda, also has her minion build her a time machine that she uses in Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. Mumbo, Banjo's friend, later uses magic to send Banjo into the past. Point being, there are many instances of time travel that take place in the timeline. There's a lot of unknown about the inner workings of time travel in the Super Mario universe. There could be very specific conditions required to time travel, it could require an exorbitant amount of resources, and so on. Case in point, it should only ever be assumed that time travel takes place whenever it is explicitly stated to have happened. Obviously, time travel is a fictional concept, and in many different works of fiction, time travel operates differently. Since the creation of parallel universes due to time travel is never mentioned or implied, it's assumed that every event in the timeline takes place in the same universe, and that at no point a parallel universe is ever created via time travel. The first known event in the timeline takes place in the year 400 billion BC. All of the past events of Raving Rabbit's Travel in Time are able to be calculated because the time-washing machine displays the year they travel to. A rabbit kicks one of the first fish to walk on land. In 80 million BC, Mario returns a dinosaur egg that Bowser stole. In 400,000 BC, a rabbit helps a caveman discover fire. In 100,000 BC, a rabbit freezes a Tyrannosaurus with Yeti farts. In 32,000 BC, the rabbits make cave art. In 3500 BC, a rabbit helps a caveman discover the wheel. In 2500 BC, a rabbit causes a pyramid to collapse. A second trip is taken and the rabbit breaks the nose off of the Sphinx. In 996 BC, in the Bean Bean Kingdom, Firebrand, a guardian spirit, begins waiting for Mario to one day come to the Palace of Fire so he can teach him the Firebrand technique. In Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, he states that the last time anyone has been there was 3,000 years ago, and that he's been waiting for someone to teach. Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga takes place in 2003, and 3,000 years before then is 996 BC. In 396 BC, Mario returns Plato's Republic. 47 BC, Mario returns Cleopatra's staff. 44 BC, a rabbit causes a Roman to give the gladiators a thumbs down. 31 BC, Mario returns Cleopatra's throne. In 1 BC, the alien Orbulon is born. In WarioWare Mega Party games, Orbulon is said to be 2003 years old. The game takes place in 2003, so 2003 years before then is 1 BC. In late 3 AD, Orbulon's body receives its carbon matter. In the instruction manual of WarioWare Mega Micro Games, Orbulon states that his carbon matter will turn 2,000 years old this year. This implies that Orbulon existed as a non-carbon-based lifeform for the first 3 years of his life. In 520 AD, a rabbit pulls Excalibur from the stone. A second trip is taken and a rabbit humiliates King Arthur in front of a lady. In 998 AD, Grabba, a mummified hand, obtains a magical treasure known as a Jiggy. In Banjo-Kazooie, he states that he's had it for 1,000 years. Banjo-Kazooie takes place in 1998, so 1,000 years before that is 998 AD. In 1000 AD, a Millennium Star is born. It's stated in Mario Party 3 that every 1,000 years a Millennium Star is born. Mario Party 3 takes place in 2000, so 1,000 years before that is 1000 AD. Since it's implied to be a recurring event, it could be assumed that a Millennium Star was born every 1,000 years before this time, but it is unknown for how long this has been occurring, hence its omission. In 1003 AD, Bubbles, an old beanish man, begins telling jokes to the fabled drink, the Chocola Reserve. In Mario & Luigi's Superstar Saga, he states that he's been telling the Chocola Reserve jokes in order to allow it to carbonate to the perfect amount. In 1009 AD, Chakron, a star sage, begins his 1,000-year meditation in order to gather knowledge from the stars. In Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, Chakron states that he's been meditating for 1,000 years. Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story takes place in 2009, so 1,000 years before that is 1009 AD. In 1018 AD, Orbulon comes to the Mushroom World in order to plan an invasion of Earth. In WarioWare Gold, it's stated that he's been here a millennium, and that he plans to one day invade Earth. 1192. Mario returns Minamoto no Yoritomo's samurai sword. 1292. Mario returns Marco Polo's print block. 1429. Mario returns Joan of Arc's shield. 1455. Mario returns Johannes Gutenberg's metal typepiece. 1492. A rabbit knocks a barrel of fish broth overboard the Santa Maria. In 1503 in Florence, Italy, Mario returns Michelangelo Buonarroti's chisel. 2 years later, he returns Leonardo da Vinci's notebook, which he needs to paint the Mona Lisa. A year later, da Vinci is still working on painting the Mona Lisa, but a rabbit crashes through the window which makes Lisa del Giocondo smile. In 1520, aboard the Trinidad, Mario returns Ferdinand Magellan's steering wheel to the ship. A year later, he returns his astrolabe. In 1595, Mario returns Queen Elizabeth I's crown. In 1601, Mario travels to Stratford-upon-Avon and returns the skull of York to William Shakespeare. A year later, he returns his quill pen. In 1665, a rabbit travels to Cambridge and inadvertently helps Isaac Newton discover gravity. In 1687, Mario also travels there and helps Isaac Newton finish writing the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica by returning an apple to him. In 1697, Count Battula, the great-great-great-great-great-grandfather of Conker, moves into his home. In Conker's Bad Fur Day, he tells Conker that he's been living there for 300 years. Conker's Bad Fur Day takes place in 2001. During the events of Super Mario Galaxy, Mario stumbles into the library of the Comet Observatory. There he finds Rosalina reading a story to the Lumas. It's a story of her life and how she became a caregiver of the cosmos. The story gives enough information to allow for the estimation of the date of occurrence. A few other key dates can also be estimated. In about 1698, Rosalina is born. This is an estimate based on her physical appearance in Rosalina's storybook, as she is a human girl of about 9 years of age. 9 years before the events of Rosalina's storybook is 1698. About 6 years later, Rosalina's mother passes away. In Rosalina's storybook, she is old enough to remember her late mother and her loving guidance quite well. Due to Rosalina's young age, she couldn't have passed away much sooner than 1706. Sometime around 1705, Rosalina's story begins. One night she stumbles upon a baby Luma who is looking for its mother. She offers to help find its mother, and uses her father's telescope to search the night sky. After years of searching, they fixed up the Luma spaceship and used it to search the vastness of space. 1705 is estimated based on the fact that they searched the night sky for a few years before they set out on their journey. Rosalina and the baby Luma leave the Mushroom World on November 1st of 1707. One day during their search, they stumbled upon a comet. They decide to use it to build a home for themselves, which will someday become the Comet Observatory. As they search the night sky, they find many more Lumas, and they all seem to think that Rosalina is their mother. As they traveled, more and more Lumas decided to join them. This persisted until they had a large family of Lumas. One night she pulled out her telescope and she saw her home planet, the Mushroom World. She suddenly began to cry because she yearned to be with her mother again. However, she knew she would never see her again because she is sleeping under the tree on the hill. The Lumas tried to comfort her, and one turned into a comet and soared through the starry sky. The Lumas then explained their purpose to Rosalina. Their purpose is to transform into comets, planets, and stars. It's at this point that Rosalina decides to become the mother to all these Lumas, and a caregiver of the cosmos. It has been determined that these events take place on November 1st of 1707. Rosalina states that she will visit the Mushroom World every 100 years. The events of Super Mario Galaxy are kicked off by one of these events, meaning the events of Rosalina's storybook takes place at some interval of 100 years before Super Mario Galaxy, which takes place on November 1st of 2007. The reason why 1707 is the earliest year this could have taken place is because on Earth, telescopes were invented in 1608. As stated previously, the advancement of technology is very similar between the Mushroom World and Earth due to their connectivity. It's unreasonable to assume this took place any later due to Rosalina stating that she visits the Mushroom World every 100 years. It wouldn't make sense for this to have taken place any later than 1707 because the inhabitants of the Mushroom Kingdom celebrate the Star Festival during the events of Super Mario Galaxy. The only way they would have known that the Comet Observatory would visit the planet and cause starbits to shower the land would be if they noticed that it consistently visited the planet every 100 years, and it would take a minimum of 2 visits to notice this centennial occurrence. Thus, the date that Rosalina and the baby Luma leave the Mushroom World is November 1st of 1707. In 1750, a rabbit interferes with Benjamin Franklin's kite experiment. In 1776, Mario also takes a trip to Philadelphia in order to return the Declaration of Independence to Thomas Jefferson. In 1799, a rabbit blows up a gold and uranium mine. 1803, a rabbit helps Ludwig van Beethoven compose Symphony No. 5. On November 1st, 1807, Rosalina visits the Mushroom World for the first time. It takes place 100 years after the events of her storybook. In 1824, Mario returns the sheet music of Symphony No. 9 to Ludwig van Beethoven. 1861, rabbits work for the Pony Express. 1862, Mario returns Abraham Lincoln's stovepipe hat. 1879, Mario returns the world's first light bulb filament to Thomas Edison. 1886, the rabbits interfere with the transportation of the Statue of Liberty from Paris to New York. 1896, Box Boy begins waiting for someone to try to open him for his treasure. In Super Mario RPG, when using the Psychopath ability on Box Boy, he says to himself in his mind that he's been waiting for someone to try to open him for 100 years. Super Mario RPG takes place in 1996, so 100 years before them is 1896. 1902, the sandbird egg of Isle Delfino's Gelato Beach is laid. In Super Mario Sunshine, the researcher on Gelato Beach states that the great sandbird laid its egg 100 years ago. Super Mario Sunshine takes place in 2002, so 100 years before then is 1902. In 1903 in Kitty Hawk, Mario returns the Wright brothers' airplane propeller. Shortly thereafter, the rabbits cause the Wright brothers to crash their plane. 1905, Mario returns Albert Einstein's physics equation, E = mc squared. In 1906, a massive earthquake hits San Francisco. This is depicted in the scenario mode of SimCity SNES. With help from Dr. Wright, the city planner takes about 5 years to rebuild the city. SimCity SNES is included in the timeline because in the Tokyo scenario, Bowser attacks the city looking for Mario and Luigi. Since Bowser is present, it's assumed that the entire game takes place on the version of Earth connected to the Mushroom World. The game does not take place in one singular time period, but instead offers 8 different scenarios which are presented as the story mode of the game. Each of these scenarios take place over varying amounts of time, and each takes place during different periods in time. The other scenarios will be covered once they become relevant. On November 1st of 1907, Rosalina visits the Mushroom World for the second time. The inhabitants of the Mushroom World have taken note of the passing of the Comet Observatory and begin to speculate its return in 100 years. In 1908, rabbits interfere with the production of the Model T. Sometime around late 1908, Hoy Quarlow is born. Hoy Quarlow is said to be 78 years old in Super Punch-Out SNES. Super Punch-Out SNES, as well as the rest of the Punch-Out series, takes place in 1987 due to that being the date printed on the newspaper announcing Little Mac's underdog run in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, Super Punch-Out SNES, and Punch-Out Wii all take place during the same few months because all of the contenders except for one have not aged between the events of the games. For example, Bald Bull is said to be 36 years old in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, Super Punch-Out SNES, and Punch-Out Wii. Most of the boxers in the Punch-Out series have their ages listed before each match with Little Mac. This means that Hoy Koarlo's birthday, as well as many of the other contenders' birthdays, can be calculated. Sometime around 1910, Dr. Cryogor is born. In WarioWare Gold, it's stated that he is a little over 100 years old. WarioWare Gold takes place in 2018, and a little more than 100 years before then is about 1910. In 1912, a rabbit causes the Titanic to crash into an iceberg. In approximately 1921, Professor Elvin Gadd is born. In Luigi's Mansion, he states that his career of paranormal research spans 60 years. Luigi's Mansion takes place in 2001, and 60 years before that is 1941. In Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, Mario and Luigi travel back in time and meet a younger E. Gadd. After they help him, he states that he plans on moving to Boo Woods to study the paranormal. This means that the past portion of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time takes place in 1941. E. Gadd also states in Luigi's Mansion that he moved to Boo Woods when he was a lad of 20 or so. So 20 years before 1941 is 1921. 1923, rabbits dig a massive tunnel from Bollywood to Hollywood. 1929, a rabbit accidentally causes the Great Depression. Sometime around late 1930, Gabby J is born. He is 56 in Super Punch-Out SNES. In approximately 1939, Wario is born. In Yoshi's Island DS, Wario seems to show the maturity of about a 2-year-old. He can walk, talk, and even argue with Bowser Jr. Yoshi's Island DS takes place in early 1941 because it takes place shortly before Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, which takes place sometime around the end of 1941. Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Bowser are all less mature in Yoshi's Island DS than they are in Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. Since Wario exhibits the maturity of about a 2-year-old in Yoshi's Island DS, he's assumed to have been born around 2 years before then. Also around this time, Prince Bowser Koopa is born of King Morton Koopa Sr. and Queen Koopa. Bowser is assumed to be born around this time for the same reason as Wario. He is about the maturity of a 2-year-old in Yoshi's Island DS and the other Yoshi games, which all take place in early 1941. While Bowser is a different species than Wario, it's still more reasonable to assume they mentally develop at a similar rate than it is to assume otherwise. The name of the head of the Koopa family is speculated to be Morton Koopa Sr. because Bowser named one of his sons Morton Koopa Jr. If Morton Koopa Jr. was named after a more distant relative, Bowser likely wouldn't have used the suffix Jr. Bowser is raised for a short period by his parents in their castle. Shortly after Bowser's birth, his parents pass away. This is assumed due to the fact that in Yoshi's Island, Bowser's primary caretaker is Kamek, who is taken on the sole purpose of preserving the Koopa family and its reign. This is supported by the fact that his parents are never seen or mentioned in any of the games, ever. Shortly after the completion of Mount Rushmore in 1939, a rabbit causes toxic ooze to leak out of George Washington's nose. About a year later, Bowser and Kamek decide to build an epic vacation home on Egg Island, a floating island in the sky native to the Yoshis. This is explained in the intro to Yoshi's New Island, which takes place in early 1941. This concludes Chapter 1. There are many other events that take place during this period in time that were not included, such as the evil Black Jewel from Wario World sending armies of evil spirits across the land to conquer the world. But since it's impossible to know when these events took place, they are not included. Chapter 2 covers everything from Peach's birth in 1940 to 1980. It consists of the disputes between the Yoshi clan and the Koopas. It also covers the global winter caused by the Snow King, as well as the establishment of Bowser's Kingdom, Darkland. On December 3rd of 1940, Princess Peach Toadstool is born to the Mushroom King and Queen. The princess is a baby of about the maturity of a 1-year-old in Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, which takes place around the end of 1941. It's assumed her exact birthday is December 3rd of 1940 because the intro of New Super Mario Bros. Wii states that today is Princess Peach's birthday. New Super Mario Bros. Wii takes place on December 3rd of 2009. This means that the month and day of her birthday is December 3rd. Thus, her birthday is December 3rd of 1940. The existence of the Mushroom King is not speculated. The instruction manual of Super Mario Bros. Mentions her father, referring to him as the Mushroom King. Thus, it can be said that Peach is born of the Mushroom King and Queen, and that she lives in the castle of the Mushroom Kingdom, as shown in the intro of Yoshi's Island DS. It's around this time that Donkey Kong Sr. is born. He is born around this time because he is a baby in Yoshi's Island DS, which takes place in early 1941. While it is true that the Kongs do not mature at the same rate as humans, it's still the most reasonable approximation considering what is known about the maturation of his son Donkey Kong Jr. and his grandson Donkey Kong III. It's stated in the instruction manual of Donkey Kong Country that the original Donkey Kong from Donkey Kong Arcade is actually Cranky Kong, and that modern-day Donkey Kong is his grandson. This means that the Donkey Kong seen in Yoshi's Island DS must be Cranky Kong, who was born around the same time as Mario. Donkey Kong Jr. is still a child during the events of Donkey Kong Jr., which takes place in 1982, when Mario is an adult. So it would only make sense if the baby monkey seen in Yoshi's Island DS is Donkey Kong Sr. The chronology of the Kong family tree will be discussed in greater detail once it becomes more relevant, but the only thing that needs to be understood at this point is that the Kong seen in Yoshi's Island DS is Donkey Kong Sr. In early 1941, Kamek, the evil Magic Koopa and primary caregiver of Prince Bowser, divines that Mario and Luigi will someday bring disaster to the Koopa family. He arranges an early morning kidnapping before the twins are scheduled to be delivered to their parents via stork. It's explained in the instruction manual of Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island that the night before the events of the game, he learned of the scheduled birth of Mario and Luigi. Yoshi's Island takes place sometime during early 1941. Early the next morning, the stork responsible for delivering Mario and Luigi to their soon-to-be parents sets out from the magical and cuddly place babies come from. During the delivery, he is intercepted by Kamek. Luigi is stolen and Mario is knocked down onto Yoshi's Island. This is depicted in Yoshi's Touch and Go, the first full game that takes place in the timeline. A Yoshi catches Mario and searches for the stork. He battles Kamek's minions, the Toadies, and rescues baby Luigi from them. He returns the twins back to the stork. It takes place right before the events of Yoshi's Island, because the twins have not yet been delivered to their parents. The next day, the stork is still trying to deliver Mario and Luigi to their parents, but Kamek attempts to steal the babies for the second time. He snatches Luigi, but Mario is dropped into the sea. He lands on Yoshi's Island. The Yoshis find Mario, who can sense where he needs to go to find his twin brother due to their brotherly bond. The Yoshi clan sets up a relay system and helps carry Mario to find his brother. The next game in the timeline is Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, and its Game Boy Advance port, Super Mario Advance 3. They travel around Yoshi's Island, defeating Bowser's minions and destroying his castles scattered around the island. After they destroy the final castle, a portal is opened to Bowser's castle. The Yoshis travel to Bowser's castle and find Kamek and Bowser. Kamek turns Bowser giant, but the Yoshi is still able to defeat him. They rescue the stork and baby Luigi, and destroy Morton Koopa Sr.'s castle. The stork flies off at the babies and delivers them to the wrong family. Quite often in the timeline, 2 or more games will depict the same event. This happens a lot with remakes, ports, and sometimes even intentional sequels that have a story that is too similar to be considered a separate entry. This is the case with Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, and Super Mario Advance 3, Yoshi's Island. Whenever this happens, it should be considered as if 2 different people tell the same story with slight variants. So when there are differences between the 2 games, what should be assumed happens is everything from both stories. Super Mario Advance 3 also contains a remake of Mario Bros. Since it is depicted as a separate event, it's assumed to take place when Mario Bros takes place, which is much later when Mario and Luigi are adults. Directly after the events of Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island is Yoshi's New Island. The parents inform the stork that they aren't expecting any babies. The stork takes the babies and frantically tries to find Mario and Luigi's proper parents, but is again attacked by Kamek. Luigi is kidnapped, but Mario somehow is dropped onto Egg Island, another island inhabited by the Yoshis. Mario once again must be taken by the Yoshis to find Luigi. They travel around the island and defeat Kamek's minions along the way. During their journey, they receive help from the mysterious Mr. Pipe. They eventually find Bowser Jr.'s epic vacation home. They defeat Bowser Jr. and find Luigi and the stork. They begin to celebrate, but adult Bowser from the future warps through space and time to try to stop them. The Yoshis defeat Bowser and he is sent back into the future. Mr. Pipe is revealed to be adult Mario from the future, who had traveled back in time to help his baby self rescue Luigi. After Bowser's defeat, he returns back to the future. The stork brings Mario and Luigi to their real parents, and the 2 heroes are born. While the stork method is not the most common way to procreate in the Super Mario universe, Mario and Luigi are not the only ones born this way. Mario and Luigi seem to be slightly more mature than typical newborns when they are delivered. For example, Mario is able to crawl even though he hasn't even been born yet. The easiest way to know whether or not someone was born via the stork method is to see if they have a belly button or not. For example, Mario and Luigi do not have belly buttons, while Wario, Peach, and Daisy do. Thus, it can be assumed that Wario, Peach, and Daisy were conceived in utero. This logic doesn't apply to creatures born from an egg, such as Bowser and Yoshi. Moving on, there's not much known about Mario and Luigi's parents, although they are most likely Italians who moved from Earth to the Mushroom World. That's the most reasonable explanation as to why Mario and Luigi have Italian accents. Yoshi's Touch and Go, Yoshi's Island, and Yoshi's New Island all take place in early 1941, because Mario and Luigi have not been born yet. And in Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, baby Mario and baby Luigi seem to have matured about a little less than a year. A short time later, Yoshi's Island DS takes place. Kamek and Bowser from the future traveled back in time because Kamek had learned through the use of his crystal ball that 7 extremely powerful stars had fallen onto the Mushroom World during this time period, and that they are each held within each of the 7 star children. He also learned that if one were able to collect all 7, they would have enough power to rule the universe. Future Kamek then gathers the toadies and kidnaps many of the babies around the Mushroom Kingdom. He kidnaps Mario, Luigi, Peach, Donkey Kong Sr., Wario, and many other babies from around the land. He even kidnaps Bowser from his past self. Mario and Peach are rescued by a stork, but they are dropped onto Yoshi's Island. Donkey Kong Sr. and Wario are also somehow able to escape. Kamek takes the rest of the kidnapped babies to their base floating high in the sky. Future Bowser, however, kicks his younger self off of the airship for calling him an old geezer. The Yoshis find Mario, Peach, and the stork tells them about all the babies that have been kidnapped. The Yoshis set out to rescue all of the babies and return them to their rightful homes. Bowser and Kamek begin scanning the babies with Kamek's crystal ball, and Luigi is able to stay inconspicuous enough to not be noticed. During their travels, they find Donkey Kong Sr. and Wario, who they take with them. They eventually run into Bowser, who tags along because he thinks riding Yoshi is fun. Once they arrive at future Bowser's flying fortress, Bowser attacks them when they won't leave his castle, but he is defeated. Future Bowser is furious for them beating up his past self, and also attacks them. They defeat Bowser and rescue all the babies. The storks help them return all the kidnapped babies back to their homes, and they destroy Bowser's floating fortress. Future Bowser and future Kamek return to the future. The 7 star children are revealed to be Mario, Luigi, Peach, Donkey Kong Sr., Wario, Bowser, and a newly hatched Yoshi. This Yoshi is assumed to be the same green Yoshi who most often hangs out with Mario and his friends once they are adults. Still in early 1941, Bowser sets out to get revenge against the Yoshis. Kamek casts a spell on Yoshi's Island, which turns it into a storybook-like world. Bowser steals the Super Happy Tree from the Yoshis, which causes sadness to darken the face of every Yoshi. 6 baby Yoshis hatch from their eggs. They saw the sadness of the other Yoshis and decided to set out to rescue the Super Happy Tree. This leads to the events of Yoshi's story. They travel to his new castle and defeat him. They return the Super Happy Tree to the Yoshis and they eat lots of fruit. The spell wears off and Yoshi's Island returns back to normal. After a brief period of time, Bowser wants to build a big new castle, so he sends Kamek to Craft Island, which is native to several Yoshis. Kamek uses his magic to turn the Yoshis into wool to use in the construction of the new castle. Up next is Yoshi's Woolly World, as well as its 3DS port, Poochie in Yoshi's Woolly World. 2 Yoshis and Poochie travel around Craft Island defeating Kamek's minions and rescuing the Yoshis, which are restored to their normal selves. They travel to Bowser's castle and defeat Bowser and rescue all of the Yoshis. Even though the world is portrayed as being made of yarn, it should still be considered canon. It's just portrayed in a different art style. About a month later, the Yoshis are relaxing on their island when suddenly Kamek and Bowser appear. They attempt to steal the Sundream Stone, an artifact that has the ability to grant wishes. Bowser wants its power so he can wish for a giant robot. The Yoshis try to stop them, but the Sundream Stone breaks into several pieces to prevent itself from falling into the wrong hands. This leads to the events of Yoshi's Crafted World. The Yoshis travel around the various lands and collect the shards of the Sundream Stone. They travel to Bowser's castle and find the final shard of the Sundream Stone. However, it was a trap. Kamek steals the Sundream Stone, and Bowser Jr. wishes for a giant robot. The Yoshis defeat the giant robot, and Kamek uses the power of the Sundream Stone to turn Bowser giant. The Yoshis defeat him and reclaim the Sundream Stone. Yoshi's Story, Yoshi's Woolly World, and Yoshi's Crafted World all take place in early to mid 1940, because Bowser doesn't seem to have aged very much since Yoshi's New Island. Sometime around the end of 1941, most of Mario & Luigi Partners in Time takes place. The game takes place in 2 time periods, and Mario and Luigi travel back and forth between the 2 time periods several times. Bowser is attempting to kidnap Princess Peach, but is thwarted by Mario. Luigi and Toadsworth are present as well. The Mushroom King and Queen are not present during the events of the game and have put their advisor, Toadsworth, in charge of babysitting her. Just then, the alien species known as the Shroobs attack the Mushroom Kingdom. They take over the castle, abduct many of the citizens, and transform them into Shroob mushrooms. Bowser calls Kamek and tells him to send the Koopa Cruiser, which swoops down and rescues them. Future Princess Peach, from the future date of December 9th, 2005, decides to test run a time machine built by future Professor Egad, which is powered by a powerful artifact known as the Cobalt Star. Future Peach travels back in time to this time and is abducted by the 2 Shroob princesses, but she uses her magic to seal one of the 2 Shroob princesses within the Cobalt Star, which causes it to break into several shards, which are scattered across the land. The destruction of the Cobalt Star causes many rifts in space-time to open. Future Mario and future Luigi are sent by future Toadsworth through one of these time holes, and they end up back in the past. However, they are quickly overtaken by the Shroobs. Bowser, Toadsworth, Peach, Mario, and Luigi use the Koopa Cruiser to blast the Shroobs, and they save future Mario and future Luigi. Mario and Luigi team up with their future selves, and they travel around collecting the Cobalt Shards in order to fix the time holes. They meet Egad. His lab, however, was destroyed, and he decides to move to Boo Woods to do paranormal research. Along the way, they defeat Bowser, who had teamed up with his future self, who was also trying to get the Cobalt Shards. They storm the Shroob Fortress and rescue future Peach from the Shroob Princess. They reunite the pieces of the Cobalt Star, which releases the Shroob Princess's twin sister. The Bros defeat her. Future Egad uses the power of the time holes to fix the time machine, and they all return back to the future. Future Egad creates a medicine derived from Luigi's tears, which cures all of the Shroobified Toads from the past. Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toadsworth bid farewell and travel back to their own time period. The past events of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time takes place near the end of 1941, because in Luigi's mansion, Egad states that his career of studying the paranormal spans 60 years. Luigi's mansion takes place on September 17th of 2001. Egad tells the Bros during Mario and Luigi Partners in Time that he is going to move to Boo Woods to study the paranormal. Thus, it can be assumed that the past portion of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time takes place about 60 years before Luigi's mansion, which is near the end of 1941. Sometime around the mid or late 1940s, the Snow King takes over Mount Snow and casts blizzards upon the entire mushroom world, encasing it in ice. It's stated in the story mode of Mario Golf Super Rush that the Snow King had for years cast blizzards upon the world, causing a global winter until the hero Bowser used the power of flame to defeat the Snow King. With the limited information given, it's proven that this global winter of an unspecified duration took place after the past portion of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, and before Donkey Kong Arcade, which takes place in 1981. The winter was said to last for years, implying several years. From Donkey Kong Arcade in 1981 to Mario Golf Super Rush in 2021, there is not a single gap of 2 years between all the games in the timeline, meaning that this winter must have taken place before 1981. Since Mario and Luigi Partners in Time and all the games that take place before it don't depict the Mushroom World as being covered in ice, the Snow King's reign began sometime after 1941. It's estimated that it began near the end of the 1940s for 2 reasons. Firstly, the global winter ends around 1962. More on that later. Secondly, shortly after Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, Mario, Luigi, and their parents move to Earth and take up residence in Brooklyn, New York. In Mario's time machine, when Mario meets Kublai Khan, he is asked where he is from. Mario tells him that he's from Brooklyn. Kublai Khan calls him a liar, thinking he must be from Italy due to his accent. The instruction manual for Mario's Missing also states that Mario and Luigi are both from Brooklyn. Since this is the case, it's assumed that they spent most of their youth growing up in Brooklyn. Since they were born in the Mushroom Kingdom, it's assumed that shortly after the past events of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, Mario's family moves to Brooklyn. With all of the given information about this time period, the most likely reason as to why Mario's family would move planets is due to the global winter caused by the Snow King. Mario's family wasn't the only ones displaced either. Wario also provably moved to New York around this time. In the instruction manual of Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, Mario states that Wario has been jealous of his popularity ever since they were boys. This implies that Wario spent a lot of time around Mario when they were growing up, in New York. More evidence to Mario and Luigi living on Earth during this time is that in 1961 Bowser attacks Tokyo looking for Mario and Luigi. This is stated in the Tokyo scenario of SimCity SNES. It would make less sense for Bowser to search for Mario and Luigi on Earth, unless he had already searched most of the Mushroom World. The bros living on Earth also explains why they don't go on any adventures or appear in any games until they are adults. The next 20 years of the timeline consists mostly of the birthdays of the many boxers that Little Mac fights in the Punch-Out series. As mentioned previously, their birthdays were calculated from the given age during the Punch-Out series, which all takes place within a couple of months. In late 1944, Von Kaiser is born. In 1947, Mario must return the Indian flag to Mahatma Gandhi, who flies the flag and declares India an independent country. Near late 1948, Glass Joe is born. Around late 1950, Bald Bull is born. Late 1951, Soda Popinski is born. In 1954, Doc Louie, Little Mac's trainer, boxes as a heavyweight in the US. The instruction manual of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out states that he was a famous hard hitter in 1954. Near late 1954, Bear Hugger is born. In 1957, Taj the Genie visits the inhabitants of Timbers Island. In the instruction manual for Diddy Kong Racing for the N64, it stated that nobody has seen the genie in 50 years. Diddy Kong Racing takes place in 2007, so 50 years before then is 1957. Taj visited the island even though it is most likely affected by the Snow King's indefinite winter. Near late 1957, Great Tiger is born. Masked Muscle is also born around this time. Late 1958, Piston Honda is born. Late 1959, Mad Clown is born. In May of 1960, Super Macho Man is born. He is 27 in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and Punch-Out Wii, but is 28 in Super Punch-Out SNES. Punch-Out Wii takes place in early May of 1987, and Super Punch-Out SNES takes place about a month later. This means that Super Macho Man's birthday is in May, and that he was born in 1960. Sometime around late 1960, Bob Charlie is born. In February of 1961, Bowser and Kamek travel to Earth in search of Mario and Luigi. Bowser attacks Dr. Wright. Kamek then turns him giant, and he starts destroying Tokyo. It takes about 5 years for Dr. Wright and the city planner to rebuild the city. This is depicted in the Tokyo scenario of SimCity SNES. Bowser has matured into an adult by this point. He is about 23 years of age. It's reasonable to assume Bowser has periodically searched for Mario and Luigi, as Kamek still believes that they will one day bring disaster to the Koopa family. Mario and Luigi's parents' efforts to hide them from danger were very successful. After the attack, Bowser and Kamek return back to the Mushroom World, having searched in vain. About a year or so goes by and Bowser decides to defeat the Snow King and take over Mount Snow. He uses his flame power to defeat the Snow King. He then uses his flame power to awaken the dormant volcano underneath Mount Snow. A large flow of lava warms the region and stabilizes the global climate. Bowser is proclaimed a hero for saving the planet from the evil Snow King, and peace is brought to the land. Bowser then establishes his empire, Darkland, and builds his castle. This is explained in the story mode of Mario Golf Super Rush. The name of Bowser's kingdom is Darkland, but it is also referred to as the Koopa Kingdom. The term Darkland comes from the instruction manual of Super Mario Bros. 3. Sometime after the establishment of Darkland, Bowser meets the mother to the Koopalings, and over the course of the next decade or so, the Koopalings are born. The manual of Super Mario Bros. 3 states that the Koopalings are Bowser's children. Super Mario Bros. 3 takes place in late 1988, and by that time all of Bowser's kids are mature. Thus it can be assumed that they would have been born around this time. They can't be assumed to be born before this time because Bowser isn't proven to have matured into an adult until now. The Koopalings consist of Ludwig von Koopa, Lemmy Koopa, Roy Koopa, Iggy Koopa, Wendy O. Koopa, Morton Koopa Jr., and Larry Koopa. The reason why Bowser's last name is assumed to be Koopa is because that's what all of his kids' last names are. One last thing that should be mentioned is that in 2012, Shigeru Miyamoto stated that there are current stories that the Koopalings are not Bowser's children, and that Bowser Jr. is Bowser's only child. This, however, falls under the category of supplemental canon, which is not included in the timeline. It's never explicitly stated in any of the games that this is the case, so the information given is that they are his kids, and that there is no canonical proof of anything stating otherwise. Around late 1961, Piston Hurricane is born. Late 1963, Don Flamenco is born. Aran Ryan is born around this time as well. Late 1964, Dragon Chan is born. In 1964, a Pianta begins searching for the Red Bird of Happiness. In Super Mario Sunshine, a Pianta states that he's been searching for the Red Bird of Happiness for 38 years. Super Mario Sunshine takes place in 2002, so 38 years before then is 1964. In 1965, traffic has become a huge problem in Bern, Switzerland. It takes about 10 years for Dr. Wright and the city planner to resolve the situation. In late 1965, Mike Tyson is born. He is stated to be 21 in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out!, although his real-life birthday is June 30th of 1966, but that would make him 20 in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out!. Thus, in universe, he was born around the end of 1965. In late 1966, Disco Kid is born. Narcissus Prince is also born around this time as well. In late 1967, Hiki Kagero is born. In 1969, a rabbit prevents Neil Armstrong from taking his first step on the moon. However, he is eventually able to plant an American flag on the moon. Soon thereafter, Bowser from the future steals it, and Mario later returns it to the surface of the moon. In late 1969, Little Mac is born in Bronx, New York. It's stated in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! That he is 17 years old. He is the youngest boxer in the World Video Boxing Association. In 1972, crime rates have risen in Detroit, Michigan. It takes about 10 years to resolve the situation. In mid-1972, Broderick Ford is born. Brody is one of the many snowboarders from the SSX series. Each of the SSX games included in the timeline contain rider profiles that list the age of each of the snowboarders. This information was used to calculate when each game takes place, as well as when each of the snowboarders were approximately born. Brody is said to be 29 in SSX Tricky, which takes place near the end of 2001. So 29 years before then is 1972. In 1975, a rabbit gets a cow stuck in the Apollo-Soyuz space station as the astronauts are attempting to dock. In early 1976, Simon Stark is born. In mid-1976, Cia Owens is born. In early 1977, Elise Riggs is born. J.P. Arsenal is born around this time as well. In mid-1979, Luther Dwayne Grady is born. Nate Logan is also born around this time as well. In mid-1980, Marty Stieber is born. In early December of 1980, Zoe Payne is born. There are a few inconsistencies with the ages of the snowboarders. Since there is enough evidence of what her age should be, it can be written off as an in-universe clerical error. Sometime around 1980, most of the events from Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge takes place. This is another game that takes place in two different time periods. In the intro, it's stated that the game starts 2 months after Banjo and Kazooie defeated Gruntilda the Witch, and trapped her under a huge boulder. This is referring to the events of Banjo-Kazooie, which takes place in 1998. Klungo, the minion of Gruntilda, builds a robot which Grunty transfers her spirit into via her magic. She then kidnaps Kazooie, and takes her back in time to the past in order to prevent Banjo and Kazooie from ever meeting, and erasing her failure from history. Mumbo, the shaman, sends Banjo back in time in order to prevent any of that from ever happening. It's never stated exactly how far back in time they traveled, but this game seems to take place during the 80s. Mumbo decorates his quote pad in an 80s fashion. There are also a couple of individuals that are present in later games that don't seem to drastically differ in age, such as Mumbo, Honey Bee, and Jiggy Wiggy. Upon arriving in the past, Banjo gets help from an elderly mole named Bozai. He then frees the enslaved Breegles and rescues Kazooie. They travel around the Isle o' Hags, collecting the powerful artifacts known as Jiggies. They take them to Master Jiggy Wiggy, who uses their power to unlock the way to Grunty's lair. They defeat Klungo and Grunty's robot. She has no choice but to return to the future and return back to her body underneath the boulder. Banjo and Kazooie return back to the future as well. Chapter 3 of the timeline will cover the time that Mario and Luigi spent living in their house in New Donk City, and many of the jobs that they had during this time. It also highlights a very significant event for the city, Mario's confrontation with Donkey Kong Sr. The year is 1981, and Mario and Luigi are both 40 years old. After Mario and Luigi became adults, they moved out of their parents' place. They at some point settled down in New Donk City to look for work. In Super Mario Odyssey, it's confirmed that New Donk City is the original location of the events of Donkey Kong Arcade. The red girders spread around the city are identical to the ones in Donkey Kong Arcade, and the city even throws a festival in remembrance of when Mario fought Donkey Kong Sr. and rescued Pauline. It's likely that Mario and Luigi are living together, but again it's not specified. Because Donkey Kong takes place in New Donk City, it's assumed that the location of the games from this part of the timeline all take place in or near New Donk City as well, because Mario and Luigi live here. At some point after Donkey Kong Sr. grows up, he meets his lover for life, Wrinkly Kong, who accepts his hand in marriage. This is confirmed in Donkey Kong Country 2, as Wrinkly Kong refers to Cranky Kong as her husband. It's likely that Wrinkly Kong went by a different name during this time. Donkey Kong Sr. is later referred to by the other Kongs as Cranky Kong, due to his cranky nature. The same could easily be assumed about Wrinkly Kong, due to her wrinkly nature, although what her real name would be is unknown. Donkey Kong Sr. and Wrinkly Kong live together in a large tower in Rocky Valley. The manual for Donkey Kong for the Game Boy states that this is Donkey Kong Sr.'s home, so it can be assumed that this is where they live during this time. For whatever reason, Donkey Kong Sr. visits New Donk City around June. On June 9th of 1981, Donkey Kong takes place. The beautiful maiden Pauline screams for her life as she is dragged up a labyrinth of structural beams by the ominous Donkey Kong Sr. Mario throws fate to the wind, risks life and limb or worse as he desperately climbs the mighty fortress of steel to save the lovely lady from the evil Mr. Kong. There are many ports of this game such as the NES port, Game & Watch port, and Game Boy Advanced port. They are all simply retellings of the same story. Mario dodges all manner of obstacles and eventually sends the great ape plummeting, while securing the hand of the fair lady. A mutual romantic interest is sparked between the two and they become close friends. This single event made Mario, Pauline, and Donkey Kong Sr. famous in the city. It could be because the humans of New Donk are not used to seeing the acrobatics and bravery of what took place. It's unknown what prompted Donkey Kong Sr. to kidnap Pauline. Donkey Kong is the first game in the timeline to take place on its real-life release date. As stated previously, every game in the timeline is assumed to take place on its real-life release date, unless there is information that suggests otherwise. In mid-1981, Maya Nolette is born. Early in 1982, Donkey Kong Sr. and Wrinkly Kong give birth to Donkey Kong Jr. This is assumed due to his young appearance in his titular game, Donkey Kong Jr., which takes place in August of 1982. In mid-1982, Moby Jones and Edward Wachowski are both born as well. On August 31st of 1982, Donkey Kong Jr. takes place, as well as Donkey Kong 2 for the Game & Watch, which is a retelling of the same story. Mario captures Donkey Kong Sr. and locks him up to prevent him from causing any more havoc. Donkey Kong Jr. chases after Mario. He steals the keys and frees his father, and they are able to escape. It's around this time that Donkey Kong Sr. and Wrinkly Kong give birth to their second son, Donkey Kong Jr. 2. In Donkey Kong Jr. Math, when playing with a second player, a pink-colored Kong participates in the game. According to the instruction manual, his name is Donkey Kong Jr. 2. It's assumed that he was born after the events of Donkey Kong Jr. because it would stand to reason that he would have been there alongside Jr. to help rescue their father if he was already born. From this point in the timeline onward, many of the games in the timeline take place on their real-life release dates. If this is the case, the date will be displayed but most likely not mentioned to avoid redundancy. Up next is Mario Bros. For the Game & Watch. Mario and Luigi work in a drink factory packing and shipping bottles. It's unknown what the Bros had been doing in the city at this point, but it's likely they've been doing many different blue-collar type jobs, as that will be the pattern going forward. A month later, Mario quits his job at the drink factory and applies to a cement factory and gets a job. This is depicted in Mario's Cement Factory for the Game & Watch. Again, this takes place in New Donk City most likely. Mario and Luigi switch jobs a lot during this time. It could be because they have a hard time keeping work, or maybe they just get complacent. Sometime in mid-1983, Marisol Diaz Delgado was born. Up next is Mario Bros. The game has been re-released many times. This list of ports is as follows: the NES port, and Super Mario Advanced 1, 2, 3, and 4 ports. Mario and Luigi work as plumbers in the sewers of New Donk City. They get rid of various monsters and pests infesting the place. Next is Donkey Kong 3. Donkey Kong breaks into Stanley's greenhouse in order to eat his flowers. Stanley uses a sprayer to kill the bugs infesting his greenhouse and chase Donkey Kong away. This is Stanley the Bugman's only appearance. Mario, in the meantime, has joined a boot camp in Mario's Bombs Away. He is trying to pass bombs back and forth to his fellow soldiers, while enemy soldiers are trying to stop him. This could be interpreted as Mario fighting in a war, but it's more likely to be a boot camp of sorts. After Donkey Kong's defeat at the hands of Stanley, he returns to his parental responsibility of educating his sons, Donkey Kong Jr. and Donkey Kong Jr. 2, in Donkey Kong Jr. math. They practice addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. For whatever reason, Donkey Kong Jr. 2 will not be seen after this time. The reasoning for his disappearance is unknown. During 1984, Saberman is fleeing the Saberwolf while on the Isle o' Hags, but strays too close to the home of Chilly Willy the Ice Dragon, and is frozen solid by his ice breath. In Banjo-Tooie, Banjo and Kazooie find Saberman, who is frozen solid. After freeing him, he states that he's been frozen in there since 1984. This is another example of the inhabitants of the Mushroom World using the Gregorian calendar. Mario at this time decides to be a chair umpire in tennis for the NES and Game Boy. Mario's love for tennis most likely started here. Mario decides he needs a break and goes golfing in the NES title Golf. Golf is another one of Mario's passions. In early 1985, Vigo Rolig is born. Mario is trying everything and anything at this point to make a decent living. Mario decides to turn to an old rival of his with a business proposition. The relationship between Mario and Donkey Kong Sr. is complicated at this point. They aren't exactly fond of each other, but they decide to start a circus titled Donkey Kong Circus. Mario shows off Donkey Kong, who balances on a barrel and juggles pineapples. This is depicted in Donkey Kong Circus. In November of 1984, Kaori Nishidaka and Allegro Savages are both born. After being in a circus together, Mario and Donkey Kong decide to set their differences aside and play hockey. This is shown in Donkey Kong Hockey. In early 1985, Mac Frazier is born. In mid-1985, Nate Logan's little brother, Tyson Logan, is born. Mario and Luigi work on a demolition site in Wrecking Crew. Foreman Spike serves as their boss, and they engage in some friendly competition to demolish what they can. He also incentivizes them with bonus pay if they can destroy more things than he can. Donkey Kong for the Game Boy takes place around June of 1985. It takes place around this time because Donkey Kong Jr. has not matured yet, and Mario still presumably lives in New Donk City. Despite being in a circus together and playing hockey together, they haven't really cemented a friendship yet. While Mario is performing acrobatics, Donkey Kong kidnaps Pauline and takes her to the top of a construction site. He easily climbs to the top with his newly learned acrobatics. After his defeat, Donkey Kong grabs Pauline and runs to Big Ape City, and Mario pursues. Donkey Kong gets help from his son. Eventually, Mario chases them to their home in Rocky Valley. He defeats them and the four of them make up. It's at this point that Mario and Donkey Kong form a truly positive relationship. Soon after the events of the game, Mario will leave New Donk City and move to his castle in Mario Land. Despite the long distance, he and Pauline keep in touch. Chapter 4 will cover the first and second invasion of the Mushroom Kingdom by the Koopas. It will also contain the Punch-Out series. On the 13th of September in the year 1985, the kingdom of the peaceful mushroom people is invaded by the Koopa, a tribe of turtles famous for their black magic. The quiet, peace-loving mushroom people were turned into mere stones, bricks, and even field horsehair plants, and the Mushroom Kingdom fell into ruin. The only one who can undo the magic spell on the mushroom people and return them to their normal selves is the Princess Toadstool, the daughter of the Mushroom King. Unfortunately, she is presently in the hands of Bowser, the great Koopa Turtle King. Mario and Luigi hear about the mushroom people's plight and set out on a quest to free the Mushroom Princess from the evil Koopa and restore the fallen kingdom of the mushroom people. Mario and Luigi, having had plenty of experience battling and adventuring, fight their way through the 8 castles. But every time they find a castle, the Bowser inside is only an illusion, and instead of finding the princess, they find one of her toad retainers, informing them that the princess is in another castle. Eventually, they rescue the 7 toads that are part of the princess's court. They defeat Bowser and rescue the princess, and she rewards Mario with a kiss. The princess uses her magic to restore the inhabitants of the Mushroom Kingdom back to normal. Mario and Luigi fulfilled Kamek's prophecy that was made 29 years ago. Disaster has fallen upon the Koopa Kingdom,
at the hands of the Italian plumbers from Brooklyn, and they have lost the war with the Mushroom Kingdom. Bowser of course escaped to rally his troops and plan their next attack. These of course are the events of Super Mario Bros.
Super Mario Bros. Deluxe and the Super Mario All-Stars version of the game are retellings of the same story. Super Mario Bros. 2J, also known as Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, takes place in a parallel world. This is explained in the instruction manual of Super Mario Bros. 2J. Since it takes place in a parallel world, it is excluded from the timeline.
It's likely that the Mushroom King and Mushroom Queen passed away shortly after or during the events of Super Mario Bros. They are never mentioned again despite being the King and Queen of the Mushroom Kingdom, as well as the parents to Princess Peach. The interaction with the princess and Mario would spark the beginning of their relationship. From this point on, they are romantically interested in one another. The interest is definitely mutual, but for whatever reason they never decide to make anything official or exclusive. Shortly after his adventures in the Mushroom Kingdom, Mario founds his own land, Mario Land, and builds his castle. In the instruction manual for Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, Mario states that Wario has attempted to steal his castle many times. It would make sense that Mario would have been living in his castle for at least a couple of years if, by 1989, when Super Mario Land 2 takes place, Wario has made many attempts to take it over. Before Mario rescued the princess, he had mostly been working blue-collar professions, and wouldn't have had the wealth necessary to build a castle, let alone found his own land. After his rescuing of the princess and kindling some sort of relationship with her, the most likely explanation of how he was able to found his own land was that the princess gave him a portion of the kingdom, and enough wealth to build his castle. Thus, in early 1986, Mario moves out of his living situation in New Donk to live in his castle in Mario Land. So Mario's rich now and doesn't have to work anymore, so what do you do when you're rich and retired? You travel and you golf. Up next is Family Computer Golf, Japan course. Mario and Luigi travel to Japan and go golfing. As previously mentioned, traveling to and from the Mushroom World and Earth is relatively easy, at least for Mario and his friends. There are about 20 different instances of one or many individuals from the Mushroom World traveling to and from Earth, and as mentioned previously, mostly for recreation. It's around this time that Little Mac, a 17-year-old from Bronx, New York, meets Doc Louie by chance, and the two of them end up becoming friends. Doc Louie is an ex-heavyweight boxer, and he decides to train Little Mac to fight in the World Video Boxing Association. This brings us to the events of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. According to the newspaper promoting his fight with Mike Tyson, the tournament takes place around the end of March '87, due to the paper being published on April 1st of '87. He fights his way through the ranks until he defeats Kid Dynamite himself. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out takes place before any of the other Punch-Out games because the instruction manual states that Doc Louie started training him and that this tournament is his debut. Mario acts as a referee in this particular tournament. It's unclear if he has experience with boxing, but he is rich, so if he wanted to, it wouldn't be much of a difficulty getting the position. Maybe it was something that he always wanted to do, and now that he's loaded, now has the opportunity. Due to most all of the ages of the boxers being consistent through Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, Punch-Out Wii, and Super Punch-Out SNES, all of the Punch-Out games take place relatively close to one another. They were placed a month apart from one another in order to allow a break between each tournament. As previously mentioned, Super Macho Man is the only boxer to have a birthday between Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, Punch-Out Wii, and Super Punch-Out SNES. He is 27 in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, 27 in Punch-Out for the Wii, and 28 in Super Punch-Out for the SNES. This means that Punch-Out Wii takes place after Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. But Doc Louie's Punch-Out takes place before Punch-Out Wii, so next in the timeline is Doc Louie's Punch-Out, which takes place about a month after Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Doc Louie spars with Little Mac in a one-on-one in preparation for the upcoming tournament. A few days later, Punch-Out Wii takes place. Little Mac fights his way through many of the same boxers that he had previously bested a month ago with Doc Louie in his corner. He ultimately is defeated by Donkey Kong in his last stand. Now remember, this is still Donkey Kong Sr., Cranky Kong. Younger Cranky Kong looks very similar to Donkey Kong III, but Donkey Kong III isn't born yet. About a month later, Super Punch-Out SNES takes place. Doc Louie doesn't accompany Little Mac this time, but he punches some familiar and unfamiliar faces until he defeats the Bruiser Brothers themselves.
In mid-1987, Sky Sims is born.
While Mario is in the US, he goes golfing again in Family Computer Golf US course. He golfs with a mysterious woman who nobody knows the name of, as well as Luigi, an unnamed blue overalled lookalike, and a yellow unnamed overalled lookalike. A short time later, Punch-Out Arcade takes place. Punch-Out Game & Watch is a retelling of the same story. Little Mac has to again punch some familiar faces. And if you're wondering why Little Mac looks so ugly and old now, it's because he's been getting repeatedly punched in the face every day for almost a year now. Mario, Luigi, Donkey Kong Sr., and his son also attend the event and watch from the sidelines. About a month later, Little Mac fights through the WVBA for the last time. Soda Popinski finally dropped the act and changed his name to Vodka Drunkinski. The Bros and the Kongs watch this tournament as well. Little Mac at this point is tired of getting punched in the face and hangs up his trademark green boxing gloves for the time being, and decides to try his hand at professional arm wrestling, in the arcade game Arm Wrestling. He goes up against many opponents, including Mask X, who is an alter ego of Bald Bull. Little Mac has grown quite a bit over the past year, and has also changed his hair a couple of times. He eventually becomes the arm wrestling champion of the world. Mario decides to try Formula 1 racing in Famicom Grand Prix F1 race. This is his first racing experience and has sparked an interest that will stick with him and his friends for many years to come. He later gets Luigi involved in races and they enter monster truck races in Famicom Grand Prix 2 3D Hot Rally. While Mario and Luigi have been on Earth honing their racing skills, Bowser and his armies have come together to launch a full-scale invasion of the Mushroom World in Super Mario Bros. 3. The Mushroom Kingdom has been a peaceful place thanks to the brave deeds of Mario and Luigi. The Mushroom Kingdom forms an entrance to the Mushroom World where all is not well. Bowser sent his 7 children known as the Koopalings to make mischief as they please in the normally peaceful Mushroom World. They stole royal magic wands from each country in the Mushroom World and used them to turn their kings into animals. Mario and Luigi must recover the royal magic wands from Bowser's 7 kids to return the kings to their true forms. The princess bids them farewell and good luck as Mario and Luigi set off on their journey deep into the Mushroom World, receiving much assistance from the toads that inhabit the Mushroom World. They defeat the Koopalings one by one: Larry Koopa, Morton Koopa Jr., Wendy O. Koopa, Iggy Koopa, Roy Koopa, Lemmy Koopa, and finally Ludwig von Koopa. They return the wands back to the kings and return them to their normal selves. During all of this, Bowser has kidnapped the princess again, and the Bros travel into the depths of the Koopa Kingdom until they reach Bowser's stronghold. They defeat Bowser and rescue the princess from his clutches. After her rescue, she jokes that she is actually in another castle. Bowser's first partner, the presumed mother to the Koopalings, has parted ways with the Koopa King at this point, and is never mentioned in any of the games.
Chapter 5 will summarize the Dinosaur Land conflicts with the Koopas, the invasion of the space monster Tatanga and Sarasaland, Wario's rise to villainy, and the invasion of Smithy. After saving the Mushroom World from Bowser and his armies, Mario and Luigi needed to recuperate from their adventures. They agreed to go on a vacation to a magical place known as Dinosaur Land. They invited Princess Toadstool to come with them and she agreed. This leads to the events of Super Mario World, which takes place in November of 1988. As stated in the instruction manual, Super Mario World takes place directly after Super Mario Bros. 3. They travel to Yoshi's Island, one of the main islands of Dinosaur Land. Unbeknownst to them, it was the same island where the Yoshis had found them as babies and offered their help getting them back to their parents more than 30 years ago. After their arrival, Mario and Luigi found feather power-ups and started enjoying themselves. After they returned, the princess had disappeared, apparently seized by evil forces. After searching for hours for their missing friend, they came upon a huge egg in the forest. They opened the egg and Yoshi popped out. The same Yoshi who is one of the 7 star children. He who was born moments after the Yoshis and Storks had rescued all of the kidnapped babies from future Kamek and Bowser. None of them had any memory of this, but Mario and Luigi listened to the Dinosaur Dragon's plight. He proceeds to tell them of how his dinosaur pals were sealed in similar eggs by a group of monstrous turtles. Luigi exclaims that Bowser and his bunch have returned. Bowser and the Koopalings have taken over Dinosaur Land and have built strongholds where they keep Yoshi's friends captive. Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi travel through Dinosaur Land, defeating the Koopalings, rescuing Yoshi's friends, and destroying their castles. They also traverse the many ghost houses and they defeat the Big Boo. This is a loss that the Boos will not soon forget. They search the haunted shipwreck, where the key to opening the entrance to Bowser's underground center of operations lie. They defeat Bowser and rescue the princess, and decide they should get back to their vacation and hang out at Yoshi's house. Mario grows a strong connection with Yoshi and they become good friends. Although Yoshi, as well as the other Yoshis in the Mushroom World, are referred to as male, Yoshis are genderless and asexual. This is seen in Game & Watch Gallery 2, where a Yoshi is seen laying an egg that hatches into another Yoshi after it eats enough. The next 3 games in the timeline are Game & Watch Gallery 1, 2, and 3. These games consist of Mario and his friends getting together and competing in various games. This is the only place these games fit into the timeline. They couldn't take place before Super Mario World because that's when Mario and Yoshi first become friends, and Yoshi is invited to spend time with Mario and the gang in all 3 games. The reason why they couldn't take place any later in the timeline is because Diddy Kong is mature in Donkey Kong Country. As mentioned previously, Donkey Kong Jr. is Donkey Kong III's father. According to the instruction manual of Donkey Kong 64, Diddy Kong is Donkey Kong III's nephew, which means that Donkey Kong III has a sibling who would have been born long enough before Donkey Kong Country to allow their son to be mature by the events of the game. But at this point in the timeline, Donkey Kong Jr., Diddy Kong's grandfather, still has not matured yet. There are still a couple of games that have Donkey Kong Jr. in them before he matures into his older self, which is sometime before Super Mario Kart. In order for this to make the most sense possible, the next couple of events in the timeline would be all of the games that feature immature Donkey Kong Jr., as well as the games that are precursors to games that feature him. Donkey Kong Jr. is about to go through puberty, and the next couple of games could not canonically take place after Super Mario Kart due to him being grown up in that game. Game & Watch Gallery takes place in December of '88. Mario, Luigi, Princess Toadstool, Donkey Kong Jr., Yoshi, and a Toad get together to compete in various games. Bowser shows up at the end to try and ruin everything. Game & Watch Gallery 2 takes place in January of '89. Everyone gets together again for more games, with the addition of Donkey Kong Sr. and Wario. In the recreation of the event where Donkey Kong Sr. kidnaps Pauline, she is replaced with Princess Toadstool and Mario must rescue her instead. So let's address the Wario in the room. Why is Mario spending time with his childhood rival, who has recently been making attempts to steal his castle? Maybe he wants to keep him close, maybe he actually does enjoy the competition with his rival, but as we will soon see, Wario is planning another attempt at stealing Mario's castle. So it's possible he might be trying to get some crucial information from Mario. Game & Watch Gallery 3 takes place in February of '89. Mario and friends again get together to play different games. Bowser shows up again to try to mess with Mario and Luigi, but with little success. On April 1989, the skies above a peaceful land called Sarasaland grow dark, and were covered by a huge black cloud. From a crack in this cloud, the space monster Tatenga emerges, and with the intention of conquering Sarasaland. He hypnotizes the people of the 4 kingdoms so he could control them. He took over the land and wants to marry the princess of Sarasaland, Princess Daisy, and make her his queen. This kicks off the events of Super Mario Land. Mario hears about this, and being the brave adventurer he is, travels to Sarasaland and defeats the minions of Tatenga. With the help of the Sky Pop, his personal aircraft, he battles Tatenga in his heavily armored aircraft. Tatenga is defeated for the time being, and Princess Daisy rewards the savior of her land and rescuer with a kiss. Later that same day, Mario boards a spacecraft and destroys leftover debris in space. This is depicted in Alleyway. Since the game was released on the exact same day as Super Mario Land, it's reasonable to assume he is cleaning up after Tatenga, and that both games take place on the same day. While Mario is away crusading against the mysterious alien Tatenga, Wario takes over Mario's castle, and puts the people of Mario Land under his control with a magic spell. Wario has given the 6 golden coins needed to get into the castle with those who he has under his control. One of which is Tatenga, who is back for revenge. Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins, takes place directly after Super Mario Land, due to Wario's attack taking place while he was away in Sarasaland. Mario retrieves the 6 golden coins, defeats Wario, gets his castle back, and saves everyone from his evil spell. Wario, being the persistent guy that he is, has not given up yet. Now that he knows what it feels like to own his own castle, he wants one more than ever. A few weeks later, the events of Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3 take place. Wario knows that the pirates of Kitchen Island have stolen the giant golden statue of Princess Toadstool, and Mario is looking for it. But he realizes that if he were to find it first, he could cash it in for a princess's ransom. With the cash from that and all of the other pirates' treasure, he could buy a castle way bigger than Mario's pathetic excuse for a castle. Wario travels around Kitchen Island stealing treasure and eventually enters the brown sugar pirate's lair. He finds Captain Syrup and she rubs a genie bottle and it attacks Wario. Wario defeats the genie, and Captain Syrup sets off a large bomb and flees. The explosion destroys the lair and reveals the statue of the princess. Before Wario can do anything, Mario flies by in his personal aircraft and airlifts it away. Wario finds the genie lamp and asks the genie for a castle. The genie asks him to pay, and the genie constructs a castle for him in the peaceful woods. Wario Land takes place after Super Mario Land 2 because its events are referenced in the story as being the motivation for Wario wanting a new castle. Wario Land 2 takes place next because he still has his castle at the beginning of the game, but directly after Wario Land 2 is Wario's Woods, and at the end of Wario's Woods, Wario's castle is destroyed. Wario's Woods takes place after Wario Land 2 for a reason that will be covered once it's relevant. Due to the difficulty and unlikelihood of what Wario went through to obtain his castle, it's assumed to be the same castle in all three games. A few months later, the Brown Sugar Pirates seek revenge on Wario for destroying their lair and leading to the theft of their prized golden statue. They now go by the Black Sugar Gang, and Captain Syrup sends her minions to steal Wario's treasure. This leads to the events of Wario Land 2. Wario pursues them and eventually finds their new hideout. Wario defeats Captain Syrup and reclaims his treasure. Shortly after Wario's invasion of the Peaceful Woods, he renames them Wario's Woods and declares that peaceful creatures are not welcome. About a month later, Toad, the Mushroom Kingdom hero, makes his way to the woods to quiet the sinister lout and win the woods back for the spirits. Thus begins the events of Wario's Woods, NES, SNES, and the 3 Satellaview releases. While the gameplay and in-game events vary based on the version, the story from the instruction booklets are similar enough to warrant a single canonical entry. Toad goes through Wario's Woods defeating his monsters and facing off against him various times. This is the first time Toad is differentiated as a character rather than a species. In the Mario universe, there are many instances of a character being both an individual and a species with the same name. For example, Yoshi is a character, but is also a species. There are many different Yoshis of different colors, shapes, and sizes. Same with Toad. He's a single character, usually depicted with the classic red dots on his head, but there are also male and female Toads of different colors or appearances. Birdo is also a species and a character. There are different color variants of Birdo, all from the same species, but the character Birdo is always depicted as pink. Birdo's real name is actually Catherine, although is most often referred to as Birdo. Catherine is actually a male who believes he is a female, and is most often referred to by other characters as a female, sometimes with hesitancy. Since Catherine has desires to be identified as a female, it would stand to reason that male and female Birdos exist, although most Birdos are depicted as feminine. In Wario's Woods, a Sprite, Birdo, a girl named Abata, and the Japanese celebrity Tanaka help Toad to defeat the monsters in the forest and drive Wario out of it. In Wario's Woods Burst of Laughter Edition, one of the Satellaview releases of the game, a few Japanese celebrities are featured. There are instances of humans coming to the Mushroom World from Earth, such as Mario and Luigi's parents. There are also entire civilizations of humans on the Mushroom World, as seen in New Donk City and Diamond City. So the Japanese celebrities' visit of the Mushroom World is not totally unfounded. Anyways, Toad defeats Wario and his monsters and destroys his castle. Wario's Woods takes place at this point in the timeline because it is when Toad first meets Birdo. Toad presumably invites Birdo to play tennis with him and the rest of Mario's friends in Mario Tennis, which takes place a short time after Wario's Woods. A few days after Wario's Woods is Mario Clash. The Clash House Tower has been invaded by ne'er-doers. Mario travels to the Clash Tower and clears out the enemies invading the tower. Mario's friends cheer him on, and he is eventually able to rid the building of the monsters. It takes place at this time because Donkey Kong Jr. is still immature. About a few days later, the Mushroom Kingdom hosts a tennis tournament, and Mario and his friends get together to compete. Next is Mario Tennis for the N64. Princess Toadstool, who also goes by the nickname Peach, invites Mario, Luigi, and Toad, the hero of the Peaceful Woods. Mario invites Donkey Kong Sr. and Donkey Kong Jr., and Yoshi, as well as Princess Daisy of Sarasaland. Toad invites his new friend Birdo. They begin the tournament. Mario and Luigi are facing off in the final when Wario and his evil friend Waluigi challenge them in a doubles match. Luigi, being the brave man that he is, accepts the challenge of his evil counterpart. Suddenly Bowser and a Boo appear out of nowhere and everyone is terrified. But surprisingly, Bowser just wants to play tennis. Mario suggests to everyone, hey, let's all play. and everyone seems to be okay with the villains playing as well. They likely wouldn't have taken no for an answer. From this point on, the enemies of Mario and his friends will often join in when they get together for sports and other activities, and for whatever reason they are often okay with this. It could be that it would cause more of a problem to not let them participate than it would to cause a conflict. Just because they play tennis together does not mean that they are not sworn enemies off the court. This is the only place in the timeline that this game fits. Donkey Kong Jr. is still immature, and all of the other characters in the game have made an appearance at this point. Baby Mario also attends this tournament. So does this mean that Mario traveled back in time and invited the baby version of himself to play tennis with him? A more likely scenario is that Baby Mario is a separate character than Mario entirely. This entire timeline is based on the most reasonable assumption. While time travel is used multiple times throughout the timeline, it's only ever used when explicitly stated. Baby Mario isn't the only baby character in the series. There's also Baby Luigi, Baby Peach, Baby Daisy, Baby Rosalina, Baby Donkey Kong, and Baby Wario. A likely theory is that there is a creature in the Mushroom Kingdom that takes on the baby form of others. That's why all of these, quote, babies can play sports and race karts just as well as all of the other adults. It's not explained why Mario's baby clone ended up coming to this event, but he's adorable and he's good at tennis, so why not? The pattern of the baby clone attendance is going to be a staple from here on out in these events with Mario and his friends. A few days later, Game & Watch Gallery 4 takes place. The group gets together for more games and competition. Mario Tennis is Waluigi's debut game, and Waluigi is in Game & Watch Gallery 4. Thus, it falls after Mario Tennis. This is the last game featuring immature Donkey Kong Jr. Mr. Game & Watch attends as well. With Mr. Game & Watch making an appearance, does that mean that all of the games that feature Mr. Game & Watch are part of the timeline? The answer is no, because Mr. Game & Watch is not a character that exists in any of the Game & Watch games. The classic versions of the Game & Watch games in Game & Watch Gallery 4 do contain depictions of characters that are very similar to Mr. Game & Watch, but that is due to the limitation of the original hardware. It would be fair to assume that Mr. Game & Watch is the participant in these events, but outside of the games featured in Game & Watch Gallery 4, Mr. Game & Watch does not make any other appearances, except for, of course, the Super Smash Bros. Games, which are non-canon. There is also a sub-game called Zelda that consists of Link rescuing Princess Zelda from 8 dragons guarding her in a dungeon. There are many cameos Link makes throughout the timeline, and they are by no means evidence that the Legend of Zelda series takes place on the Mushroom World. The Legend of Zelda takes place mostly in Hyrule, which is located on an alternate version of Earth that contains magic and monsters. There is a lot of evidence to support Hyrule taking place on an alternate version of Earth, but one example is that in The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, there are several constellations found in the sky, which are consistent with constellations that are seen in the night sky from Earth in real life. Since it is clearly a different Earth than the Earth connected to the Mushroom World, it's assumed to be an Earth from a different universe, due to the general assumption that all universes only contain one version of Earth. This is one of many instances of Link making cameo appearances in the Super Mario universe. Since it is not explicitly stated that Link traveled from his universe to the Mario universe, it should be assumed that he is a doppelganger version of Link. It would be unreasonable to assume that Link possesses the ability to travel to the Mario universe. His existence in the world cannot be denied, and it wouldn't make sense to make assumptions about universes other than the Mario universe, hence the existence of a doppelganger Link in the Mushroom World. It's at this time that Donkey Kong Jr. matures into his older self, which took about 7 years. 7 years is a relatively common amount of time for a Kong to reach full maturity. On November 9th of 1989, Mario returns a sledgehammer to the Berlin Wall just before its collapse. This is the last place and time that Mario travels to in Mario's time machine. A few weeks later, Mario travels to Earth and golfs in Japan and the US. There is a Game Boy club in each country where he goes to golf with his caddy. This is depicted in Golf for the Game Boy. A few days later, Mario and Luigi travel to St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow, Russia. There, they assist in the construction of a space shuttle. This is depicted in Tetris NES and its retelling of the same story, Tetris for the Game Boy. After the launch of the shuttle, a group gathered together to celebrate. The group consists of Mario, Luigi, Princess Toadstool, Bowser, Donkey Kong Sr., the Link Doppelganger, a Samus Aran Doppelganger, and a Pit Doppelganger. Yes, Link is not the only doppelganger in the Mario universe. The Metroid series takes place in a version of the Milky Way galaxy, but far into the future, so it wouldn't make sense for this to be the same Samus from that universe. Samus Doppelganger will make a few more appearances in the Mushroom World. The same goes for the Pit doppelganger. The Kid Icarus series takes place in Angel Land, a realm that encompasses the underworld, Earth, Skyworld, and the palace in the sky. The Earth in Angel Land is set thousands of years in the past and is ravaged by the gods, clearly a different Earth in a different universe than the one that Mario and friends visit. But since Pit does make appearances alongside Mario, we cannot deny his existence in the world. In early 1990, Donkey Kong Jr.'s first child is born. Diddy Kong is Donkey Kong III's nephew, which would make Donkey Kong Jr.'s first child the sibling of Donkey Kong III and Diddy Kong's parent. It makes more sense to assume that Donkey Kong III is Donkey Kong Jr.'s second child, as to allow more time for Donkey Kong Jr.'s first child to mature so that Diddy Kong can be born and mature by the time Donkey Kong Country takes place. Soon thereafter, Mario, Luigi, Peach, and many of the Toads travel around Earth watching fireworks. This is depicted in Kicks for the Game Boy. A few months later, Mario and Luigi are working as doctors at the Virus Research Lab at the Mushroom Kingdom Hospital. Princess Toadstool, who is working as a nurse at the time, informs Mario that one of the experiments has gone out of control. The viruses begin to spread quickly. Dr. Mario develops a new vitamin that he uses to fight off the viruses. Dr. Luigi also uses his patented L-capsule vitamins to fend off the virus. This of course leads up to the events of Dr. Mario. Almost all of the Dr. Mario games are similar enough to the original to only warrant a single canonical entry in the timeline. This includes Dr. Mario NES, Dr. Mario Game Boy, Dr. Mario Game Watch Boy, Dr. Mario Online RX, Dr. Mario Express, Dr. Luigi, and Dr. Mario Miracle Cure. All of these games have little differences in the story, and even the music, layout, and mechanics are all the exact same. The only game that is different is Dr. Luigi, where the only difference is that Mario is replaced with Luigi, and that he uses his L capsules as well. But Miracle Cure has both Mario and Luigi being the doctor. Because Luigi often accompanies Mario on his adventures, it makes more sense to combine them into a single entry than it does to make another entry for Miracle Cure and Dr. Luigi. Before anyone asks, just because Mario and Luigi are doctors, it does not mean that they went to medical school for 7 years. In Dr. Mario World, we see many characters in the Mushroom World becoming doctors. The most likely explanation is the existence of an item that grants doctor status. It would be highly improbable that all of these characters did the research necessary to become doctors. In November of 1990, Griff Simmons is born. He is the youngest character in the SSX series. Next is F1 Race for the Game Boy. Mario and friends travel to Earth to watch F1 races. Bowser, Link, Samus, and Pit also attend. In January of 1991, the development of Mario Land begins, and over the course of the next several decades, a metropolis is constructed. This is of course overseen by Dr. Wright and the mayor. On February 13th, 1991, Donkey Kong Jr.'s son is born, Donkey Kong III. He is given the same name as his father and grandfather. February 13th is assumed to be his birthday because that is the release date of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and the intro consists of everyone celebrating his birthday. 91 seems to be the most logical year, being about a year after his older sibling is born. Next is NES Open Tournament Golf. Mario and friends travel all over Earth and compete in various golfing tournaments. Princess Toadstool acts as Mario's caddy, while Princess Daisy acts as Luigi's caddy. This is the first time that Luigi and Daisy show some sort of mutual affection. This is also the last time Donkey Kong Sr. will spend time with Mario and his friends. He's beginning to get too old to keep up with Mario and his friends. Then Mario travels to Dinosaur Land again and learns how to juggle in Mario the Juggler. After that, Mario and Yoshi strengthen their friendship. This is depicted in the games titled Yoshi for the NES and Game Boy. Mario at this point has had experience with racing and invites his friends to a kart race in Dinosaur Land. In August of '92, Super Mario Kart takes place. Donkey Kong Jr. is fully mature at this point. Bowser decides to join as well, and actually hosts one of the tracks inside his castle. The most difficult track is on Rainbow Road, a racetrack constructed out of rainbows, and is found in outer space. This track was likely reached via the Star Road warps scattered around Dinosaur Land. Mario's friends all had a great time, and getting together for kart racing will become a reoccurring event for the gang. Next is Yoshi's Cookie for the NES, SNES, and Game Boy. Mario helps Yoshi organize and pack cookies in his cookie-making factory. Luigi, Peach, Bowser, a blue fake Bowser, a red Yoshi, and an unnamed princess wearing a blue dress also participate. There are many games that include palette swap versions of multiple players select the same character. It usually shouldn't warrant their inclusion as separate characters, but rather be considered a gameplay mechanic rather than canon. In Yoshi's Cookie, these characters are shown standing together at the end of Versus mode, even when not selected, hence the consideration that they are separate characters. One thing that should be mentioned is Nintendo Puzzle Collection, which is a collection of 3 remakes of Nintendo puzzle games: Dr. Mario 64, Yoshi's Cookie, and Panel de Pon. Instead of considering it its own isolated event, it should be viewed more as 3 different events all bundled into the same game. Similar to how a remake of Mario Bros. Is included with all of the Super Mario Advanced games. The Game & Watch Gallery series don't fall into the same category because the original Game & Watch games did not give enough evidence to support their inclusion outside of the Game & Watch Gallery games. Panel de Pon isn't considered canon even though Tetris Attack, a reskin of the game, is. About half a year later, Bowser and his bad boys are back to a life of crime. The Koopas construct a castle in Antarctica and a warp portal machine to transport themselves all across the globe. They trash landmarks and loot ancient artifacts. Bowser hoards hairdryers in order to melt Antarctica and flood the planet. The brave brothers from Brooklyn travel to Antarctica with their friend Yoshi. They trek across ice and snow to shellac the Shelled One's schemes. But Bowser is slick. In one last trick, he takes the dearest thing of all: Mario is missing! These lead to the events of Mario is Missing, NES and SNES. Luigi and Yoshi sneak into the castle and travel through the portal to various cities around Earth. Luigi stomps the Koopas and returns the artifacts to where they belong. Luigi defeats Bowser and frees his brother. This is Luigi's first time adventuring without Mario, but he holds up well on his own. Next is Super NES Super Scope 6. Humans are depicted performing various tasks in many different locations. During an unnamed conflict, humans use an anti-air defense system to shoot down enemy missiles. They fight against enemy aircrafts on the Mushroom World as well as other planets. The reason Super NES Super Scope 6 is included in the timeline is because Mario provides aid to the humans during the anti-air defense mission, while Lemmy Koopa tries to stop him. A month later is Yoshi's Safari. Bowser and the Koopalings attack Jewelry Land and imprison its rulers, King Fret and Prince Pine. They steal the magical gems that keep the land stable. This results in an earthquake that splits the land into 2. Prince Pine is a friend of Princess Toadstool, and after she hears about this, she sends Mario and Yoshi to go rescue them and return the powerful gems to the rulers. Mario brings the Super Scope that he uses to blast the Koopas. They defeat the Koopalings and Bowser. They rescue the king and the prince and return the magical jewels to Jewelry Land, restoring peace and protecting from further natural disasters. Up next are the events of Mario and Wario. A month later, Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Yoshi search Yoshi no Mori, or Forest of Remaining Life, for a fabled fairy that brings happiness to those who behold it. Luigi gets lost, and they begin searching for him. Then, out of nowhere, Wario flies overhead and drops a magical bucket on Mario's head. Mario can't remove it by himself. Wanda, a forest fairy, sees Mario and decides to help him find his way back to Luigi. Wario continues to drop these magical buckets onto Mario, Princess Toadstool, and Yoshi. Wanda eventually is able to damage Wario's plane and he flees. They find Wario's house and he attempts to flee. Mario chases him in his own airplane and he causes Wario's plane to crash. In the end, they all celebrate with Wanda. This rundown mansion is where Wario moved to shortly after the destruction of his castle in Wario's Woods. He will live here for the next 9 or so years. A few months later, the events that lead up to Mario's time machine take place. This is when Mario traverses through Bowser's castle to retrieve the various artifacts that Bowser stole from the past. He then uses Bowser's time machine to return the items to their various locations in history. He tromps Bowser, rescues Yoshi, and sends Bowser back in time, from which he will eventually be rescued by his minions. About a year later, Wario Blast featuring Bomberman takes place. Wario, in his constant search for new lands to conquer and treasures to gain, has found the extra-dimensional portal that links his world with the one that Bomberman inhabits. Thinking the Mad Bombers will make a nice addition to his legion of mindless minions, as well as a new source of funds for his nefarious schemes, Wario steps through the gate, and soon finds that the Mad Bombers are not quite the dim-witted flunkies he originally thought them to be. Wario and Bomberman battle each other with their explosives, and eventually Wario returns back to his world. The Bomberman series is not included in the timeline because it is explicitly stated that Wario traveled to his world via an extra-dimensional portal. it would be impossible to make any reasonable assumptions about the timeline between the two worlds due to them not existing in the same dimension. In September of 1994, Mario and friends helped teach young children about numbers in Mario's Early Years Fun with Numbers. A month later, they helped teach them about letters in Mario's Early Years Fun with Letters. And a month after that, they helped teach them about other miscellaneous subjects in Mario's Early Years Preschool Fun. Sometime around 1995, Diddy Kong is born. This begs the question, how could Diddy Kong's parent grow to maturity and sire Diddy Kong after only 5 years? In order to answer that, something needs to be made very clear. These are not gorillas, these are not monkeys, and this is not an orangutan. These are all Kongs. They are a fictional species of monkey-like creatures from a fictional planet. They don't follow the same reproductive maturity as the simians from Earth. How else could it be explained that a gorilla gives birth to a spider monkey? Donkey Kong Jr., for example, took about 7 years to mature into an adult. If Donkey Kong III was born in 1991 and is mature in Mario Kart 64, which takes place in 1996, then that means he took about 5 years to mature into an adult. Given this information, it's assumed that a Kong takes about 5 to 7 years to reach maturity. Due to Diddy Kong being mature in Donkey Kong Country, it would be impossible for Donkey Kong Country to take place on its release date, which is November of 1994. Donkey Kong Country sparked a whole series of games. In order to displace as few games as possible from their actual release dates, it's assumed that Donkey Kong Jr.'s first child reached maturity after about 5 years, and that Diddy Kong, their son, was born soon thereafter. Donkey Kong Country is Diddy Kong's first appearance, and he is mature in that game, as he starts dating Dixie Kong shortly before Donkey Kong Country 2. That means that logically, Donkey Kong Country takes place about 5 years after Diddy Kong is born, because it takes 5 years for him to mature. Also, in or around 1995, Koopa Kid is born. This is assumed due to his young age and his first appearance in Mario Party 1 in 1998. Koopa Kid is a character from the Mario Party series, and in Mario Party 4 he refers to Bowser as Dad, and in Mario Party 7 Bowser refers to him as his son. Due to the differences in how Bowser interacts with Koopa Kid versus the Koopalings, it's assumed that he is from a different mother than the Koopalings. The only time Bowser is seen with Koopa Kid is while he is attending Mario's parties. He is never seen with the Koopalings or Bowser Jr. He also looks very different than them and seems to possess the ability to self-clone. Many Koopa Kids appear in many of the Mario Party games, and in each installment a different number of them appear. But in Mario Party 5 it's shown that Koopa Kid possesses the ability to self-clone. Instead of assuming that Bowser has multiple children with his second partner, it's more likely that in each Mario Party game Koopa Kid makes as many clones of himself as Bowser wishes, especially considering that they all look exactly the same, bearing some coloration differences at times. In March of '95, Mario studies as an archaeologist in Mario's Picross. Then Mario and friends get together to play tennis in Mario's Tennis. Donkey Kong Jr. joins them again, but for whatever reason he does not attend any of their sporting events or activities hosted by Mario for many years after this. Maybe it was due to a falling out with his father and son. Who's to say? Next is Mario's Super Picross. Mario and Wario challenge each other in Picross. A dark cloud falls over Yoshi's island. Bowser and Kamek have cast a spell on the island, causing excessive rains. Bowser seeks revenge on the Yoshis for constantly helping Mario thwart his plans. They brainwash Yoshi's friends. Yoshi battles them in Tetris Attack in order to release them from the spell. They team up against Kamek and Bowser and return sunshine to the peaceful island. One day, while Wario was on vacation in the Awazon River Basin, he stumbled upon a cave filled with treasures. As he rushed into the cave, the floor fell out from beneath him, and he was trapped in the caves. He traveled through the caves and found lots of treasure which he soon will use to build himself a new castle. This is depicted in Wario Land for the Virtual Boy. He defeats the Demon Head and finds the exit to the cave. He flies home on a magic carpet with a huge bag of treasure and an attractive woman under his arm. Sometime around 1996, Donkey Kong III and Candy Kong start dating. They are dating by the time Donkey Kong Country takes place, and Donkey Kong III should be mature by this point. It's also around this time that Donkey Kong Sr. matures into his older appearance. He has become so crotchety at this point that everyone refers to him as Cranky Kong now. Also in or before 1996, Mario moves out of his castle in Mario Land and moves into a small house near the Mushroom Kingdom. Running his own land and maintaining his own castle was fun while it lasted, but proved to be too much for the busy man. Mario will now live in his home for the foreseeable future. With as much time as he spends with his friends in the Mushroom Kingdom, the commute is much shorter. By the events of Super Mario RPG, he is living in his pipe house. But since he was willing to fight for his castle, it should be assumed that he wanted to stay there for the next couple of years before deciding to move on. Sometime in early 1996, Papa Star and Old Man Lobber battle and defeat Ogura and save the world from destruction and chaos by sealing him in a jar. In the legendary Starfy 5, a Pufftop Palace guard tells Starly, Starfy's younger sister, a story that is stated to have taken place 10 years ago. The story is of a careless and somewhat clumsy prince who looked a lot like Prince Starfy and his clammy friend. They fell from Pufftop into the ocean and started an adventure. His sister kept very close watch over her brother. The young prince in the story is most likely Papa Star, Starfy's father, before he became the king of Pufftop Palace. It's revealed in the legendary Starfy 3 that Papa Star and Old Man Lobber once defeated Ogura and sealed him in a jar to protect the world from chaos and destruction. Due to the parallels between the story and the story of the legendary Starfy 1, it's assumed that the adventure that Papa Star had with his clammy friend was the same adventure that led to Ogura's defeat. The events of the guard's story is said to take place 10 years before the events of the legendary Starfy 5, which would be early 1996. On March 9th of 1996, the Princess Toadstool is spending a relaxing afternoon at Mario's house, sitting in the garden, when suddenly Bowser swoops down in his clown car and grabs her. Mario bursts out of his home and races after Bowser. He follows them to his castle where he confronts and defeats Bowser. Mario is about to cut the princess free, but a terrible shaking fell upon them. A massive sword-like monster crashes out of the sky and lands directly onto Bowser's keep. The crash caused Mario, Bowser, and Princess Toadstool to be flung in all directions, over a great distance. This precursors the events of Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. The giant sword was sent by Smithy, the leader of a group of monsters whose only goal is to travel to new worlds and to fill the world with chaos and weapons. The sword's mouth acts as the entrance to Smithy's world, and Smithy and his gang proceed to take over Bowser's Keep. Mario returns to Bowser's Keep and sees the monstrosity, and returns to the Mushroom Kingdom to inform the Chancellor, a temporary leader and advisor to the princess. Mario later meets up with Mallow, an emotional lost prince from Nimbus Land. Smithy's monsters attack the Mushroom Kingdom, and Mario and Mallow fend them off. Mario is tasked with rescuing the princess once again. On their journeys, they encounter more of Smithy's underlings, as well as Geno, a stoic Star Road warrior. He informs them that Smithy has damaged the Star Road, the place where the higher authority of the universe resides, and that without its repair, the world will remain a world where wishes cannot come true. The three of them eventually find Bowser, who teams up with them in hopes to be able to take back his keep from Smithy's gang. They later find Princess Toadstool and rescue her from a forced marriage. It's at this time that it is established that Bowser has romantic feelings for the princess. After the princess is rescued, she wants to reward Mario with a kiss, but Bowser interjects, stating that he was the one who saved her skin. There are a few outcomes based on in-game performance, but there is a scenario where Bowser tries to kiss the princess but accidentally ends up kissing Mario instead. Bowser's interest in the princess is shown in future games as well. After they take the princess back to the Mushroom Kingdom, she asks the Chancellor if she can accompany Mario and his friends on their adventures. He prohibits it, but with a little help from her grandmother, she is able to sneak away and aid the group with her powerful healing magic. This is the only instance of any of Princess Toadstool's relatives being depicted in-game. The Chancellor and Toadsworth are caretakers and advisors to her, but not blood-related. The group continues on their adventure. On their journey, they do encounter the Link Doppelganger and the Samus Doppelganger. They reunite Mallow with his long-lost parents and collect the star pieces necessary to fix the Star Road. They take back Bowser's Keep, and Geno convinces Bowser to help them defeat Smithy and drive the monsters out of their world once and for all. They travel through the Warp Gate to the factory where they face off against many of Smithy's underlings, running the weapons factory. They defeat Smithy, and Geno takes the star pieces and repairs the Star Road. Peace is restored to the land, and Bowser repairs his keep. In mid-March of 1996, Mario has a dream where him, Luigi, the princess, and Toad find a cave that leads to the dream world called Subcon, where the quality of the citizens' dreams determines the weather the next day. The people of Subcon created the Dream Machine, which helps the people to always have good dreams. The mischievous Wart, however, tampered with the Dream Machine and used it to create nightmarish monsters. But the inhabitants of Subcon were able to stop him. But two young twins were reading a storybook based on these events, and after quarreling one with another, ripped the last page of the book, erasing the ending. This causes Wart to be free, and he grabs the twins and sucks them into the land of Subcon, where he tries to rewrite the ending and creates more monsters with the Dream Machine. The pet monkey of the twins gets the parents and two older siblings of the twins, and the four of them enter the book and end up in Subcon. Mario and his friends and the family defeat Wart's minions and enter his lair where he keeps the Dream Machine. They defeat him and free the captive inhabitants of Subcon and rescue the twins. Subcon is saved. Mario wakes up and realizes that it was all just a dream. This dream is the events of Super Mario Bros. 2 and Yume Kojo Doki Doki Panic. Super Mario Bros. 2 is a reskin of Doki Doki Panic. The only differences are the playable characters. The story is even fairly similar. Birdo, Wart, and all of the other enemies from the game are identical. These games take place at this point in the timeline because Mario does not encounter all of the enemies that are in his dream until after Super Mario RPG. Dreams are made up by the mind of the dreamer, but what is in the dream is pulled from the memories of the individual. The likelihood of dreaming about fighting a pink transgender dinosaur that spits eggs out of its mouth, and then encountering that same creature years later in real life, is so astronomically unlikely that it's impossible. Super Mario RPG contains the last enemies that Mario encounters in the real world, the Sniffits and the Bezos. And considering that many of the enemies that are in his dream are also in Super Mario RPG, makes it the perfect place in the timeline, especially considering that its sequel, BS Super Mario USA, was released on and takes place right afterwards on March 31st, 1996. There are some enemies that don't make any appearances in the waking world. It's totally normal for the dreamer's mind to make up entirely new or modified elements of the dream. BS Super Mario USA is a reoccurring dream that Mario has where the King of Subcon asks for their aid and informs them that Wart has overthrown the kingdom once more. Mario, Luigi, the Princess, and Toad defeat Wart and his minions, and Mario wakes up.
Let's go!
Chapter 6 consists of the Koopa invasion as well as the Kong-Kremling disputes. Princess Toadstool has grown much closer to Mario since their most recent adventure they had together. She decides to invite Mario over to the castle to enjoy some delicious cake. This, of course, leads to the events of Super Mario 64 and its remake Super Mario 64 DS. Mario invites his brother, Luigi, as well as Yoshi and Wario to come with him. Mario and Wario have been on much better terms since they have been spending time together doing Picross. From this point on, they still have somewhat of a rivalry, but Mario will often invite Wario to spend time with him and his friends. Mario, Luigi, and Wario arrive and enter the castle, and it seems to be empty. Upon entering the castle, they are met with a gruff voice telling them to scram, and that nobody's home. Mario also hears another voice calling to them, and the three of them notice that all the doors in the castle lobby have been sealed, except for one. They enter one of the rooms and find a large painting of Bob-ombs marching. The voice beckons them into the painting. They jump into the painting and are transported to a mountain full of Bob-ombs. A Bob-omb buddy informs Mario that someone has attacked the castle, stole the Power Stars, and plans to take over the Mushroom Kingdom. He plans to convert the residents of the painting worlds into monsters, and plans to release them into the Mushroom Kingdom and replenish his army. Mario deduces that this must be the work of Bowser. The three are then captured by Bowser's minions. Yoshi arrives late, and a Lakitu informs him that Mario has not returned. Yoshi enters the castle and begins collecting the Power Stars in order to break the seals on the doors. He rescues Mario, who is being guarded by a massive Goomba. Then he rescues Luigi, who is kept in Big Boo's haunt by King Boo. King Boo is out for revenge against the Mario Bros after their past defeat. It's not specified exactly what the Boos did to Luigi, but up until this point he has been a very brave individual, never shrugging off a challenge or danger. But after this one event, Luigi has been scarred for life. From this point on, he's become the most timid and frightened coward, especially when confronted with ghosts. The Boos have become a PTSD trigger for Luigi due to the stress that they caused him while he was captured by them. They rescue Luigi from King Boo, and then they later free Wario as well. After retrieving enough Power Stars from Bowser's minions, they are able to fight Bowser, who has gained a massive amount of power from the Power Stars. The Power Stars are magical artifacts that grant power into their owner. The Mushroom Kingdom has many of them in order to protect themselves, but Bowser has used this same power against them. They defeat Bowser, and the inhabitants of the castle are freed from the walls. The portals to the painting worlds are sealed also. Everyone celebrates by eating Peach's cake. A short while later, Mama Star gives birth to Starfy. Papa Star and Mama Star are king and queen of Pufftop Palace at this point. They are Starfy's parents, and he is said to be 7 years old, so we can assume that 7 years before the legendary Starfy 1 takes place, he's born. A few months later, Mario and Wario work as archaeologists in Picross 2. They excavate ruins and find ancient artifacts. Shortly after that, Mario and his friends get together to race karts in Mario Kart 64. For whatever reason, Donkey Kong III is invited to participate instead of his father. This is his first time recreating with Mario and his friends, and it will not be his last. Mario and the Donkey Kong family go way back, and has likely had interaction with Donkey Kong III at this point. Donkey Kong Jr. does not spend time with Mario and his friends, and for whatever reason his son will go in his stead. It could be due to a falling out between Donkey Kong Jr. and his family, or something else entirely. Bowser once again joins them and again hosts one of the races at his castle. In mid-1997, Mario and his friends race motocross bikes in Excitebike Bun Bun Mario Battle. On New Year's Day in 1998, Mario is returning home from a vacation when he discovers that Bowser has conducted a construction campaign to build high-rises in the Mushroom Kingdom, which are depriving the plant life of sunlight. Refusing to tolerate this, Mario goes into his room and brings out his mighty blue hammer. Foreman Spike is now working for Bowser, and with the help of his henchmen, try to stop Mario. This leads to the events of Wrecking Crew 98. Mario demolishes all of Bowser's skyscrapers, and Mario, Luigi, and Peach celebrate as their flowers return to life. Bowser attacks Foreman Spike after accusing Spike of using him to get revenge on Mario. Sometime around early 1998, Brash sets the Riverside race record, which lasts for 2 years. In Donkey Kong Country 3, Brash, one of the brothers Bear, yells at Dixie and Kitty for beating his 2-year standing record. Takes place 2 years before Donkey Kong Country 3. In June of 1998, Banjo Pilot takes place. Banjo, Kazooie, and many of the other residents of the Isle o' Hags host aircraft racing tournaments around the island. Banjo Pilot takes place right before Banjo Kazooie because at the end of Banjo Kazooie, Gruntilda is crushed by a giant boulder. But in Banjo Pilot, she hasn't decayed into a skeleton like she has in Banjo Tooie, the sequel to Banjo Kazooie. With this information, we can assume that Banjo Pilot takes place before Banjo Kazooie. And because Banjo and Kazooie are relatively unacquainted with many of the characters that they meet in Banjo Kazooie, we can also assume that the races took place very shortly before the events of Banjo Kazooie. On June 29th of 1998, Banjo Kazooie takes place. Gruntilda Winky Bunyan, an evil witch native to the Isle o' Hags, with the help of her servant Klungo, has completed a diabolical machine designed to suck the physical beauty out of any creature, which Gruntilda can then absorb. She built the machine out of spite towards her cutesy sister Bruntilda Winky Bunyan, who inherited the family good looks and left Gruntilda slightly disadvantaged in that department. She seeks reassurance from her cauldron that she is the nicest looking wench, but is instead informed that Tootie the honey bear is the cutest and sweetest girl in all the land. In a fit of rage, Grunty grabs her broom and storms off to find Tootie to use her machine on. Meanwhile, Tootie is on her way to visit her older brother Banjo, and stops to talk with Bottles the Mole. Grunty then swoops down and kidnaps Tootie. Kazooie, a red-crested Breagle, hears the commotion and tried to wake up her lazy friend Banjo the honey bear. When they get outside, Bottles informs them that Tootie was kidnapped by Grunty, and that she was taken to her lair. The duo enter the lair. They also receive help from Mumbo Jumbo, a shaman who was a former teacher of Grunty's, until she used bad magic to transform his face into a mask. They traverse her lair as well as the many worlds that her lair is linked to. They rescued the Jinjos, which Grunty had trapped in the various worlds. They also receive help from Bruntilda, who gives them personal information about Grunty, which they use to get past her quiz show, such as the color of her underwear or the name of her first and only boyfriend, which is likely where the ring on her left finger is from. They rescue Tootie and Grunty escapes. Banjo and the rest of his friends then go back to his house to celebrate, but Tootie is not happy with this. She orders Banjo and Kazooie to finish the job and make sure Grunty doesn't try something like this again. They battle her on top of her tower and with the help of the Jinjos defeat her. She then plummets from her tower and is crushed by a massive boulder. 2 months after Grunty's defeat, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge takes place. Well, at least the very beginning and ending of the game. As previously stated, the bulk of this game takes place about 20 years in the past. It's stated in the intro that the beginning of this game takes place 2 months after Banjo-Kazooie. Grunty is still stuck under the boulder, and Grunty's minion builds a robot that she transfers her spirit into. She steals Kazooie and travels about 20 years into the past. Mumbo sends Banjo back in time in order to make sure Grunty doesn't disturb the space-time continuum. After defeating Grunty, Banjo and Kazooie travel back into the future, as well as Grunty's spirit, where she remains trapped under the boulder that Klungo goes back to trying to move. She also asks Klungo to go and send a message to her sisters to come and rescue her. A couple of months later, Mario and his good friends are spending time together. Wario and Donkey Kong III are there as well. The group starts arguing who of them is the superstar. Toad suggests that everyone follow him to the Mushroom Village where they throw a massive party board game competition, where the goal is to see who can collect the most Power Stars. Up next is Mario Party. Bowser also joins in as well, whose role is to terrorize the players during the game. Koopa Kid, Bowser's 8th child, assists him as well during the party, which will become a reoccurring theme for Mario's future parties as well. Sometime in early 1999, Bowser Jr. is born. This is assumed due to his young age and his first appearance, Super Mario Sunshine, which takes place in 2002. Bowser Jr. is Bowser's 9th child and is assumed to be from a different mother than the Koopalings and Koopa Kid because he is Bowser's favorite child, and also because he never spends time with Koopa Kid and Bowser Jr. at the same time. The only time Bowser ever spends time with Koopa Kid is when he's attending Mario's parties, and he includes Bowser Jr. in his nefarious schemes, along with the Koopalings. Because of the disjoint, it's a fair assumption to make. Also in early 1999, Kiddy Kong is born. The instruction manual of Donkey Kong Country 3 states that he is a toddler, and Donkey Kong Country 3 takes place in January of 2000. Next is Mario Golf for the Nintendo 64. Mario and his friends get together to compete in golf. Several other human characters participate as well. Sometime around 1999, a Pianta gets shipwrecked on a small island offshore of Delfino Island. In Super Mario Sunshine, this Pianta on this island tells Mario that he has been shipwrecked on this island for 3 years. 3 years before Super Mario Sunshine is July of 1999. Next is Conker's Pocket Tales. As previously mentioned, the Conker series takes place on the Mushroom World because Conker is in Diddy Kong Racing, which takes place on the Mushroom World. Conker is having a birthday party with his girlfriend Barry when an evil acorn kidnaps his girlfriend and steals his presents. Conker traverses through the forest and rescues Barry and his presents from the evil acorn's catacombs. The evil acorn tries to blow them up, but the explosion blasts them into the atmosphere. Next is Mario Golf and Mobile Golf for the Game Boy Color. A small group of humans practice golfing at the Marion Golf Club, which is located somewhere on Earth. One of these golfers becomes the grand champion and is able to enter the Toadstool Tour. They travel to the Mushroom World by getting launched out of a cannon and shooting to the clouds where the portal to the Mushroom World lies. Mario Tennis for the Game Boy and Mario Tennis Power Tour also show a similar method of traveling to and from the two worlds. They fly on a plane through a rainbow which leads to a portal to the Mushroom World. These three events confirm the existence of a permanently accessible portal that links the two worlds together. As stated in the manual for Super Mario Bros. 3, the Mushroom Kingdom is the entrance to the Mushroom World. This explains why it's possible to easily travel between the two worlds and why there are so many similarities between the two worlds and their technological progression. Anyways, they arrive at Peach's castle and golf with Mario and his friends and become the champion of the tour. Foreman Spike also makes an appearance. Near the end of the year 1999, Diddy Kong reaches full maturity. That must mean that the next event in the timeline is Donkey Kong Country, as well as its Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advanced re-releases. As stated previously, the earliest the game could logically take place is near the end of 1999, due to the assumption that it took about 10 years for Donkey Kong Jr.'s first child to mature, sire their son, and for Diddy Kong to fully mature. It wouldn't make sense to place Donkey Kong Country any later in the timeline because that would displace a whole slew of games even further from their actual release dates. Shortly before Donkey Kong Country, the Kong family leaves their home in the Rocky Valley and move to Donkey Kong Island. At this point in the timeline, Donkey Kong Sr. is referred to as Cranky Kong. Donkey Kong Jr. has mysteriously disappeared from the Kongs' lives, and Donkey Kong III is the main protector of the island. From this point on, Donkey Kong Sr. will be referred to as Cranky Kong, and Donkey Kong III will be referred to as Donkey Kong. It's been made abundantly clear what the relationship is between these three, and there's no need to keep clarifying that. One stormy night, Donkey Kong puts his nephew Diddy Kong in charge of guarding his banana hoard for his hero training. But King K. Rool, the leader of the Kremlings, coveted Donkey Kong's banana stockpile, the largest on the island and possibly the entire world. King K. Rool rules the entirety of Crocodile Island alongside his wife. He commands all of the Kremlings that inhabit it. He sends his Kremlings to raid the banana hoard and kidnap Diddy Kong. The next morning, Cranky Kong wakes Donkey Kong up and whacks him with his cane. He mocks him for shirking his responsibilities and informs him that Diddy Kong and his banana hoard are missing. Donkey Kong vows to hunt down the Kremlings, rescue Diddy Kong, and get his banana hoard back. Cranky Kong notes that it was a pathetic plot for a video game to have, and states that he would be lucky if his game even sells 10 copies. Donkey Kong, tired of his grandfather's rambling, storms off and follows the trail of bananas left by the Kremlings. These fourth wall breaks don't really cause any paradoxes and don't affect the structure of the universe in any impactful way. As we will soon see, however, it does become a tool used to drive the plot for Donkey Kong Land. Anyways, Donkey Kong eventually finds Diddy Kong and the two of them travel around the island, defeating King K. Rool's minions and taking back Donkey Kong's giant bananas. They receive help along the way from Cranky Kong, as well as Donkey Kong's girlfriend Candy Kong, and their friend Funky Kong. They eventually find King K. Rool trying to load the banana hoard onto his ship to take to Crocodile Island. They defeat King K. Rool and return the banana hoard. King K. Rool then threatens to blow up Donkey Kong Island if they don't get off of his ship. They jump off his ship and allow him to sail back to Crocodile Island. About a week later, Cranky Kong is harassing Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, stating that their last adventure was more successful than he thought it would be, but it was only because of the fancy graphics and modern music. Donkey Kong retorts that Donkey Kong Country was more than just fancy graphics, it was just plain fun. Diddy Kong agrees and states that they worked hard fighting against King K. Rool. They still had the bumps to prove it. Cranky Kong asks if they really thought their adventure would be successful on an 8-bit system such as a Game Boy, and Diddy Kong affirmed that it would be, and even suggested letting the Kremlings steal the banana hoard so they could get it back again, which would conveniently get him off of guard duty. Donkey Kong is furious and was hoping to loaf around the treehouse and watch the Banana Bowl. Cranky Kong later calls King K. Rool on the phone and arranges for him to steal the banana hoard again. The next morning, they wake up and find the bananas missing again. This leads to the events of Donkey Kong Land. They battle the Kremlings, defeat King K. Rool, and get the banana hoard back. It takes place directly after Donkey Kong Country due to Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong still having bumps and bruises from their last confrontation. A few days later, Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong begin dating. They are dating by the events of Donkey Kong Country 2, which is next in the timeline. This is stated in the instruction manual for the game. Also around the end of 1999, Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Conquest takes place. Donkey Kong is relaxing on the beach one day when the Kremlings ambush him and capture him. Later that evening, the Kong family went out looking for him and found his smashed lawn chair and a ransom note from King K. Rool demanding that if they ever wanted Donkey Kong back, they would have to hand over the banana hoard. While Cranky Kong was about to give up the banana hoard, Diddy Kong insisted that he get him back. Cranky Kong laughed at him, but his girlfriend Dixie Kong stood up for him and declared that she would go with him too. Cranky Kong threatened that if he failed, then there would never be more than cheap cameo roles for him in future games. They hitched a ride on Engard and traveled to Crocodile Island, a massive vessel which is the homeworld of the Kremlings. They receive help from Cranky Kong as well as his wife Wrinkly Kong. Funky Kong and Swanky Kong also offer their assistance. They travel up Crocodile Island to King K. Rool's keep, where they find Donkey Kong. Before they can do anything, he is whisked away up to King K. Rool's flying croc. They battle him on his ship and free Donkey Kong, who punches him through the roof. They eventually find him again in the Crocodile Core, where they defeat him again and set off a chain reaction which sinks the entire island. But King K. Rool escaped and sails off into the sunset. Donkey Kong Country 2 for the Game Boy Advance is a retelling, as well as Donkey Kong Land 2 for the Game Boy. While Donkey Kong Land 1 and 3 have enough variation in the story to be considered their own entries in the timeline, Donkey Kong Land 2's story is similar enough to that of Donkey Kong Country 2's to be considered a retelling of the same story. A short while later, Mario and his friends again get together for Mario Party 2. They decide to make a world to build all of their dreams, but as they sat around debating what the land should be called, a Koopa Troopa informs the cast that Bowser has invaded their land. Toad decides that the land will be named after the superstar that defeats Bowser and saves all of them as well. They compete in another board game style competition, collecting power stars and earning coins. The winner then faces off against Bowser and bests him. Due to how the story is portrayed, it should be assumed that the creation of this new land has little to no bearing on the greater story. It's clearly an imaginative land that is made up for the purpose of having fun at the party. Bowser clearly enjoys being the villain during their little games. Next is Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie's Double Trouble. The Game Boy Advanced version is a retelling of the story. Months after their victory against King K. Rool, the Kongs were still celebrating. Dixie Kong joined them for a banana milkshake, but her boyfriend was nowhere to be found. She returned to his room to find a note stating that him and Donkey Kong went exploring the nearby islands, and that they would be back the next day. The next day, the duo still had not yet returned. Dixie began to worry and set out southward to the northern Kremisphere to find them. Wrinkly Kong, Funky Kong, and Swanky Kong also assist her on her journey, while Cranky Kong only wastes all of his bear coins on Swanky's minigames. Funky Kong dumps his babysitting duties onto Dixie Kong, and Kitty Kong, Dixie Kong's cousin, joins her on her journey. She begins to find all sorts of Kremlings that are loyal to a robotic creature named Chaos. As they travel the northern Kremisphere, they meet many of the brothers Bear, 14 bear brothers native to the area. They help them along the way and inform them of the location of Chaos. They defeat Chaos and discover that King K. Rool created it out of his wife's best pots and pans, with the intent to dominate the world. They defeat King K. Rool and free Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, who were brainwashed into controlling Chaos. They remark how impressive Dixie Kong was and that even Cranky Kong would be proud. Cranky Kong then shows up out of nowhere just to disagree with them. Donkey Kong Country 3 takes place in January of 2001 because the instruction manual states that the game takes place months after their previous victory against King K. Rool. There is also a calendar in Blue's cabin which is on the month of January, which means that the game takes place in January. If Donkey Kong Country 2 takes place in the beginning of November, and Donkey Kong Country 3 takes place at the end of January, then both of these facts are true. About a month later, Donkey Kong Land 3 takes place. An announcement has been made on Donkey Kong Island that a contest would be held to see who could find the fabled lost world located in the northern Kremisphere first. Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, and King K. Rool all set out to find the lost world, leaving Dixie Kong home to babysit Kitty Kong. Knowing her abilities and having recently saved Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, she sets out with Kitty Kong to locate the lost world before the others. They travel through the northern Kremisphere, receiving help from Wrinkly Kong and the brothers Bear. They eventually find King K. Rool in the Lost World. They defeat him and they win the contest. Up next is Wario Land 3. Wario is flying his plane on a lovely day without a cloud in the sky. Suddenly his plane engine began to sputter, and he crashed into the woods below. Wario finds a cave that contained a beautiful music box. After winding it up, it played no tune. In a flash of light, Wario is sucked into the music box. A hidden figure informs Wario that he is a god who once protected the world inside the music box, until an evil being sealed away his magical powers into 5 music boxes. In exchange for freeing it, the figure promises to send Wario back to his own world, and let him keep any treasures he finds. Wario, being the greedy guy he is, sets out to find the music boxes, and as much treasure as he can get his hands on. He also receives help from Mad Scienstein, who is a servant of the hidden figure. The world contains many monsters that try to stop Wario, but he defeats them all. He eventually finds the 5 musical boxes, but they play a song that frees the sealed being, an evil clown-like demon named Rudy. Rudy transformed all of the inhabitants of the music box world into monsters just before he was sealed away. Wario defeats him and all of the monsters are returned back to normal. An old man explains that they tried to stop him from helping Rudy to return to his old form, and that they didn't expect him to defeat him. They then send Wario home with all of his treasures. A short while later is Mario Tennis for the Game Boy Color. The story consists of either Alex or Nina trying to work their way up the ranks at the Royal Academy, a school for gifted tennis players. With the help of the coaches and teachers, they start out in the junior class, and through grit and determination work their way up to the senior class and eventually the varsity squad. After winning, Mario, the greatest tennis player in the world, invites them to the Mushroom Kingdom to meet them in person. They travel to the Mushroom World and meet with Mario and his friends in Peach's castle. Wario, Waluigi, and Bowser then persuade them to face off against Mario to see him lose, as none of them have been able to beat him. They then face off against Mario and win. Everyone celebrates the champion. A few weeks go by and Klungo, the minion of Gruntilda, is trying to move the boulder that Grunty is trapped under. As stated in the opening, Banjo-Tooie takes place 2 years after Banjo-Kazooie, which actually was released about 2 years after its predecessor. Banjo, Kazooie, Bottles, and Mumbo are all playing cards one stormy night, when suddenly a terrible shaking fell upon them. A large digging machine had tunneled through the side of the mountain. Mumbo went outside to investigate, and saw 2 witches emerge from the digging machine. Grunty's 2 sisters, Mingella and Blobelda, then cast a spell which destroys the rock, and Grunty emerged as a skeleton. She is dissatisfied with her skeletal form, and Blobelda informs her of their plan to help her after they return to their castle. Just then, Mingella spots Mumbo and Grunty pursues. Mumbo runs back to Banjo's house and tells them that Grunty is coming. They take cover, but Bottles doesn't believe him, and Grunty blasts the house with an explosive spell. Her sisters are about to leave without her, so she hurries back to the digging machine and leaves Klungo behind. Banjo, Kazooie, and Mumbo survey the damage. Grunty destroyed their house and killed Bottles. They set out to avenge their friend. They follow the Digger Trail, and they are stopped by Klungo, who they swiftly deal with. They then travel to the Jinjo village where they receive help from King Jingling. Grunty and her sisters use their invention, the Big O Blaster, to suck the life force from the Jinjo village, which turns their king into a zombie. Their plan is to use the Big O Blaster to restore Grunty to her normal self, but it needs time to recharge. In the meantime, Banjo-Kazooie visit Bottles' wife and 2 kids, but are unable to give them the news. They receive help from Jam Jars, Bottles' brother, as well as Master Jiggy Wiggy, Honey Bee, Mumbo's arch-rival Humba Wumba, as well as Mumbo. They travel around the Isle o' Hags and eventually make it to Cauldron Keep, where they defeat Klungo one last time, who decides to abandon Grunty due to his beatings causing him to be less and less handsome, which might cause his wife to not want him anymore. They face off against Mingella and Blobelda in Grunty's game show, but are mercilessly killed off by their sister. They use the Big O Blaster to blast King Jingling and Bottles with life force, which resurrects them. Banjo and Kazooie then face off against Grunty in the Hag 1, and destroy it, which dismembers Grunty, leaving her as nothing but a head. On December 12th of the year 2000, a Millennium Star is born in the center of the universe, and it falls from the sky down to the Mushroom World. Mario and his friends are relaxing outside of Peach's castle when the Millennium Star crashes down. They begin arguing over who should get to keep it, but then the Millennium Star challenges them to a test, and whoever passes his test gets to become the superstar of the universe. They then play Mario Party, and the winner gets to keep the real Millennium Star. These, of course, are the events of Mario Party 3. Next is Dr. Mario 64. Sometime before the events of Dr. Mario 64, Rudy, the clown-like demon, has escaped the Music Box world, along with Mad Science Dean, who serves him. But flu season has struck the Mushroom Kingdom, and he ends up getting sick. He sends Mad Science Dean to go find a cure for him. Meanwhile, Dr. Mario rushes about curing patients all day with his Mega Vitamins. Wario seeks to steal the Mega Vitamins to sell them to get rich. Mad Science Dean breaks into Mario's house and steals the Mega Vitamins in order to cure Rudy, but Wario sees this and chases after him. Mario notices his Mega Vitamins are gone and sees Wario running away. Mario chases after him and battles Wario and defeats him, but notices that Wario doesn't have the Mega Vitamins. Mario and Wario see Mad Science Dean and chase after him. He leads them back to Rudy's castle. Mario challenges Rudy and defeats him. Wario then steals the Mega Vitamins, but then he overdoses, which turns him into a vampire. Mario challenges him and defeats him. Mario learns that Rudy just had a cold and Mario cures him. A month later, Conker the Red Squirrel is at a night bar binge drinking, and Conker leaves his girlfriend Barry a message letting her know that he will be home late. He gets lost on his way home due to drunkenness. This leads to the events of Conker's Bad Fur Day. The Fairy Panther King orders Professor von Cripplespack to fix his side table that is missing a leg. He suggests using a red squirrel and sends his minions to capture one. Conker is trying to find his way home and ends up fighting a giant pile of singing fecal matter. He also meets up with his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, Count Batula, who learns that Conker is his relative after attempting to suck his blood, only to then accidentally fall into his own grinder. Conker later gets involved with the war against the Teddies and helps defeat them. He meets up with Barry and is enlisted to help in a bank robbery. It ends up being a trap that the Fairy Panther King set up in order to capture Conker. Barry is shot and killed by Don Weezo, and a parasite explodes out of the Panther King's chest. Von Cripplespack explains how he planted the parasite in the king in order to get revenge, and orders it to kill Conker for what he did to his creations, the Teddies. He then flies the throne room into outer space, and Conker opens the airlock. Von Cripplespack is then sucked into outer space, and Conker puts on an air suit and fights the alien parasite, and just before it is about to kill him, the game freezes up. Conker makes a deal with the programmer to not let anyone know about the bug if he gives him a weapon. He is given a katana and cuts the head off of the alien. Conker is crowned as king by the inhabitants of the kingdom, even though he didn't want to be king. He then closes by making a remark about how even though he has all the money in the kingdom, he wishes that he was back at home with Barry and a beer. He returns back to the pub and closes by remarking how the grass is always greener and how you don't realize what you have until it's gone. A short while later, Mario and his friends meet up again for more kart racing in Mario Kart Super Circuit. Next is Wario Land 4. While reading the morning paper and picking his nose, Wario reads about the legendary Pyramid of Shakura and the many treasures it was said to contain. Upon arrival, he finds a black cat which leads him deeper inside the pyramid, where he plunders many treasures. He eventually finds the innermost sanctum, where the evil ruler of the pyramid lies, the Golden Diva. The cat gets swallowed by the Golden Diva. Wario defeats the Golden Diva and frees the cat. Wario grabs all of the treasures and the pyramid starts to crumble. Mad Science Dean was also doing archaeological research at the pyramid and was barely able to escape with Wario. He escapes and the cat then transforms into Princess Shakura, the ancient ruler of the pyramid who was cursed by the Golden Diva. The princess rewards Wario with a kiss for freeing her and is taken away by angels. Wario heads back to Diamond City and daydreams on how to spend all of his money. A few weeks later, Luigi gets a letter in the mail informing him that he had won a mansion in a contest that he never entered. He calls Mario and tells him to meet him at the mansion in the middle of Boo Woods. This leads to the events of Luigi's Mansion and Luigi's Mansion DS. Mario gets there first but is captured by King Boo. Luigi later shows up and enters the mansion. Luigi, still having PTSD from when he was captured by King Boo, is terrified and is attacked by a ghost. Luckily, Professor Elvin Gadd saves him using the Poltergust 3000. They return to Egad's workshop where he tells him about how he has been researching paranormal activity and how this mansion appeared out of nowhere, and that King Boo has captured Mario. He gives Luigi the Poltergust and teaches him how to battle ghosts with it. Suddenly, Egad from the future contacts them through his computer. Future Egad then uses his time machine to send Luigi back in time in order to outsource his training. Luigi is a doppelganger of Luigi, who is made from an ectoplasmic goo-like substance. He was created by Egad and sent back in time from sometime around the end of 2013. This is assumed due to the fact that Luigi is absent from Luigi's Mansion 2, also known as Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, which takes place in early 2012, but is present in Luigi's Mansion 3, which takes place in early 2013. Luigi's Mansion 3 takes place in 2013 for reasons which will be explained once it becomes more relevant. Luigi and Luigi travel through the mansion, battling ghosts, collecting treasures, and searching for Mario. They eventually find Mario, who is trapped in a portrait by King Boo, and King Boo transforms himself into Bowser. They defeat King Boo and bring the portrait of Mario back to Egad. Egad, with his 60 plus years of experience, is able to free Mario from the painting. With the treasure that Luigi gained from his adventure, EGAD is able to build him a new house, as thanks for returning his ghost collection. From this point on, Luigi is depicted as very cowardice, especially of the paranormal. As previously mentioned, this is due to being kidnapped by King Boo in Super Mario 64 DS, but his chronic paranoia was only exacerbated by this terrifying experience. Up next is SSX Tricky. Many snowboarders from all over Earth, all of which have been mentioned previously, compete in snowboarding races and trick competitions. They compete on tracks from all over Earth. As mentioned previously, the SSX series is included in the timeline because Mario, Luigi, and Peach are playable characters in SSX on Tour. Several months later on Earth, several NBA teams from around the country compete in street basketball. This is depicted in NBA Street. The NBA Street series is included in the timeline because Mario, Luigi, and Peach participate in NBA Street Volume 3. It could be possible to calculate most all of their birthdays, but since there isn't any character profile information about the players in-game, it wasn't confirmed in universe. Sometime around mid-2001, EGAD sells the portrait of King Boo at a garage sale. The third party mishandles it, and King Boo is freed. In Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, EGAD states that he sold the King Boo portrait at a garage sale. King Boo appears and attacks Mario in Super Mario Sunshine, which is next in the timeline. Thus, it can be assumed that he was released shortly before the events of the game. Chapter 7 will consist of the Delfino Island's Shine Sprite crisis, all of the attacks on Pufftop Palace, as well as Cackleta's attack on the Bean Bean Kingdom. In July of the year 2002, Mario, Peach, and Toadsworth, a longtime steward of the princess, decide to take a vacation to the sun-drenched tourist destination of Isle Delfino, the top vacation stop on everyone's to-do list, which is inhabited by the Piantas and the Noki. They are accompanied by an entourage of toads and take a plane to the island. Somehow, Bowser catches wind of this, and Bowser plans an attempt to kidnap the princess once again. He tells his youngest son, Bowser Jr., that Princess Peach is his mother, and that Mario has kidnapped her from them. Bowser Jr.'s real mother has disappeared from the situation and has left Bowser as the sole parent and caregiver for Bowser Jr. Why else would he not know who his real mother is? Bowser and Bowser Jr. plan to disguise Bowser Jr. as Mario and vandalize the entire island in hopes that law enforcement would imprison Mario for such acts, in order to remove him from the equation and make kidnapping the princess that much easier. They purchase a magic paintbrush from Professor EGAD, which can create monsters out of paint, as well as a magical bib which Bowser Jr. can use to transform into Shadow Mario. They travel to Isle Delfino and vandalize the entire island, including the Shine Gate, which causes the island's main source of sunshine, the Shine Sprites, to leave the main plaza. This leads to the events of Super Mario Sunshine. Mario, Peach, Toadsworth, and the other Toads fly to Delfino Island via the Toad Express, and make a rough landing on Delfino Airstrip. Much of the runway has been covered in a massive pile of goop. Mario finds Flood, the Flash Liquidizer Ultra Dousing device, which was purchased by the Piantas by mail from EGAD's business, GAD Science Inc. They ordered it to help clean up the mess caused by Bowser Jr. Flood seems to have simulated sentience and identifies Mario as a resident of the Mushroom Kingdom, and notes a few of his major accomplishments, such as saving the Mushroom Kingdom from Bowser, saving Dinosaur Land from Bowser, as well as expelling Bowser from Princess Peach's castle. Mario then uses Flood to clean up the pile of goop and defeats the Proto-Piranha created by the goop. A Shine Sprite appears and Mario collects it. He is then arrested by the Piantas because they believe him to be the one who caused the mess and caused the Shine Sprites to leave the Shine Gate. He is then sentenced to community service and is ordered to clean up the town. Mario uses Flood to clean up more goop, but Shadow Mario attempts to kidnap Princess Peach. Mario stops him, but he escapes via a paint portal. Mario then pursues him through the painting portal, which takes him to various locations on the island. Shadow Mario also creates Petey Piranha using the magic paintbrush. Mario defeats Petey Piranha, but Bowser Jr. will later recreate him, as he will later serve in Bowser's army. He cleans up goop, collects Shine Sprites, and chases after Shadow Mario. He also faces off against King Boo, who Bowser enlisted in his plot, but is driven away by Mario. Eventually, Shadow Mario kidnaps Peach again, and is successful this time. Mario chases after them to Peanut Park, where he finds a giant Mecha Bowser terrorizing the amusement park. Mario destroys it, and Shadow Mario reveals himself to be Bowser Jr., and declares that his papa told him that the bad man Mario took away his mama Peach. Peach is surprised and confused by this, and Bowser Jr. escapes with Peach to Corona Mountain. Mario chases Shadow Mario around Delfino Island, and eventually Bowser and Bowser Jr. flood the entire plaza by considerably raising the sea level temporarily. Mario chases Shadow Mario into Corona Mountain, where he finds Bowser, Bowser Jr., and Peach relaxing in an enormous hot tub. Mario defeats them and rescues Peach. The Shine Sprites return to the Shine Gate, and Sunshine returns to the island. Bowser is about to tell his son the truth about Princess Peach, but Bowser Jr. already knows that she's not really his mama. Despite that, he tells his father that he someday wants to fight that Mario again. Bowser is so proud of his son and declares that the royal Koopa line is as strong as ever. This affirms that Bowser Jr. is Bowser's favorite child and is the heir to the throne, despite being the youngest of his 9 kids. Again pointing to the idea that Bowser Jr. and Bowser's other children are not from the same mother. A few months later, Mario and his friends are hanging out at Peach's castle when Toad and his friends bring them the party cube. Everyone celebrates their birthdays and receives presents. Bowser even gives them all ugly gifts. These are the events of Mario Party 4. At this point, Wario has been living in his Wario Manor for about 13 years, since Toad destroyed his castle, and has had several opportunities to collect treasures such as the cave behind the Aldegra waterfall, inside the magical music box, inside the Pyramid of Shakura, and his presents for Mario Party 4. Wario finally finished construction of his beloved castle using treasure that he pilfered from all over the world. This leads to the events of Wario World, which takes place near the end of 2002. Wario was relaxing in his castle when, unbeknownst to him, something terrible has happened to his stockpile of treasure in his basement. Sleeping, buried beneath all of his treasure, is a powerful black jewel that all but wiped out civilization long ago. And now, on an evening where a red moon rises, the evil black jewel awakens. It begins absorbing Wario's treasure in order to grow more powerful, and turns it into monsters. It engulfs Wario and his entire castle, and transports him to a pocket dimension within the black jewel. Wario traverses the world, and rescues many creatures called Spritelings that the black jewel has imprisoned. The Spritelings had many years ago encased the black jewel and put it to sleep, until Wario stole it many years later, which caused it to reawaken. Wario eventually defeats the black jewel, and the Spritelings reward him with a new castle. Except Wario didn't rescue very many of them, so the castle they built for him was lackluster. It's assumed that the canon ending is one where Wario doesn't end up with a luxurious castle, because shortly after the events of Wario World, Wario moves into a house in Diamond City. Wario stops pursuing ownership of an expensive castle after this, due to the fact that he spent about 13 years collecting treasure and building his castle just for it all to be destroyed. From now on, he is content living in his house in Diamond City with the occasional scheme to make some quick cash. Wario World takes place near the end of 2002, as opposed to its release date, because it needs to take place long enough before WarioWare Inc. for Wario to have lived in his home in Diamond City long enough to have made as many friends as he has. Sometime after Donkey Kong Land 3, and before Donkey Kong 64, Wrinkly Kong passes away, presumably from old age. In Donkey Kong 64, Wrinkly Kong appears to the various Kongs as a spirit. Even in death, she still offers the Kongs guidance. Next is NBA Street Volume 2. NBA teams from all around the US compete in street basketball for the second time. A few weeks later, WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games takes place. Wario is living in his house in Diamond City, which he bought with the treasures that he had left over from Wario World. He's watching the news and sees the success of a new game, and sees how it made a ton of money. Wario then buys a computer and renovates his house to WarioWare Inc., his newly founded company. Wario enlists the help of his many friends to help him make games. His friends include, but are not limited to, Jimmy T, a dancing maniac at Club Sugar, Dribble and Spitz, who run a taxi service around town, Mona, a high schooler who works at the local gelateria, 9volt, an elementary schooler who loves collecting Nintendo games, Orbulon, a 2003-year-old alien with an IQ of 300, Dr. Kryoger, an elderly mad scientist cyborg, and Kat and Anna, twin ninja sisters that protect their castle from evil. WarioWare Inc.'s game becomes a commercial success and Wario ends up swindling his employees and running off with the banknotes, only to crash into the ocean and lose all of the money. Sometime around August of 2003, Densetsu no Staffy takes place. It is the first game in the legendary Starfy series. The fifth game in the series was the only one to be released outside of Japan. The timeline of the 5 games needed to be adjusted slightly from their actual release dates in order to maintain the integrity of the lore of the games. 10 years before the 5th game in the series, Starfy's father, Papa Star, and Old Man Lobber battled Ogura and sealed him away in the magical jar. This took place shortly before Starfy was born and shortly before Papa Star's coronation. Starfy is said to be 7 years old, so this had to take place about 7 years before the events of the first game in the series. This means that the 5 games take place in about a 3-year span. This structure ensures that the integrity of the lore is maintained, and places as many of the games on their release dates as possible. It also ensures that none of the games that contain crossovers with Mario characters are displaced. One day, Starfy is running around his home, Pufftop Palace, which lies high in the clouds above the ocean of the Mushroom World. But Starfy is extremely clumsy and drops a magical jar into the ocean below. This releases Ogura, an evil eel with magical powers. Ogura then releases a spell that causes a massive storm to hit Pufftop Palace. This knocks Starfy into the ocean below. He receives help from Old Man Lobber, a wise old lobster. Starfy ends up rescuing Mo, a yellow clam who was being bullied by someone who was trying to steal his love interest, Ruby. After this, Mo and Starfy become good friends, and Mo accompanies him on his journey back to Pufftop Palace. Mo lives in his home where he takes care of his younger brother, his younger sister, and his other younger brother. Mo's father left when Mo was younger, and shortly after that his mother became sick and passed away. Later in their journeys they also run into Churasuke, who is Mo's cousin. Starfy, Mo, and Old Man Lobber later learn that Ogura had escaped from his magical jar and is on a rampage, and is returning towards Pufftop Palace to seek revenge. Starfy defeats Ogura and seals him back in the magical jar. His parents, Papa Star and Mama Star, thank him for saving Pufftop. Mo is able to use the treasure that they found to buy his 2 younger brothers and younger sisters some meat, a teddy bear, and a Game Boy Advance. On September 5th, Densetsu no Staffy 2 takes place. Ogura bemoans his imprisonment inside the jar as he listens to Starfy play with his family. He then gets the idea to create 10 children that would be small enough to escape from the jar. He creates the Pucci Ogura who escape and cause a terrible storm which knocks the jar over and sets Ogura free. Ogura kidnaps Mama Star for revenge against Starfy and escapes to the ocean below. Starfy pursues and Mo tries to stop him, but they both end up falling off of Pufftop and land on the beach below. They seek help from Old Man Lobber. They find and kill Ogura's 10 children and find Ogura in his castle that he had built. They defeat him and seal him back inside the magical jar. They rescue Mama Star and return home to Pufftop. While all of this is happening in Pufftop, Mario and his friends are competing in golf somewhere in the Mushroom Kingdom. This is depicted in Mario Golf Toadstool Tour, which also takes place on September 5th. Bowser Jr. and Petey Piranha also participate for the first time. Donkey Kong also invites his nephew Diddy Kong to participate, which will become a much more regular occurrence. A short while later, Papa Star and Mama Star give birth to Starly, Starfy's younger sister. According to Pufftop Legend 2, Starly was not born by the events of Densetsu no Staffy 2. She is young by the events of Densetsu no Staffy 3, but is also fairly mature. It cannot be assumed that her species takes the same amount of time to mature as a human, which would explain her unexpected maturity. A few weeks later is WarioWare Inc. Mega Party Games. Jimmy dumps his girlfriend on accident because he can't stop dancing. Dribble and Spitz take Orbulon in their taxi to the furthest reaches of outer space. He attempts to enslave them, but an asteroid knocks his spacecraft down to the Mushroom World, which crashes into Kyogre's bathroom. Everyone goes to the cafe that Mona works at. On October 21st of 2003, SSX3 takes place. Many snowboarders from around the world compete in snowboarding events, many of which returned from SSX Tricky. All of the returning boarders had 2 birthdays except for Kaori, who only had 1. Next is Mario Kart Double Dash. Mario and friends grab a partner and race karts as duos. Toad invites his friend Toadette. She is a female Toad who is very sensitive and upbeat, but is sometimes a little full of herself. Baby Mario also found the baby clone of Luigi, which also attends. A few weeks later, Cackletta, an evil witch from the Bean Bean Kingdom, plans to steal the Bean Star and misuse it for her nefarious purposes. The Bean Star protects the Bean Bean Kingdom, a neighboring kingdom of the Mushroom Kingdom. It has the power to fulfill anyone's greatest desires, but it can only be awoken by a voice of great beauty, which must be the voice of a pure and noble soul. In this day and age, Princess Peach is the only one who possesses such a voice. Cackletta and her minion Fawful make a plan to steal Princess Peach's voice. Prince Peasley of the Bean Bean Kingdom found out about this plot and warned Princess Peach. Peach then planned a countermeasure which involves disguising Birdo as herself and allowing Birdo's voice to be stolen. This leads to the events of Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Minions is a retelling of the story which takes into account the additional side story of Bowser's Minions. Cackletta and Fawful disguise themselves as ambassadors from the Bean Bean Kingdom, and they travel to the Mushroom Kingdom to bring a gift to Princess Peach. They steal Peach's voice and vanish, but what they really got was Birdo's voice. A toad runs to Mario's house while Luigi happens to be visiting. Mario attacks him after he runs into his bathroom while he is showering, but the toad is able to convey the message that something has happened to the princess. Mario rushes to the castle with Luigi in tow. When they arrive, Bowser is there and he's very angry. Mario defeats Bowser and they learn that Peach's voice was stolen and that her voice was replaced with an explosive vocabulary. Bowser feared that kidnapping the princess in this state would cause damage to his castle, and agrees to help the bros to get her voice back. Mario, Luigi, Bowser, and Bowser's minions board the Koopa Cruiser and pursue Cackletta, but Fawful shoots down the Koopa Cruiser. After a crash landing, Mario and Luigi travel to the Bean Bean Kingdom castle, and Fawful tricks Mario and Luigi into helping them steal the Bean Star. Queen Bee sends Mario, Luigi, and Prince Peasley to retrieve the Bean Star. Cackletta and Fawful try to awaken the Bean Star by implanting Peach's voice into a Peach bot, but the Bean Star ends up breaking instead of awakening because the voice within the Peach bot is actually Birdo's voice. They defeat Cackletta, but Fawful captures her soul and transfers it into an injured Bowser, who kidnaps Princess Peach. Bowletta offers to exchange the princess for the fully repaired Bean Star. Mario and Luigi set out to repair the Bean Star. They eventually end up in the Yoshi Theater where several movies are advertised, including a movie about Wario, a movie about the Bros' current adventure, as well as a movie about the events of Densetsu no Staffy 1. While they are trying to get a fragment of the Bean Star from the owner of the Yoshi Theater, he agrees to trade it for neon Yoshi eggs. His assistant, however, calls them washed-up middle-aged men and doubts their ability to retrieve them. This comment makes sense considering that Mario and Luigi are both 62 years old by this point. Meanwhile, the underappreciated Goombas, led by Captain Goomba, band together to rescue Bowser from Fawful. They end up rescuing Princess Peach by putting Luigi in Princess Peach's dress and tricking Bowletta into thinking that the Princess Peach that they have is a fake, and that Luigi is the real princess. Mario and Luigi exorcise Cackletta's soul from Bowser. They return the repaired Bean Star to the Bean Bean Kingdom. Mario, Luigi, Bowser, and Peach return to the Mushroom Kingdom. Sometime around the end of 2003, King K. Rool, with the help of his weasel engineer Snide, finished rebuilding Crocodile Island, along with the Blast-O-Matic, an enormous laser with the destructive capacity to destroy Donkey Kong Island. King K. Rool ends up firing Snide out of paranoia, and he sets off to Donkey Kong Island to seek revenge. This leads to the events of Donkey Kong 64. The instruction manual states that Crocodile Island has taken years to rebuild, which means that Donkey Kong 64 takes place a few years after Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest, which is when it was destroyed. Unfortunately for the king, his incompetent minions end up crashing into a rock just offshore of Donkey Kong Island, and the Blast-O-Matic malfunctions. King K. Rool orders his minions to steal Donkey Kong's golden banana hoard, as well as ape-nap his friends, in order to distract Donkey Kong and give them enough time to get the Blast-O-Matic working again. Meanwhile, Donkey Kong is hanging out in his treehouse listening to the DK rap, when Squawks the parrot informs him that the other Kongs are missing and that the Kremlings stole his banana hoard. He then travels around Donkey Kong Island and Crocodile Island, rescuing the other Kongs. He rescues Diddy Kong as well as Tiny Kong, who is Dixie Kong's younger sister. They also rescue Chunky Kong, who is Kiddy Kong's older brother as well as Dixie and Tiny's cousin. They also rescue Lanky Kong, who is a distant cousin of Dixie, Tiny, Chunky, and Kitty. These 5 Kongs make up the DK crew. They receive help from Cranky Kong with his scientific concoctions. Wrinkly Kong appears to them from the other side of the veil to offer guidance. Funky Kong offers his munitions to the Kongs. Candy Kong offers her musical instruments. They reclaim Donkey Kong's golden bananas and work with Snide to shut down the Blastomatic. They shut down the Blastomatic and face off against King K. Rool and defeat him. A week later is Mario Party 5. 7 Star Guardians decide to invite Mario and his friends, and give them a chance to visit the Dream World, because nobody dreams bigger than they do. The Star Guardians plan for their guests' arrival by creating many fun-filled games for them to play. Bowser and Koopa Kid plan on taking over everyone's dreams, and eventually they must face Bowser and Koopa Kid in Bowser's Nightmare. Koopa Kid's ability to self-duplicate is shown. On December 12th, Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong are walking around the beach on Donkey Kong Island when they find a pair of bongos. They decide to practice playing the bongos in order to someday become rich and famous so they can eat a lot of bananas. This leads to the events of Donkey Konga. They learn how to play many songs from the Mushroom World as well as Earth. This confirms the in-universe existence of many musical artists, such as Blink-182, the B-52s, and Queen. There are also several songs from the Mushroom World such as the DK Rap, the Super Mario Bros. Theme, and the Densetsu no Staffy theme. According to the lyrics of the Densetsu no Staffy theme, Starfy is 7 years old, which means that Starfy was born about 7 years before the end of 2003. A few months later, Sabre Wolf for the Game Boy Advance takes place. The inclusion is warranted due to Sabre Wolf making an appearance in Banjo-Tooie, as well as Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Advance, showing Cranky Kong having Sabreman's hat as well as Sabre Wolf's head. Years ago, Sabre Wolf terrorized the people of Black Witch Village. Sabreman was able to banish him using the power of a magical amulet. The townsfolk were able to construct a statue with the power of the amulet to permanently contain the Sabre Wolf, where he remains until this very day. Dr. Doolittle-Good has tried for years to seize the lands of Black Witch without success. However, he recently found out about the Sabre Wolf and destroyed the amulet which freed the Sabre Wolf. The Sabre Wolf and Dr. Doolittle-Good then began ravaging the land. The mayor of Black Witch Village implores Sabreman to restore the amulet and imprison the Sabre Wolf once again. Sabreman then travels around the land, stealing the pieces of amulet back from Dr. Doolittle-Good, while evading the Sabre Wolf. He restores the amulet and the townspeople of Black Witch restore the statue and Sabre Wolf is returned to his eternal prison, but Dr. Doolittle-Good escapes. About a month later, Mario Golf Advance Tour takes place. Neil and Ella go to the Marion Golf Club and train and compete against other golfers until one of them is crowned the champion of the tournament. The champion is then invited to compete in the Mushroom Tournament. They then travel to the Mushroom World via a temporary warp portal located in the Marion Golf Club. It seems that Princess Peach and the Toads have a method of creating these temporary single-time use portals that they can use to transport individuals to and from the Mushroom World. This demonstrates that the portal located in the sky is not the only way to get to and from the Mushroom World. That being said, it's likely that the portal located in the sky would have a much bigger commercial use. The champion then competes in the Mushroom Tournament against Mario and his friends. They claim victory and Toadstool awards them with a trophy. At this point in the history of the Mushroom World, Mario has become very famous for his acts of heroism. He is also famous on Earth for being the best golfer and best tennis player in the world. He decides to establish Mario's toy company where he develops a new toy called the Mini Marios. This leads to the events of Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is channel surfing in his treehouse when he sees an ad for the Mini Marios. He travels to New Donk City in order to purchase one, but they are all sold out. He goes to Mario's toy factory to steal some of the toys. Mario chases after him in order to retrieve the stolen merchandise. With the help of the Mini Marios, Mario is able to retrieve the Mini Marios from Donkey Kong, but after seeing him crying in pity and shame, Mario offers Donkey Kong a free Mini Mario, which is what he wanted all along. A month later, Donkey Konga 2 takes place. Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong are practicing the bongos again, but begin to argue and blame each other for getting off tempo. Dixie Kong shows up and tells them that their timing is way off. They doubt her bongo playing abilities, but she was actually pretty good. Cranky shows up and tells them that they can only improve by competing against others and suggests that they tour off the island. Donkey and Diddy fantasize about all the bananas that they would be able to eat, and Dixie joins them as they tour around playing their bongos. They play songs from the Mushroom World as well as songs from Earth. Next is Densetsu no Staffy 3. Starfy is hanging out around Pufftop Palace when suddenly an evil presence fell over the kingdom. A dark and powerful being known as Evil looks down on Pufftop to see if his servant Ogura has conquered it yet. Seeing that he has instead been imprisoned, casts a lightning bolt at the jar that imprisons Ogura. It shatters and Ogura escapes. Papa Star tells Starfy and Mo that they must defeat Ogura for good. Mo doubts the possibility as the jar used to imprison him is destroyed. Starly, Starfy's younger sister, asks them why they are wasting time and pushes them off the ledge of Pufftop, and the three of them start their journey. Ogura returns to the old castle where Evil, his creator, resides. He is chastised and Ogura begs for his life, and one last chance to conquer Pufftop. Starfy, Starly, and Mo receive guidance from Old Man Lobber, and they journey towards the old castle where Ogura and Evil reside. On their way, they encounter Wario by chance, who traveled to them via a vortex. He helps them to make progress, mostly for his own monetary gain. Mo's father, Kiyoruzu, attempts to steal Wario's jewels, but Mo gets them back and is about to beat up his father, but he begs for forgiveness. Kiyoruzu later meets Evil, who offers him a large amount of treasure for his loyalty. Kiyoruzu then sets a trap for Starfy and the Starly and Mo. They arrive at the old castle and Kiyoruzu ends up trapping Mo and orders him to join Evil. Mo refuses and Evil is about to kill Mo, but Mo tells them that he can never lie and that a liar today is a thief tomorrow, just like his dad told him once. Kiyoruzu takes the lightning attack and saves Mo. Starfy and Starly arrive and Evil retreats. Kiyoruzu is shocked that Mo remembered the thing that he taught him so long ago, even though he is the one who is now a liar and a thief. Mo begs him to come home and apologize to the rest of the family. Kiyoruzu agrees, but says that he must first apologize to his mother, and takes his final breath. Mo storms off to find and defeat Evil with Starly and Starfy in tow. They find Ogura and defeat him. They then defeat Evil and with the help of Ogura destroy him for good. Ogura dies as well, but is able to see his 10 children in the afterlife. Starfy, Starly, and Mo return home to Pufftop and everyone celebrates. Within the same month, Mario Pinball Land takes place. Mario and Peach attend the unveiling ceremony for the newest attraction of the fun fair, the Sky Cannon. This attraction contains a special pinballer which turns the rider into a pinball and launches them. Peach is about to be launched when two Goombas loyal to King Bowser adjust the cannon, and she is launched into Bowser's castle. Mario springs into action and shoots himself to Bowser's castle and defeats Bowser. Mario rescues Peach and they return to the fair to enjoy the rest of the evening. A few months later, Wario is at his house in Diamond City when he breaks his Game Boy Advance out of frustration. This leads to the events of WarioWare Twisted. He asks Dr. Kyogre to fix it, and he uses his invention, the Gravitator, which creates a new handheld system which doesn't require buttons to play. Wario's friends show up and they all seem to like it, which gives Wario the idea to market the new system, which is a commercial success. They all meet up at Club Sugar and celebrate. 2 weeks later is Mario Power Tennis. Mario and friends get together to compete in tennis. After being defeated in bracket by Mario and Luigi, Wario and Waluigi accidentally stumble into Bowser's secret tennis training lab after evading law enforcement. Bowser orders them to start training. Just before the final match of the tournament, Wario and Waluigi show up and challenge Mario and Luigi again. They start shooting bob-ombs out of a tennis ball shooter at Mario and Luigi, who proceeds to hit them back with their tennis rackets. Bowser starts dropping bob-ombs off of his balloon, and everyone joins in on deflecting them back at them. Mario deflects a bullet bill at Bowser's balloon and it crashes onto Wario and Waluigi. Next is Mario Party 6. Brighton and Twyla, the sun and moon, argue over who is more impressive, which causes the sky to thunder with the fury of their cataclysmic squabble. Mario suggests to let the stars decide. Mario and friends throw a big party and collect power stars in order to determine who is greater. They fill the star bank and Brighton and Twyla recognize their hard work, which helps them to stop fighting. They promise to always watch over the Mario Party world until the end of time. Mario Party 6 takes place in Mario Party World, which isn't a separate world but a floating theme park in the sky as shown in Mario Party Advanced. A few weeks later, Wario is walking down the street in Diamond City after having proudly stolen a Game Boy Advanced and a Game Boy Advanced SP, suddenly drops both of them down a manhole. The sewer guru then flies up and asks him if he had dropped them, but is also holding a Nintendo DS. Wario attacks him and ends up with a Nintendo DS. He realizes that he can make double profits selling games on a device that has 2 screens, and starts making more micro games, which is again a big hit. Several days later, Bowser and his armies are attacking Yoshi's Island. Hongo, a great spirit, seals Bowser inside the forbidden pop-up book to stop Bowser's destruction, but he accidentally seals all of Yoshi's Island within the book. This leads to the events of Yoshi Topsy-Turvy. Yoshi receives help from a spirit named Spirit Who Loves Surprises, who gives Yoshi the ability to control the gravity of the environment around him. The Spirit Who Loves Surprises explains that if Yoshi defeats Bowser, then Hongo might change his mind and free Yoshi's Island. Yoshi later meets the Spirit of Cuteness and learns that the reason Bowser came to Yoshi's Island was to devour the adorable and tasty-looking egglings which had fled to Yoshi's Island. Yoshi rescues the egglings and frees them from the curse that Bowser had put on them. Yoshi defeats Bowser and Yoshi's Island is freed from the pocket dimension. Bowser, of course, also escapes shortly after the events of the game, as he does appear in later games. Next is Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Ghastly King and his evil Kong minions attempt to take over Donkey Kong Island. Donkey Kong, along with the help from the Helper Monkeys, defeat the evil Kongs, as well as the Ghastly King. The invading forces retreat and he saves Donkey Kong Island. SSX Blur takes place approximately January 1st of 2005. This date was calculated using the ages of the different snowboarders. About half of the returning participants had 2 birthdays, and the other half had only 1. They race and compete in trick competitions. In early 2005, Mario Party Advanced takes place. Bowser and Koopa Kid scatter the minigames all around Shroom City. Mario and his friends have a party to try and collect all of the lost minigames. In mid-January of 2005, Captain Rainbow takes place. Captain Rainbow follows the story of Nick, an average man with the alter ego Captain Rainbow. Captain Rainbow is a yo-yo wielding superhero with his own TV show, who isn't popular anymore due to his old age. In order to restore his lost popularity, Nick decides to venture to Min Island, where wishes are said to come true. Nick gets on a raft and sets out toward Min Island. He ends up going overboard and loses consciousness, but washes up on the shore of Min Island. Everyone that he meets on the island is from a different universe, which implies that Min Island is a trans-dimensional realm not native to any particular universe. Nick eventually meets Birdo, who was somehow able to come to Min Island. Birdo was imprisoned for using the female bathroom because an officer didn't believe he was a female due to his XY chromosomes. Birdo asks Nick to go to his house and find proof of being a female. Nick then goes to his house and finds the evidence, and brings it to the officer, who apologizes and lets Birdo go. He blows Nick a kiss and calls him his boyfriend. After doing enough nice things for the islanders, a star falls from the sky and Nick uses it to grant Birdo's wish of being popular with the boys, and returns him back to the Mushroom World. Nick goes about helping the other islanders, which makes more wishing stars fall from the sky. One of the islanders that he helps is Little Mac, who also was somehow able to travel to Min Island. Little Mac's wish is to get back in shape and once again become a world champion boxer. Nick boxes with him and helps him to lose weight. He eventually gives him a wishing star and his wish is granted and he returns somehow to Earth. Nick goes about helping the rest of the islanders to have their wishes granted. Mysterious shadow creatures try to steal the wishing stars from Nick whenever he has them. Nick sends Hikari away for the final wishing star and is left stranded on the island. Then everyone that Nick helped returns to the island and offers their thanks and praise his heroism. This causes a star to fall, but Nick chooses not to use it, and they are able to take him back to Mamurika, where he happily goes back to being a washed-up superhero. Captain Rainbow takes place in early 2005 as opposed to its release date due to Little Mac's wish coming true. This is the most likely explanation of why he would participate in Fright Night Round 2 a little over 17 years after his last time competing. Fight Night Round 2 takes place in February of 2005, which is the next entry in the timeline. While Captain Rainbow doesn't take place in the Mushroom Universe, inhabitants of the Mushroom World and the version of Earth that it is connected to travel to Min Island, hence its inclusion. On February 1st of 2005, Fight Night Round 2 takes place. Thanks to Captain Rainbow, Little Mac is able to return to the ring in underground boxing rings all over the world, and competes against various boxers from all over the world. He holds up well despite being 35 years old. The rest of the Fight Night series is not included due to none of them being released on Nintendo consoles. Fight Night Round 2 is included due to Little Mac's appearance, obviously. Next is Donkey Konga 3. The Kongs are relaxing on the beach of Donkey Kong Island when Diddy sees in the distance a large tree growing on an island nearby. Cranky Kong tells them that it's a rhythm banana tree, a tree that grows taller when music is played by it. Donkey Kong is excited about the giant bananas that they are going to eat, and Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, Dixie Kong, and Funky Kong travel to the tree and play music on their bongos. They play songs from the Mushroom World as well as Earth. Next is Yakuman DS. Mario and friends get together to compete in Riichi Mahjong. Toadsworth is also invited, which doesn't happen very often. In May of 2005, DK King of Swing takes place. The Kongs are about to host the Jungle Jam, which is a huge festival on DK Island. King K. Rool steals the prize medals for the climbing competition. Donkey Kong then travels around the island retrieving the dropped medals and eventually confronts King K. Rool in his K Cruiser 3. He damages the K Cruiser and he defeats King K. Rool. He retrieves the medals and returns home. The Jungle Jam can now commence. A few days later, Mario, Luigi, and Peach travel to Earth and compete in street basketball with professional basketball players in NBA Street Volume 3. They travel all around the United States and go toe-to-toe with the giants of the mid-20 A few months later, Waluigi breaks into the Truffle Towers and releases the power of the Music Keys, which floods the world with chaos and discord. He then plans to hypnotize the rhythmless masses with his moves and rise to power. The seal on the Music Keys breaks, and the Music Keys scatter across the land. Toad warns Mario that if he doesn't find the Music Keys, the inhabitants of the Mushroom Kingdom could be destroyed. This leads to the events of Dance Dance Revolution Mario Mix. Mario catches up with Waluigi and he challenges Mario to a dance-off, and Mario beats him and reclaims the first Music Key. The second Music Key is retrieved from a big blooper who Mario must beat in a dance competition. The third dance key is retrieved by beating Wario. They retrieve the fourth Music Key by melting a Freezy. Mario and Toad return to the Truffle Tower, but Bowser steals the keys in order to fix his tone deafness. Mario defeats Bowser at a dance-off and everyone has a dance party. Next is Mario Superstar Baseball. Bowser invites Mario and his friends to compete in a baseball tournament. Mario and his team end up competing against Bowser and his team, and Mario's team wins. Bowser then invites them for a late-night rematch. 2 months later, Mario Tennis Power Tour takes place. Clay and Ace attend the Royal Tennis Academy. During this time, the masked challengers come to the academy and defeat the academy's champions. Everyone is in disbelief. Clay and Ace climb the ranks in the tennis academy and earn their spot to continue to the Island Open. They are eventually crowned the champions, and Mario invites them to compete at the Peach Dome in the Mushroom Kingdom. Toadsworth picks them up in the Toad Express and they fly through the portal that takes them to the Mushroom World. They then learn that Mario and his friends were the masked challengers that destroyed their academy's champions. They compete at the Peach Dome and defeat Mario and are declared the champion. Up next is Super Princess Peach. After having taken a break from his nefarious schemes, Bowser steals the Vibe Scepter from Vibe Island, an island not too far from the Mushroom Kingdom. The Vibe Scepter is a powerful artifact able to control the emotions of others. Bowser's minions use the Vibe Scepter to cause the inhabitants of the Mushroom Kingdom to lose control of their emotions. Bowser's troops seize the opportunity and capture Mario, Luigi, and many Toads. Princess Peach and Toadsworth come back from their walk and the entire castle is in pandemonium. Peach leaves to go stop Bowser and get Mario and Luigi back. Toadsworth gives her Perry, the sentient parasol, to watch over her and protect her. She travels to Vibe Island where Bowser has constructed a summer villa. With the help from Perry and by harnessing the power of her emotions, Peach is able to rescue many of her citizens. She also happens to encounter Starfy swimming around, which could indicate that Vibe Island isn't too far away from Pufftop Palace. Peach battles Bowser and defeats him, and the Vibe Scepter is lost. Peach frees Mario and Luigi and the rest of the Toads. Up next is Mario Party 7. Toadsworth decides to take Mario and his friends on a cruise vacation to reward them for how hard they are always working fighting evil and saving the world. Bowser hears about this and is furious that they went on a cruise without him. While on the cruise, they have a huge party and have friendly competitions. Eventually, they face off against Bowser and Koopa Kid, and they are beaten and kicked off at a tiny island. This is the last time Koopa Kid is seen spending time with his father. Koopa Kid's mother could possibly have revoked his visitation rights for whatever reason. SSX on Tour is next in the timeline. Again, the date of occurrence was calculated using the birthdays of the returning participants. SSX on Tour only takes place about a year after SSX Blur, on about December 5th of 2005. Mario, Luigi, and Peach travel to Earth to participate as well. A month later, Mario and his friends get together to race karts in Mario Kart DS. Rob, who canonically exists in the Mushroom World, also participates. December 29th of 2005 is when much of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time takes place. Again, most of the game takes place in the past, but Mario, Luigi, their younger selves, and Bowser travel back and forth from the future and the past several times during the events of the game. Princess Peach uses Egad's time machine to travel back in time, but is abducted by the Shroobs. Past Toadsworth and past Peach travel to the present day and spend time with present-day Toadsworth. After Mario, Luigi, and their younger selves defeat the Shroob princesses, they return to the present day alongside Princess Peach. They find Bowser, whose body is taken over by the Shroob princess's mushroom remains. Mario and Luigi defeat him and destroy the mushroom. Their past selves return to the past. Sometime around 2006, Tiny Kong goes through puberty and grows considerably taller. She even grows taller than her older sister Dixie. Tiny Kong is shown to be mature in Diddy Kong Racing DS and Donkey Kong Barrel Blast, which take place in 2007. In January of 2006, Mario and his friends get together to compete in cage soccer. This, of course, leads to the events of Super Mario Strikers. Bowser shows up occasionally to terrorize the players, much to his enjoyment. Critters from Crocodile Island also participate. A few months later, the events of Densetsu no Staffy 4 take place. Djil, an evil snake-like creature, sets out to conquer the Amai Kingdom in order to marry the handsome Prince Coral. She steals the Mon Amour stone, which has the magical capabilities of protecting the kingdom. She wreaks havoc and takes over the kingdom. Mattel, a castle maid, had managed to escape and set out towards Pufftop Palace, for she had heard the stories of the brave Prince Starfy who defeated evil. She implores them for their help. Starfy, Starly, Mo, and Mattel travel to the Amai Kingdom and receive guidance from Old Man Lobber. During their travels, Starfy forms a crush on Mattel. Djil sends many monsters to stop them, but they eventually are able to rescue Prince Coral, and Starly is smitten. Prince Coral then reveals that Mattel is his fiancée, which leaves both Starfy and Starly shattered. They defeat Djil and return the Mon Amour stone to the Amai Kingdom. Mattel and Coral get married, much to Starfy and Starly's dismay. Several days go by and a powerful space pirate known as Mashtooth attacks Bonera, a planet inhabited by the Bonarians, magical creatures which possess great powers, especially Prince Bunston, who possesses a great amount of power. Mashtooth thought that if he were able to absorb Bunston's energy, he could take over the entire galaxy. Bunston is able to escape to the Mushroom World and Mashtooth sends his minions, Ronk, Papes, and Snips, to capture him. They destroy his spaceship and he is ejected towards Pufftop Palace. This leads to the events of Densetsu no Staffy Taiketsu Dairu Kaizukuden, which is the 5th game in the series. Starfy is sleeping in his room when Bunston crashes through his ceiling, which causes him to lose his memory. Ronk, Papes, and Snips burst into Starfy's room to capture Bunston, but Starfy fights them off and Bunston escapes below to the sea. Starfy and Mo then chase after him because Starfy wants to help him. They find Bunston and help him to collect the pieces of his spaceship, which helps him to regain his memory. They are confronted by Ronk, Papes, and Snips and defeat them, but decide to heal their wounds. The three then regard them as friends for their kind deed. The 6 of them fix Bunston's spaceship and fly to Bonera. They face off against Mashtooth, but Mashtooth absorbs Bunston's energy and becomes terribly powerful. Ronk, Papes, and Snips betray Mashtooth and rescue Bunston. Starfy battles and defeats Mashtooth, and Starfy and Mo return home. Densetsu no Staffy Taiketsu Dairu Kaizukuden takes place directly after Densetsu no Staffy 4. Agura's first confrontation with Papa Star and Old Man Lobber took place 10 years ago before Starfy was even born. Since Starfy is 7 years old by his first appearance, the game must take place no more than about 10 years after Starfy is born. Up next is New Super Mario Bros. Mario and Peach are on a walk when Peach's castle is suddenly under attack. Mario rushes off towards the castle, but Bowser Jr. sneaks up behind a bush and kidnaps Princess Peach. Mario realizes this and pursues. Bowser Jr. takes Peach to a nearby castle. Mario enters the castle and faces off against Bowser. Mario dumps Bowser into lava, which melts off all of his flesh. Mario continues to pursue Bowser Jr. and Peach. They arrive at the Darklands, and Mario ends up facing off against Bowser in his dry form. Mario dumps him into the pit, which kills him for good. The chase continues until Mario arrives at Bowser's main castle, where Bowser Jr. throws Bowser's bones into a magical pot which resurrects him. Mario and Luigi have killed Bowser before, such as in Mario is Missing, Mario's Time Machine, and Super Mario 64. The magical potion inside the purple cauldron is the reason why Bowser is able to be resurrected time and time again. Mario defeats Bowser and Bowser Jr. Peach rewards her sweetheart with a kiss. A couple of weeks go by and Mario Hoops 3-on-3 takes place. Mario and friends compete in different tournaments in 3-on-3 basketball. After the final tournament, an airship flies overhead and Ninja steals the trophy. The winners then board the airship and face off against Ninja, White Mage, and Black Mage. Moogle and Cactuar also participate. Since these 5 characters exist across 3 different worlds that exist independently from one another, it should be assumed that these characters that exist in the Mushroom World are merely doppelganger versions of these characters, and have no canonical relations to the Final Fantasy universe. Next is WarioWare Smooth Moves. Wario is sitting at home, stuffing his face when a strange creature steals his pastries. He chases after it and ends up inside the Temple of Form where he finds a peculiar treasure, the Form Baton. After almost getting crushed by a boulder trap, Wario claims the treasure for himself, and learns the various different forms.
The waiter. Place the form baton in your palm, tip forward and buttons facing up. See yourself serving a group of socialites. Such grace, they cry. Such style. Such hors d'oeuvres.
Later, the same creatures end up chasing Wario around town until he accidentally gives the form baton back. A month later, Wario is sitting at home channel surfing when he finds one of his favorite shows. Wario is jealous of the main character, Count Cannoli, and his ability to create convincing disguises, as well as his master thievery which he uses to accumulate many riches. Wario, not to be overdone by a fictitious character, invents a helmet that transports him inside the TV show. This leads to the events of Wario, Master of Disguise. Wario steals Cannoli's sentient wand, Good Style, who transforms Wario into the silent but deadly Purple Wind. Wario races around the world against Count Cannoli, collecting treasure. They eventually team up and defeat a demon and save the fictitious TV world. Wario then takes all of the treasure that he had accumulated through his journey and travels back to the real world, only to discover that the helmet didn't transport the treasure back, just him. He sees on the TV that Cannoli is taking all of Wario's treasure. Wario then re-enters the TV to try again to collect his earnings. Sometime in 2007, Donkey Kong and Candy Kong stopped dating. In Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2, March of the Minis, Donkey Kong falls in love with Pauline, and in Donkey Kong Country Returns, Donkey Kong doesn't have his poster of Candy Kong anymore. And by Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, everyone gets together to celebrate Donkey Kong's birthday, but she doesn't even show up. It's safe to assume that they are through. On February 5th of 2007, Diddy Kong is sitting on the porch of his treehouse when he receives a letter from his friend, Timber, asking for help. His home island had been attacked by Wizpig, a giant alien pig wizard who once conquered his home planet out of boredom. Diddy Kong writes letters to his friends Banjo and Conker asking them for help. He gives the letters to Squawks and runs off to get more help. He brings Dixie and Tiny Kong, and sets off toward Timber's Island. This leads to the events of Diddy Kong Racing and its remake, Diddy Kong Racing DS. The reason why the events of the game take place on the release date of Diddy Kong Racing DS is because Tiny Kong has matured considerably since her last appearance in Donkey Kong 64. Diddy Kong meets up with his friends as well as Timber's friends, and they are miraculously visited by Taj the genie who hadn't been seen on the island for more than 50 years. He also offers his assistance to banish Wizpig from the island. The bunch race against Wizpig's brainwashed henchmen and defeat them. They race against Wizpig and beat him, and they drive him back to his home planet, Future Funland. They ride a rocket to Future Funland and Taj gives them an amulet that opens a portal that leads to Wizpig. They best him again and his rocket short circuits and blasts him to an unknown planet. On March 8th of 2007, Kamek learns through the use of his crystal ball that the 7 power stars had fallen to the mushroom world about 66 years ago, and that they reside in the hearts of the 7 star children. Kamek knew that these power stars could be used to rule the universe, so in March of 2007, him and Bowser traveled back in time to the year 1941 in order to kidnap many of the babies living in the Mushroom Kingdom and other surrounding areas around that time. March of 2007 is the release date of Yoshi's Island DS. This makes sense because future Bowser from Mario and Luigi Partners in Time doesn't recognize his past self, but he does recognize his past self in Yoshi's Island DS, because his future self has already met his past self by this point. A few weeks later, Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2 March of the Minis takes place. Mario is about to open the new Super Mini Mario World outdoor amusement park centered around the merchandise from his toy company. Pauline is invited to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Donkey Kong is in the crowd and is struck by her beauty and attempts to give her a mini Donkey Kong toy, but Mario gives her his mini Mario toy instead. Donkey Kong is enraged by this and grabs her and takes her to the top of the building. Mario and his mini Mario toys work together to get Pauline back from Donkey Kong. Once Mario gets to the top, Donkey Kong has given many gifts to Pauline and Donkey Kong is apologetic about kidnapping her. She kisses a Donkey Kong toy and Donkey Kong is relieved. Pauline was invited to attend the opening as a VIP due to the fact that she was involved with the events of Donkey Kong, Mario's first act of heroism as an adult. A week later is Donkey Kong Barrel Blast. Many of the Kongs get together to race rocket barrels with King K. Rool and many of the other Kremlings. Next is Mario Party 8. MC Ballyhoo invites Mario and his friends to the Star Carnival for more Mario Party. The winner will receive a year's supply of candy and a magical Star Rod. Just before the prize is given out, Bowser steals the Star Rod and challenges Mario and his friends to one last challenge. About a few weeks later, the Kong family are having a relaxing vacation on Sun Island. While they are there, Diddy notices a giant banana on a mountain. Cranky requests Donkey Kong to acquire it, and Diddy Kong joins him. On top of the mountain, King K. Rool and the Kremlings are stealing crystal bananas from the alien. They plan to conquer the world by harnessing its power. This leads to the events of DK Jungle Climber. A banana spaceship appears and attacks the Kongs. They destroy the ship and a banana alien named Zananab apologizes for attacking the Kongs, who he mistook for Kremlings. Zananab explains how King K. Rool stole his crystal bananas, and the Kongs go on a journey to retrieve them. They explore more of the island and also go into outer space, as well as Zananab's home planet, Planet Plantain. They fight King K. Rool in order to retrieve Zananab's crystal bananas, but King K. Rool eats one which turns him giant. Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong defeat him, and Zananab gifts them with bananas. They return home with King K. Rool tied to the back of the ship. This is the last time Kenny Kong and Wrinkly Kong are seen spending time with the other Kongs. A month after that ordeal, Mario Striker's Charge takes place. Despite the peril, Mario and his friends compete in cage soccer once again. Bowser and Bowser Jr. join in as well as Petey Piranha. Chapter 8 will cover the 2 times Bowser tried to take over the universe. It will also cover the Rabbids' invasion of Earth, the story of how Mario, Luigi, and Bowser saved the world from Fawful, and how Luigi saved the entire dimension from King Boo and his forces. On the evening of November 1st, 2007, Rosalina, piloting the Comet Observatory, flies over the Mushroom World as it does every 100 years, in remembrance of her mother. This century, however, Bowser has accumulated enough resources to attack the Comet Observatory and drain its entire power supply, the Power Stars. With the power of the Power Stars, Bowser is able to create his own galaxy at the center of the universe. This leads to the events of Super Mario Galaxy. Peach invites Mario to visit the castle on the night of the Centennial Star Festival. Upon arrival, Bowser uses a massive flying saucer to abduct Peach as well as her entire castle, and warps it to the center of the universe. Mario tries to rescue her, but Kamek blasts him into outer space. Several Toads as well as Luigi were also taken by Bowser. Mario ends up on a small planetoid and is visited by Rosalina, who asks him to reclaim the Power Stars from Bowser, and offers to help save his special one. Rosalina gives him a Luma, which aids him on his journey. Mario collects a Grand Power Star, which gives the Comet Observatory a boost of energy that Rosalina can use to traverse the cosmos. Mario boards the Comet Observatory, which is where Rosalina cares for the Lumas until they are mature enough to transform into stars, comets, and galaxies. Rosalina and the Lumas are able to detect which nearby galaxies contain the stolen Power Stars. These galaxies are notably small in size compared to the Milky Way galaxy where the Mushroom World as well as Earth are located. This is assumed due to their close proximity, and is supported by Dribble and Spitz, referring to their galaxy as the Milky Way Galaxy in WarioWare Mega Party games. Mario travels around collecting Power Stars from nearby galaxies, many of which are in the hands of Bowser's troops, which have invaded several of the galaxies in the universe. He faces off against Bowser and Bowser Jr. several times in order to reclaim the Grand Stars, which provide the Comet Observatory with large amounts of energy. Several Toads were able to escape from Peach's castle and board the Comet Observatory. They formed the Toad Brigade led by Captain Toad in order to assist Mario. Luigi was also able to escape from Peach's castle, but was imprisoned by a Boo in the Ghostly Galaxy. Mario eventually rescues Luigi and takes him back to the Comet Observatory. Mario, his Luma friend, Luigi, and the Toad Brigade travel around collecting Power Stars until they have enough energy to travel to the center of the universe where Bowser and Peach reside. Mario faces off against Bowser and, even with the increased power from the Power Stars, is not able to defeat Mario. This causes Bowser's galaxy to collapse onto itself. Peach's castle, the Comet Observatory, and Bowser's fleet begin to be pulled in by the immense gravitational force. Mario's Luma friend waves goodbye and jumps into the collapsing galaxy. Many of the other Lumas do the same. This causes a massive supernova which leads to the birth of many new stars. Rosalina, using the power of the Power Stars, transports everyone as well as Peach's castle, the Comet Observatory, and Bowser's airship back to the Mushroom Kingdom. Mario, Peach, and Bowser look up to see a brand new galaxy born from the Lumas. Even though Mario and his friends traveled great distances during their adventure, they were not affected by time dilation in any meaningful capacity. This is assumed due to not much changing during their absence. The next morning, Rosalina is still visiting the Mushroom World. Bowser, however, still has enough resources in his arsenal to launch another attack against her. He again steals the power of the Power Stars and uses their power to then attack Lubba and his crew of Lumas as well. Lubba takes on a similar role to that of Rosalina, but to a lesser extent. He travels around the universe and oversees the care and development of the Lumas. Lubba's ship is also powered by the Power Stars, and Bowser steals all of them in order to gain even more power. Next is Super Mario Galaxy 2. Later that evening, Peach invites Mario over to the castle in hopes of finally getting to share some cake. On his way over, Mario encounters a Luma which immediately takes a great liking to him and joins him. On his way to the castle, he finds other Lumas that have been knocked out of the sky. He finds Bowser attacking the castle, except this time he's much bigger and more powerful. He kidnaps Peach and takes her to the center of the universe once more. The Lumas offer their help to Mario and launch him into space after Bowser. Mario ends up meeting Lubba and restores power to his ship via a Power Star which transforms the ship into Starship Mario. Lubba and Mario travel around the local galaxy group, collecting Power Stars and fighting Bowser's forces. Luigi, Yoshi, Captain Toad, and the Toad Brigade assist Mario on his journey. Mario eventually locates Bowser's galaxy generator at the center of the universe, and he shuts it down. He defeats Bowser and rescues Princess Peach. He returns the Power Stars back to Rosalina as well as Lubba, and Rosalina thanks Mario for watching over her Luma. The Luma returns home to his mama, and Lubba returns Mario and his friends back to the Mushroom World, where they find that Bowser has been returned to their world in a shrunken and powerless state. Super Mario Galaxy 2 takes place directly after Super Mario Galaxy 1, because it's said to take place on the night of the Star Festival, which only takes place every 100 years. Granted, the Star Festival was delayed due to Bowser's attack this time around, but only by 1 day. Rosalina is confirmed to still have been visiting the Mushroom World because starbits were still falling from the sky due to the presence of the Comet Observatory. It wouldn't make sense for it to take place 100 years after the events of Super Mario Galaxy 1, due to Lubba being invited to recreate with Mario and his friends in Mario Golf World Tour and Mario Sports Mix. It would be unreasonable to assume that so little would have changed about Mario and his friends in 100 years if the game took place in 2107. A week later, Mario Party DS takes place. 5 sky crystals fall from the sky and Mario finds one and shows it to his friends. Bowser invites them over to his castle in order to apologize for being such a big jerk. Of course they are suspicious, but can't argue with free eats. When Mario and his friends arrive at the castle, Bowser traps them and steals their sky crystal. He then uses the minimizer to shrink them down and Kamek launches them to a distant location in order to allow him to obtain the other 4. Mario and his friends travel around to compete with one another in order to obtain the sky crystals. One of the sky crystals is in possession of Diddy Kong, who gives it to Mario and his friends after they revert Donkey Kong back to normal after having been turned into stone. They arrive at Bowser's castle and play his board. Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong arrive and trample over Bowser in order to get the free food. They inadvertently destroy the minimizer, which restores everyone to the normal size. They defeat Bowser and Bowser Jr. and reclaim the final sky crystal. The sky crystals come together to form a Crystal DS, which everyone is happy to play with, and Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong eat all of Bowser's food. Another week goes by and the Earth is invaded by alien creatures known as the Rabbids. They are creatures of pure chaos and are easily amused. The Rabbids came to Earth from the Glade of Dreams, which canonically exists in the Milky Way galaxy. This leads to the events of Rayman Raving Rabbids 2 for the Wii and the DS. Rabbids begin to invade the Earth in their flying submarines. They decide to set up base in Paris, France. Rayman sees this on TV and decides to travel to Earth to try to stop them. He infiltrates a mall that has been taken over by the Rabbids, and disguises himself as a rabbit and tries his best to fit in with the Rabbids in whatever silly and destructive antics they are involved in. He ends up not having any meaningful impact on the Rabbids, and they end up taking up residence on the planet Earth for the next 2 years. Their full-scale invasion, however, ends when they get a parking ticket for parking their submarine in a no-submarine zone. At some point before 2008, Luigi and Daisy begin a romantic relationship. This is confirmed in Mario Kart Wii. Daisy Circuit hosts a massive statue of the two dancing together. It would be unreasonable to assume anything different based on the permanence of the statue. Their romantic interests has been hinted at since 1991 as depicted in the manual for NES Open Tournament Golf. Next is Mario Kart Wii. Mario and friends get together to race on various tracks hosted by the different participants. Donkey Kong brings Funky Kong along with him, and the baby clones of Peach and Daisy are invited to participate as well. Dry Bowser is also invited, who is seen racing alongside Bowser. This marks the first of many appearances of Dry Bowser, who is a different character entirely than Bowser. His relation to Bowser is unknown, but as seen in New Super Mario Bros., Bowser transforms into his dry form once all his flesh has been melted off by the super lava. For whatever reason, Dry Bowser prefers his dry form and does not revert back to normal, as Bowser has in the past. There are also several Miis that come to watch the races, and even a few that race alongside Mario and his friends. So, does this mean that every game that features Miis canonically take place in the Mario universe? Absolutely not. Miis are a multiversal race of beings native to hundreds of different universes. Since there is no singular Mii consistent across the literal hundreds of games that feature them, they should not be considered proof of two different games taking place in the same universe. 2 months later is Super Mario Sluggers. Mario and his friends travel to Baseball Island to compete with one another. The baby clone of Donkey Kong participates as well as Tiny Kong. Donkey Kong invites King K. Rool as well as a few Kremlings. This is the final appearance of King K. Rool and the Kremlings. It's reasonable to believe that despite their past, the Kongs and Kremlings are on good terms at this point. A month goes by, and late one night, Captain Syrup, in search of priceless artifacts to pilfer, finds the ancient globe. A globe that contains a pocket dimension within, called the Shake Dimension. She looks down on the Shake Dimension and sees that the Shake King, a villainous marauder, has imprisoned the Merfolk tribe as well as their ruler, Queen Merelda. He also stole the legendary bottomless coin sack. Captain Syrup desires to obtain the bottomless coin sack for herself, but suspects that the Shake King would be too much for her to handle on her own. This leads to the events of Wario Land Shake It. She ships the ancient globe to Wario's house. Upon arrival, Wario opens the box and a portal appears. A Merfolk comes out of the portal and pleads with Wario to rescue the other Merfolks as well as their queen. Wario is disinterested until he learns about the bottomless coin sack in the possession of the Shake King. Wario enters the Shake Dimension and finds Captain Syrup, who tells him he must rescue the Merfolks in order to find the Shake King. Wario travels around defeating the Shake King's minions and rescuing the Merfolks. He eventually defeats the Shake King, and Queen Merelda begins to thank Wario for rescuing her. He then chucks her out of the way and grabs the bottomless coin sack. He travels through the portal and ends up back in his garage. He is elated to have the coin sack and begins shaking it to his heart's content. Captain Syrup, however, takes the sack and drives off with it. The Merfolk tells Wario that he agreed to give the sack to Captain Syrup if she helped them, and Wario is of course furious. On August 8th of 2008, hundreds of the inhabitants from the Mushroom World, including Mario and his friends, traveled to Earth to watch and participate in the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Hundreds of the inhabitants from Sonic's world, as well as Sonic and his friends, also traveled from their universe in order to watch and compete in the Olympics against Mario and his friends. While the world that Sonic and his friends are from is an alternate version of Earth, in Mario and Sonic in the Sochi 2014 Olympic Winter Games, Toad explicitly states that Mario and his friends, as well as Sonic and his friends, came to Earth from their respective worlds in order to compete. It's assumed that Sonic's homeworld is located in a different universe than that of the Mushroom World, due to the assumption that each universe only contains a single version of Earth. This leads to the events of Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games for the Wii and Nintendo DS. The competitors compete in aquatics, archery, athletics, fencing, gymnastics, rowing, shooting, and table tennis. Takes place on August 8th because that is when the opening ceremony of the real-world Beijing Olympics took place. Next is WarioWare Snapped. Wario opens an amusement park near Diamond City. Mona, Jimmy T, Kat, and Anna work there and help Wario by running the coasters. In February of 2009, the events of Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story take place, as well as Bowser Jr.'s Journey, which is an add-on mode to the 3DS remake. The inhabitants of the Mushroom Kingdom are going about their lives when Fawful infects them with the Blorb's disease, a sickness which causes the toads to swell up like a balloon. He did this to draw Mario and Luigi to the Mushroom Kingdom. Bowser's troops also unintentionally contract the Blorbs. Bowser is informed that a meeting is to be held in Peach's castle to discuss the issue. Furious that he wasn't invited, he storms off to the meeting. He arrives at the meeting but is trounced by Mario, and the princess ejects him from the castle with her magic. Bowser meets Fawful, who tricks him into eating a vacuum shroom which causes him to uncontrollably inhale everything in his sight. He storms off to Peach's castle to defeat Mario but ends up inhaling Mario, Luigi, Starlo, Peach, as well as many of the Toads. Bowser eventually encounters Fawful, who explains his scheme to Bowser. He tricked Bowser into eating the vacuum shroom in order to remove Mario and Luigi from the picture so he can conquer the Mushroom Kingdom. He desires to find the Dark Star, which was discovered many years ago by the Toads underneath Toad Town. The Star Sprites sealed away the Dark Star, and the seal can only be broken by Princess Peach. Once he gains the power of the Dark Star, he would be powerful enough to conquer the world. Fawful then tells him that he will be taking over his castle and making it his own. Fawful flies off and with the help of the best fitness friends, takes over Bowser's castle and brainwashes all of Bowser's minions. Mario, Luigi, and Starlo travel around the inside of Bowser's body in order to find the princess. They help Bowser with his various bodily issues from the inside and help him to find a way for him to control his sucking ability. Bowser returns to his castle and faces off against Fawful, but Fawful is able to extract Princess Peach from Bowser's body and escapes. Mario and Luigi are able to escape Bowser's body and help Dr. Toadley to cure the Blorb-infected Toads. Meanwhile, Bowser Jr., Kamek, and the Koopalings work together to try to take back Bowser's castle from the best fitness friends. The Koopalings learn to serve under Bowser Jr. and follow his leadership. The Koopalings do not refer to Bowser as their father, but instead refer to him as the boss. This is either at Bowser's request or their own resentment. Either way, they despise serving under the immature Bowser Jr., but eventually learn to respect his tenacity and newfound leadership. Bowser Jr. learns how to command the Koopalings as well as the other minions they rescue along the way. They defeat the best fitness friends and reclaim Bowser's castle. Back in the Mushroom Kingdom, Mario and Luigi then re-enter Bowser's body in order to help fix his back problems, so they can use him to break into Peach's castle where Fawful is holding the princess. Fawful then revives the Dark Star by using Peach's magic, but Bowser interrupts the process and Fawful only gets half of the power, which transforms him into Dark Fawful. The other half of the Dark Star's energy gets absorbed into Bowser. Mario and Luigi battle the Dark Star's energy, but it ends up absorbing Bowser's DNA and exiting Bowser's body in the form of Dark Bowser. Bowser chases after his Dark clone, but Dark Bowser ends up merging with Dark Fawful. With guidance from Starlo, Bowser battles Dark Bowser and causes him to spit up Dark Fawful, which Bowser inhales. Mario and Luigi then defeat Dark Fawful, which weakens Dark Bowser. Bowser is able to finish off Dark Bowser, and Dark Fawful explodes, which reverses the effects of the vacuum shroom. This causes Bowser to spit up everybody inside of him. Bowser is furious that Mario and Luigi helped him from the inside and attacks them, but gets beat up and ends up sent back home. Peach sends him a thank you cake for helping them save the world. A few months later is WarioWare DIY and WarioWare DIY Showcase. Within the last several months, many of Wario's employees have left WarioWare Inc. One day, Wario goes over to Dr. Krieger's lab to get his TV fixed. Dr. Krieger has just invented the Super Maker Matic 21, which is a device that lets people easily create their own microgames. Wario is convinced it is his next opportunity to become rich. Knowing that he doesn't have very many employees anymore, he distributes the Super Maker Matic 21 and commissions many customers to make microgames for him. Penny, Dr. Krieger's granddaughter, teaches them how to use the Super Maker Matic 21. WarioWare DIY Showcase portrays the shipment of these games and customers playing them. A few months pass and Mario and Pauline are opening a second Super Mini Mario World theme park. This leads to the events of Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Minis March Again. Donkey Kong is excited to enter the park, but the tickets are sold out. This enrages him and he grabs Pauline and brings her to the top of one of the buildings. Mario, with the help of the Mini Marios, once again chase after them. Once at the top, Mario defeats Donkey Kong and finds Pauline. She shows him that the Mini Marios passed the quality control due to them being able to help Mario climb the tower and navigate the various obstacles. Mario shrugs and the three of them celebrate. Up next is Rabbids Go Home. Later that same year, the Rabbids are still hanging around Earth and are bored from partying and want to return home. The problem, though, is that they don't remember where they came from. They see the moon and decide to make it their new home. They go around collecting junk and piling it up in order to reach the moon. They terrorize the humans and steal all their stuff. They eventually create an enormous pile of garbage, but it's still not tall enough to reach the moon. The humans are fed up with the Rabbids and launch a ton of bombs at the tower. The tower explodes and sends all the junk back to the humans. The Rabbids, however, were sent to the moon. On December 3rd, new Super Mario Bros. Wii takes place. Peach is celebrating her birthday at the castle with Mario, Luigi, and two Toads. Bowser sends her a massive cake, but hiding inside of the cake are the Koopalings as well as Bowser Jr. They jump out and throw the cake on top of her and haul it away. Mario, Luigi, and the Toads chase after her, but the Koopalings escape into their airship with the princess. Mario, Luigi, and the Toads chase after the airship. They defeat the Koopalings one by one, as well as Bowser Jr. They follow the airship and defeat Kamek as well. They enter Bowser's castle and defeat Bowser. They rescue the princess and she gives Mario and Luigi a kiss. Luigi and the Toads hijack Bowser's hot air balloons, and Mario escorts the princess onto the balloon. Mario, not wanting Luigi to third wheel, sets off without him. Peach doesn't seem to mind at all. In February of 2010, Mario and friends as well as Sonic and friends travel to Earth to compete in the Olympic Winter Games in Vancouver. Many of the inhabitants of the respective worlds once again travel to Vancouver to spectate. This leads to the events of Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games for the Wii and the DS. They compete in skiing, snowboarding, ice skating, bobsled, hockey, and curling. It takes place on the real-life date of the opening ceremony of the 2010 Winter Olympics that the game is based on. Many months later, a couple of Toads discover 4 crystals that have fallen from the sky. The crystals contain various types of sports balls, and the Toads decide to host tournaments and give the winners the crystals as prizes. Mario and friends compete in basketball, dodgeball, volleyball, and hockey. At the end of each tournament, an airship flies overhead and Ninja steals the trophy and challenges the winner alongside White Mage and Black Mage, and they are defeated. Once the 4 tournaments have been completed, the 4 crystals are reunited on the airship. They merge together to form a dark crystal, which opens a portal that sucks the winner to a battlefield where they must harness their athletic abilities and face off against Behemoth. They defeat him and use the dark crystal to power the airship to return home. As stated previously, these Final Fantasy characters are doppelgangers native to the Mushroom World. Next is Mario vs. Donkey Kong Mini Land Mayhem. Mario and Pauline are hosting the grand opening of a 3rd amusement park to promote his toy line called Miniland. He offers Mini Pauline toys to the first 100 entrants to the park. Donkey Kong is excited to get his very own Mini Pauline toy due to his infatuation with her, as well as his obsession with the mini toys. But of course he was the 101st guest in line and doesn't get one. He is instantly enraged and grabs Pauline and runs to the amusement park. With the help of the mini Mario toys, Mario once again chases them all over the various attractions and rescues Pauline. This sparks up old romantic feelings between the two of them. This is cut short by Donkey Kong, who grabs her and runs off again. Mario eventually tracks him down again and gives him a Pauline toy, which he happily accepts. The 3 of them then take a ride on the Ferris wheel together. Donkey Kong returns home to Donkey Kong Island, and about a week later, a huge volcano on the island starts erupting. From the eruption, the Tiki Tak tribe emerges from the volcano and hypnotizes many of the animals all over the island and begins to take over. This leads to the events of Donkey Kong Country Returns, as well as its 3DS release. They steal Donkey Kong's banana horn and start taking it back to the volcano. Diddy Kong notices the missing bananas and chases after them. Donkey Kong is hanging out in his treehouse when a Tiki attempts to hypnotize him. He is unaffected by the hypnosis and clobbers the Tiki. He realizes his bananas are missing and chases after the banana trail. He meets up with Diddy Kong and the 2 of them travel around the island, defeating the Tikis and reclaiming the banana horde. They periodically stop by Cranky's shop for supplies, but are of course heckled by the old coot. They climb to the top of the volcano and find Tiki Tong, the leader of the Tiki Tak tribe. It uses Donkey Kong's bananas to grow stronger. The Kongs defeat Tiki Tong, which causes a massive explosion. The explosion sends them into outer space. They then use Diddy Kong's jetpack to fly towards the moon, and Donkey Kong punches it down to the Mushroom World. It crashes onto the Tiki Tak tribe's base, which destroys it. The moon then bounces back into orbit. This frees all of the animals from the hypnosis, and Donkey and Diddy land back on the island and celebrate as bananas rain from the sky. While it should be noted that the moon of the Mushroom World is typically portrayed as smaller than that of the Earth, Donkey Kong's moon punch is still an incredible feat of strength. As far as raw, unassisted power is concerned, Donkey Kong is easily one of the strongest individuals on the planet. Up next is Rabbids Travel in Time 3DS. The Rabbids are messing around in a history museum when a rabbit travels there via the time washing machine. They see his duck ring and immediately start fighting over it. He is accidentally flung back into the time machine and is sent thousands of years into the past. He then traverses through time with the time washing machine and collects his duck rings. He eventually returns back to the museum, and the Rabbids continue to fight over the time washing machine. While the time washing machine in Rabbids Travel in Time Wii always displays the year the Rabbids travel to, this is not the case for Rabbids Travel in Time DS. Thus, it is assumed that the beginning of the game takes place on its release date, which is March 24th of 2011. Up next, Super Mario 3D Land. Bowser kidnaps Peach, Mario travels to Bowser's castle, defeats his minions along the way such as Boom Boom and Pom Pom. He defeats Bowser and rescues Peach. Mario learns that his brother has been kidnapped by Dry Bowser. He defeats Dry Bowser and rescues Luigi. Bowser later captures Peach again, and Mario and Luigi defeat him as well, and save her once more. Next is Mario Kart 7. Mario and friends once again get together to race karts. They race on tracks all around the Mushroom World. One notable location is Woohoo Island, which hosts several tracks from the Wii series. Even though it is depicted very similarly, it is not grounds for canonization of the Wii series. That being said, Woohoo Island does canonically exist in the Mushroom World. Next is Itadaki Street DS, and its remake Fortune Street Wii. Mario and friends travel to the Fortune Street universe via various portals that connect it to the universe that Mario and friends are from. Many individuals from several different Dragon Quest universes also travel to the Fortune Street universe. The Dragon Quest games take place in several different universes and are mostly unconnected, hence why the portals are specified to be multiversal connections. They all get together to play Fortune Street, which is a life-sized Monopoly-type board game. They travel through the various portals which take them to various locations all over the Mushroom World, as well as various locations from the various Dragon Quest universes. It's a fact that these locations are from their respective universes due to the several instances of individuals recounting past events that took place on those locations. It takes place on the release date of Fortune Street Wii, due to the existence of Starship Mario as one of the locations of one of the boards. Starship Mario was created in Super Mario Galaxy 2, and since the release date of Itadaki Street DS is earlier than Super Mario Galaxy 2, the events of Fortune Street must take place on the release date of the Wii release. Moving on, much of Raving Rabbit's travel in time takes place sometime in 2012. A rabbit arrives at a history museum on Earth and uses a time machine to travel to many different points in history for more rabbit shenanigans, all of which have been mentioned previously. It takes place sometime in 2012 because that's the year displayed on the time washing machine. March of 2012 is when Mario Party 9 takes place. Bowser and Bowser Jr. steal the mini stars in order to decorate his castle. Mario and friends play the different boards and reclaim the mini stars from Bowser. They face off against Bowser and defeat him, and reclaim the rest of the mini stars. Next is Mario Tennis Open. Mario and friends get together to compete in tennis once again. July 25th is when Mario and Sonic at the London 2012 Olympic Games take place. Again, Mario and his friends, as well as Sonic and his friends, get together to compete in the Olympics. It takes place on the opening ceremony date of the 2012 London Olympics. A few days later is New Super Mario Bros. 2. The Koopalings kidnap the princess and Mario and Luigi chase after them. They travel to Bowser's castle while defeating the Koopalings along the way. They also collect thousands of coins and get filthy, stinking rich. They defeat Bowser and Peach rewards Mario with a kiss, and he carries her all the way home. Next is Rabbids Land. A rabbit wants to enter an amusement park but is not allowed to enter. He calls the mothership, which accidentally sneezes and lets off a huge blast of smoke which scares away all the humans. The rabbits then take over the park and play several different games. Up next is New Super Mario Bros. U, New Super Luigi U, and New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. They all tell the same story with minor differences. Mario, Luigi, Toadette, Peach, and 2 other Toads are enjoying a dinner party when Bowser's airship crashes the party. A giant mechanical hand grabs everyone except for Peach and throws them to a distant land. Bowser's forces take over Peach's castle. Mario and friends are joined by Nabbit, a thief that joins them for his own personal gain. They travel around the land defeating the Koopalings. Toadette also gains the ability to utilize the Super Crown, which allows her to transform into Peachette, granting her the ability of temporary flight. They defeat Bowser Jr. and Bowser and rescue Peach. Nabbit sneaks into the castle to find anything of value. Bowser and his children flee, and the kingdom is saved. While it is explicitly apparent that Mario was not involved in anything that happens in New Super Luigi U, it should still be considered the same event. For the same reason, it should be assumed that Mario and Luigi both go on an adventure together even when the only character selected is Mario. That being said, the path that Luigi takes to get to the castle is much faster and more difficult than the one that Mario chooses. One spooky night in the Evershade Valley, Egad is researching the paranormal with the help of the many mild-tempered ghosts that he had befriended. The ghosts in the Evershade Valley are calmed by the energy released from the Dark Moon, a magical gem that resides in the sky above the valley. King Boo appears and shatters the Dark Moon in hopes of gaining control over the ghosts and adding them to his forces. He also traps Mario in a painting once more, and with the new strength of his army plans on taking over the Mushroom Kingdom in order to become its rightful ruler. The ghosts in Egad's lab become hostile, and Egad is forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Luigi is sleeping on his couch in his home, when suddenly Egad contacts him through his TV, asking for his help. He then teleports him through his TV back to Egad's bunker in Evershade Valley. He enlists Luigi's help to restore the Dark Moon and return peace to the ghosts of the valley. This leads to the events of Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. Luigi travels around to the various haunted mansions in the valley with his upgraded Poltergust 5000, capturing ghosts and collecting the shards of the Dark Moon. He also encounters Polterpup, a mischievous but non-violent ghost who occasionally hinders his progress. Luigi collects all but one of the shards of the Dark Moon. King Boo opens a portal which releases many ghosts. Egad detects a massive amount of paranormality, and fears that if they don't reduce the paranormality, their dimension could collapse upon itself. Luigi captures them and saves the entire dimension. He then enters the portal and pursues King Boo. Luigi battles King Boo and succeeds in capturing him. Luigi returns to their dimension with the painting of Mario. They fix the Dark Moon and release all of the ghosts back into the valley. Luigi befriends Polterpup and adopts him as his new pet. They return home together. A week later is Game & Wario. Wario is at home watching TV when he sees an ad for a new game console. He figures he could make a fortune making games for that console. He creates a game about pirates, which is a huge success. He shows up at the game shop dressed as a pirate to promote his game, but the customers think he is the final boss and blasts him with a ball of energy. He is launched into the air and crashes into Club Sugar where all of his friends are partying. Jimmy T suggests that they all go bowling together. A few months later, Peach and her subjects are invited to Pillow Island, which is said to contain special powers to make people fall asleep. This marks the beginning of Mario and Luigi Dream Team. Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toadsworth travel to Pillow Island, where they meet Starlo, who was invited to represent the Star Sprites. They find a collection room where Luigi takes a nap on a special pillow. After everyone gathers in the collection room, a dream portal opens to Luigi's dream world. A dark figure appears and pulls Princess Peach into the dream world. Mario enters the portal and chases after Peach. He comes across Luigi's dream representation, who assists Mario through his trek in the dream world. Starlo is able to assist them by manipulating Luigi's face, which affects the reality of Luigi's dream world. They find Prince Dreambert, who explains that there were two powers in the ancient Pillow Island, the Dream Stone and the Dark Stone. Both stones have the power to grant wishes. The Pillow Folk were protecting the stones from misuse until the Bat King and Tasma came to steal the Dark Stone to fulfill his desires. The Pillow Folk trapped him in the dream world, however Antasma destroyed the Dark Stone at the last second, causing the Pillow People's souls to be trapped in the dream world as well. Bowser hears about Peach's abduction, and is furious because kidnapping the princess is his thing. Him and his cronies travel to the island and find Luigi napping, and Bowser enters the dream portal because he smells Peach's perfume within. He finds Antasma, who is trying to escape with the princess in order to steal her magic power to use it to escape the dream world. Mario and Dreamy Luigi rescue the princess. Bowser is convinced by Antasma to help him acquire the Dream Stone, and grants him enormous power, and they are able to defeat Mario and Dreamy Luigi. They escape but leave the princess. With the help of Bowser, Antasma is able to return to the real world. Mario, Peach, and Prince Dreambird return to the real world as well. Bowser and Antasma steal the Dream Stone, and with its power construct a massive castle. Bowser is also able to kidnap the princess with his newfound power. The Bros infiltrate the castle. Antasma attempts to challenge the Bros to a fight with the help of Bowser, but to the surprise of everyone, Bowser turns on Antasma, and he reveals that he was planning to double-cross Antasma all along, and flees to the top of the castle. Antasma had made a wish on the Dreamstone for the ability to create dream portals, and he enters the dream world. Mario jumps into the dream portal and defeats Antasma for good. He leaves the dream world, and the Bros face off against Bowser, who had received an immense power from the Dreamstone. Bowser is defeated, and the Dreamstone is destroyed. Bowser's new castle falls apart. Up next is Mario and Donkey Kong Minis on the Move. Pauline and Donkey Kong now work for the Mario Toy Company and host the Mini Toy Carnival. The carnival hosts many attractions that involves the mini Mario toys. Over a year later, Captain Toad and Toadette are out treasure hunting when they find a power star. Out of nowhere, a massive bird known as Wingo grabs the star. Toadette tries to reclaim the star, but Wingo carries it off with her still holding onto it. This leads to the events of Captain Toad Treasure Tracker for the Wii U, 3DS, and Switch. Captain Toad chases after them and collects more power stars along the way. He arrives at Wingo's fortress and rescues Toadette. Wingo flies off with Captain Toad this time, and Toadette must rescue him. They battle Wingo a few more times and eventually defeat him for good. They ride off on a minecart with the treasure that they had found, and follow after a green power star falling from the sky. They chase it back to Princess Peach's castle, where Bowser has just kidnapped a Sprixie princess. Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toad chase after him. The green Power Star falls down the pipe, and Captain Toad chases after it. He then hunts for treasure in the Sprixie Kingdom while the events of Super Mario 3D World are taking place. This proves that Captain Toad Treasure Tracker takes place directly before the events of Super Mario 3D World. After that, he travels around to several other kingdoms, such as the Cascade Kingdom, the Sand Kingdom, and more. He searches for treasure as depicted at the end of the Switch release of the game.
Let's go!
Chapter 9 will cover 2013 to 2017. It will explain the time that Bowser took over the Sprixie Kingdom. It will also cover the exodus of the Paper Parallel Universe, as well as Bowser and Paper Bowser's attack on the Mushroom Kingdom. The entirety of the Paper Parallel Universe will be explained due to its relevance. On November 21st of 2013, directly after Captain Toad defeated Wingo for the final time, Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toad are enjoying an evening stroll. They find a Sprixie princess who pleads for their help, as Bowser has captured 6 of the other Sprixie princesses. Bowser then appears and captures her and retreats down a pipe to the Sprixie Kingdom, which he has just taken over. This leads to the events of Super Mario 3D World as well as the Switch port. Mario and friends pursue and traverse the Sprixie Kingdom, defeating Bowser's minions. Captain Toad hunts for more Power Stars during this time and is assisted by other members of the Toad Brigade. They defeat Bowser, but at the last minute he absorbs the power of the Sprixies and becomes Meowser, but is still defeated. Even though Bowser's Fury is an add-on to the Switch port of the game, it is an isolated event unconnected to the events of the main game. This means that Bowser's Fury takes place on its own release date. Near the end of 2013, Professor Elvingad creates Gooigi, and sends him back in time to the events of Luigi's Mansion, where he conducts field research by battling the boos inside Luigi's Mansion. This is explained in Luigi's Mansion 3DS. Gooigi was absent from Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, but present in Luigi's Mansion 3. Meaning this takes place at this point in the timeline because it is after Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, but before Luigi's Mansion 3. In early 2014, Luigi wins a vacation to the last resort and is asked to invite a couple of his closest friends. He invites Mario, Peach, and a trio of Toads. Since he does not invite Daisy, it's reasonable to assume that they are no longer dating by this point. Luigi decides to bring Pufftop along as well. They travel to the last resort. Upon their arrival, they are greeted by the owner, Helen Graverly, who escorts them to their rooms. In the middle of the night, Luigi wakes up to the sound of Princess Peach screaming. Luigi warily leaves his room to investigate, but finds Helen Graverly in her true ghostly form. She reveals that she freed her idol, King Boo, from Egad's ghost portrait. King Boo has already trapped all of Luigi's friends in paintings. He attempts to trap him in one as well, but Luigi escapes. Up next is Luigi's Mansion 3. Luigi and Polterpup end up in the basement, and find Egad's car, which contains the newest model of the Poltergust. He frees Egad from a painting and they take shelter in his portable lab. Egad informs him that he was tricked into coming to the hotel and was trapped by Helen Graverly. She then stole his collection of ghosts and freed all of them, including King Boo. Luigi finds Egad's luggage case, which contained Gooigi, whom Luigi himself trained 13 years ago. Luigi is able to summon Gooigi to help him battle ghosts. They capture Helen Graverly as well as King Boo. Once King Boo is defeated, the entire hotel collapses. Luigi and Gooigi fall to their certain demise, but Polterpup catches Luigi and saves his life. Gooigi splats on the ground but is unharmed. Luigi frees all of his friends and King Boo's jewel breaks. This frees all of the ghosts from his control and everyone helps build them a new home. Luigi and his friends return home. The reason why Luigi's Mansion 3 takes place at this point is because King Boo is still trapped in Egad's painting until right before the events of the game. King Boo appears in Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Winter Games, as well as several other games after it, which would be enigmatic if King Boo is supposed to be trapped by Egad still. All that being said, it is also assumed that King Boo does escape shortly after the events of Luigi's Mansion 3, due to his appearance in Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Winter Games. February 7th of 2014 marks the commencement of Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Winter Games. Everyone gets together for the Winter Olympics. It takes place on the opening ceremony date of the 2014 Winter Olympics. On February 13th of 2014, Donkey Kong is celebrating his birthday party. Diddy Kong, Dixie Kong, and Cranky Kong are the only ones in attendance. The absence of Candy Kong confirms the end of her relationship with Donkey Kong. Meanwhile, Lord Frederick, leader of the Snowmads, attacks Donkey Kong Island with the help of a powerful horn which casts an eternal winter on the island. The Snowmads take over the island. This leads to the events of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and its switch port, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze plus Funky Mode. The four of them meet up with Funky Kong, and together they battle the Snowmads and eventually meet Lord Frederick in his frozen lair on the top of the volcano. They defeat him and destroy the Snowmads' fleet. They use Lord Frederick's horn to return the favorable weather back to the island. Next is Mario Party Island Tour. Mario and friends are invited to Party Island for more Mario Party fun. Bowser is of course jealous he didn't get an invite and terrorizes Party Island with evil bubbles. Mario and friends best Bowser and destroy his bubble machine. Mario Golf World Tour is next in the timeline. Mario and friends get together to golf once again. Mario Kart 8 and its port Mario Kart 8 Deluxe take place next. Everyone gets together to compete in races with many newcomers. These newcomers include, but are not limited to, all of the Koopalings, the baby clone of Rosalina, Isabella, a few villagers, Link, and a couple of Inklings. Characters such as Tanuki Mario, Cat Peach, and Peachette should still be interpreted as being their respective characters, but after they have donned their corresponding power-ups. Isabella and the villagers are assumed to be doppelgangers native to the Mushroom World. The Animal Crossing series takes place on a version of Earth inhabited by anthropomorphic animals alongside the human minority. This is clearly not consistent with the Earth that is connected to the Mushroom World. The Inklings are also doppelgangers native to the Mushroom World. The Inkling series takes place on a post-apocalyptic Earth inhabited primarily by the Inklings, which over thousands of years evolved from cephalopods. Again, clearly a different Earth than the one connected to the Mushroom World. A few months later, Bowser travels back in time in order to prevent Mario and Luigi from being delivered to their parents. In the ending of Yoshi's New Island, it's stated that Bowser warps through space and time to battle Yoshi. It's assumed that July 24th of 2014 is when future Bowser travels back to the past because that's the release date of the game. Next is Mario Party 10. Once again, everyone gets together to party. Bowser of course shows up to terrorize the players. About a week later, Pauline pretends to be kidnapped by Donkey Kong, and Mario chases after them with the help of his Mini-Marios. Up next is Mario vs. Donkey Kong Tipping Stars. Mario is led by Donkey Kong and Pauline to a dark room. Once the lights come on, it's revealed that they threw him a surprise party. Several weeks pass and strange magical orbs begin appearing around the Mushroom Kingdom. Mario heads to the castle and finds a note from Bowser stating that he has kidnapped Peach, as well as the magical orbs. Next is Puzzles and Dragons, Super Mario Bros. Edition. Kamek begins to harness the power of the orbs and powers up Bowser and his army. Mario battles Bowser's army and rescues several of his friends along the way. He defeats Bowser and Peach is saved. Next is Super Mario Maker. Peach is kidnapped by Bowser, Mario makes his way to Bowser's castle and defeats him. This is what is depicted in the main game of the pre-made levels. The level editor doesn't depict any type of story and is not considered in-universe canon. December 3rd of 2015 marks the beginning of Mario & Luigi Paper Jam. Luigi and Toad are poking around the attic of Peach's castle when Luigi accidentally knocks open a mysterious book. The book flashes and hundreds of the inhabitants of the Paper Parallel universe are released into their world. The many creatures are ejected high in the sky and spread all across the land. Everyone at Peach's castle are discussing the situation when Paper Peach enters the room. Mario and Luigi swoon over her, much to Peach's dismay. She explains how she is from another dimension, and they begin gathering up the paper toads that have been scattered around the kingdom. Meanwhile, Paper Bowser has infiltrated Bowser's castle and immediately begins to fight with Bowser. A Goomba reports to Kamek about the paper inhabitants falling from the sky, and Kamek surmises that the paper inhabitants must have been released from the legendary book said to contain a parallel world between its pages. Bowser Jr. meets up with Paper Bowser Jr., and they instantly become best friends. Mario, Luigi, and Starlo continue looking for more toads, but are about to be defeated by a bunch of paper Goombas, but Paper Mario rescues them. They return back to the castle but find that Bowser and Paper Bowser have teamed up and have kidnapped both Peach and Paper Peach. Mario and friends make their way to Bowser's castle but are defeated by Bowser and the Koopalings. Bowser Jr. and Paper Bowser Jr. steal the mysterious book which Luigi had in his possession. They were planning on destroying it so that Paper Bowser Jr. would never have to go home, but later changed their minds. Mario and friends escape imprisonment and eventually make their way to Bowser's castle where they defeat Bowser Jr. and Paper Bowser Jr. They rescue Peach and Paper Peach. Bowser and Paper Bowser are furious that they beat up their sons and deploy an air fleet to destroy the Mushroom Kingdom. Mario and friends are able to escape Bowser's castle and they return back to Peach's castle as it's being destroyed. With the castle destroyed, they are hopeless in stopping the Bowsers. Toadette gets the idea to use the Paper Toads to build a staircase in order to reach the flying castle. They infiltrate Bowser's castle and the Bowsers reveal their plot to use the book to trap the Mario Bros. And Paper Mario into the Paper Universe and then to destroy it. They were also planning on betraying the other and trapping them in the book with the Bros. Bowser and Paper Bowser are defeated, and they seal Paper Bowser into the book. They return home and rebuild Peach's castle and use the book to seal all of the paper minions within. The Peaches reward the Marios with a kiss, and Luigi gets a kiss from each. The Paper Toads and Paper Peach return back to the Paper Parallel Universe, and Mario and Luigi rush off to fight Bowser again. Mario & Luigi Paper Jam clearly shows that the Paper Mario series all take place in a parallel universe contained within this book, and that Paper Mario as well as all of the other paper beings are completely different individuals than their 3D counterparts. Because it is a parallel universe, there are many consistencies between the two worlds. One such consistency is the fact that Mario and Bowser first became rivals in both universes on approximately the same date. This is proven in Paper Mario Color Splash when Huey mentions that Mario and Bowser have been fighting for the past 30 years. Paper Mario Color Splash was released on October 13th of 2016, and 30 years before then is 1986. 1986 is when Super Mario Bros. Was released, and when it takes place in the main timeline. Because of this, it can be assumed that an event similar to what happened in Super Mario Bros. Also happened in the Paper universe around that time. There are also other instances of information from the Paper Mario games alluding to the fact that events from the main timeline take place in the Paper universe as well. In Paper Mario for the N64, Luigi writes in his diary that he misses playing tennis and going to parties. This is obviously referring to Mario Tennis and Mario Party, which take place before the release date of Paper Mario. It is reasonable to assume that the timeline of the Paper Parallel Universe has the same structure as the main timeline. This essentially means that, like the main timeline, all the games that take place in the Paper Parallel Universe take place on their respective release dates. That being said, it would be impossible to accurately compare the two timelines side by side, due to the uncertainty of the passage of time between the two universes relative to one another. Everything that happens between the two universes are completely isolated to their respective universe, save for the singular event when Luigi accidentally released many of the inhabitants of the Paper universe into the one he inhabits. The reason why the Paper Parallel Universe timeline is going to be covered is because the Paper universe technically exists in a pocket dimension within the greater universe that Mario inhabits. This implies that the events of the greater universe have the potential to affect the Paper universe. The first and most obvious example is when Luigi accidentally releases the inhabitants of the Paper universe from the book. Another practical example would be if the book was destroyed. For example, if Bowser would have succeeded in trapping the Bros within the book and then destroyed it, he would ultimately have destroyed the entire Paper universe and everyone in it. Bowser either didn't realize this or was on a whole nother level of selfish, especially when considering the fact that the Paper Koopalings were most likely still in the Paper universe, as suspected by Wendy, during the events of the game. Purely due to relevance and convenience, the Paper Parallel Universe timeline will be covered next. Like the main timeline, the Paper Universe timeline will also contain a few events that are said to have taken place before the events of the game from which they were spoken of. The inhabitants of the Paper Mushroom World use a different calendar than the Mushroom World and Earth. In Paper Mario, Bowser writes the date before each entry in his diary. The dates are headed by day and month, but with untranslatable symbols. This dating method is seen in other Paper Mario games as well, such as the Origami King. Even though the inhabitants of the Paper World don't use the Gregorian calendar, it will be used for the purpose of dating this timeline. This is done in order to more easily compare it to the events of those in the main timeline. In order to be less redundant, the inhabitants of the Paper universe will simply be referred to by their name without the paper prefix. The first known event in the Paper timeline takes place all the way back in 994 BC. Most of the early events in the Paper timeline are recounted to Mario by Garson and Carson, two bartenders from Super Paper Mario. They explain these events as having taken place many years in the past. The dates of occurrence were calculated from the date when Super Paper Mario takes place. which is 2007. For example, the first event in the timeline was said to have taken place 3,000 years before the events of the game, which is 994 BC. In 994 BC, a tribe simply known as the Tribe of Ancients existed. They were in possession of a prophetic book called the Dark Prognosticus. One of the ancients used the knowledge from the book to create a powerful tool known as a pixel. The first pixel was made from the soul of his deceased daughter. The ancients created more pixels from the souls of their deceased and harnessed these tools to become very prosperous. For the next 1,000 years, they built great cities and spread their knowledge across many worlds. However, they became dependent on their pixels. The first pixel was horrified at the current state of her pixel brothers and sisters, and in 7 AD she caused an uprising and overthrew the tribe of ancients. She became the Pixel Queen and controlled pixels with her mind. The original 12 pixels, which were created shortly after the Pixel Queen, rose up against her and defeated her. It was then decided that the Dark Prognosticus would never again be used to create pixels. Eventually, the Dark Prognosticus was stolen by the Tribe of Darkness, a powerful and secretive tribe that broke off from the Tribe of Ancients. 500 years later, in 507 AD, the Dark Prognosticus prophesied that the Void would destroy the entire paper universe in 1,500 years. It stated that the marriage of a furious monster king and a fair and lovely princess would summon the Chaos Heart. The Chaos Heart would open the Void, which would expand until it destroys the entire universe. The man in green is stated to be the perfect host for the Chaos Heart, and once joined with the Chaos Heart, would cause the complete destruction of the universe. The prophecy also speaks of a legendary hero that would attempt to stop the destruction of existence. A few of the ancients wrote the Light Prognosticus in order to counteract the prophecy of the Dark Prognosticus. It was written by two sages, Mer Lumina and Merlu, through the use of non-deterministic future vision. In its prophecy, it's written that a legendary hero wearing a red shirt, blue overalls, and a magnificent stash would prevail against the Dark One, and prevent the destruction of existence through the use of the Purity Heart. It's written that the man in green would ultimately decide which prognosticus would be true. 4 sages created the Purity Heart, and broke it into 8 pieces and entrusted them to various individuals and tribes to protect them, one of which is a sage known as Mer Lumina. The Tribe of Ancients and the Tribe of Darkness created the interdimensional towns of Flipside and Flopside, which connects many different dimensions. Some of the Ancients took up residence in these 2 towns. The Ancients also stored 2 pixels, Throw and Boomer, 2 of the original 12 pixels, into 2 chests until the legendary hero needed their strength. Mer Lumina is one of the Ancients charged with guarding a pure heart until the legendary hero is able to wield it. The next event is told tomorrow during the events of Paper Mario the Thousand-Year Door by Grifty. In 1004 AD, the Shadow Queen appears and begins to ravage the land, alongside her 3 pet dragons. She destroys an ancient city and turns a quart of it into the Palace of Shadows, her domain. She created the 7 crystal stars to expand her dominion across the land. 4 heroes rose up against her: a strong but timid Toad, a wise Goomba, a stalwart Koopa, and a Boo with her magical powers. They defeated the Shadow Queen, but were not powerful enough to destroy her completely. While in her weakened state, they used the power of the crystal stars to seal her away. Just before she was sealed, she placed a curse on them. Once they let go of the crystal stars, their souls would be trapped in a black box. They spent the rest of their days hiding the crystal stars all over the land so they couldn't be used to open the door. They knew that the seal might not last forever, so they created a map that would lead to the final locations of the crystal stars. In order to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, they placed it in a box that could only be opened by the pure of heart. The 4 heroes split up and set out across the lands. Once they hid their final crystal stars, their souls were each trapped in a different black chest where their souls rotted and transformed into demons. Having forgotten all, they wait until they too can curse whoever ends up freeing their soul. Many years later, the penniless and immoral would populate the once barren place. It would one day become a thriving port city known as Rogueport. Also around 1004 AD, the Marvelous Compass was created by the ancient Luff people, who used its power of foretelling to rule the world. This compass eventually led to their downfall, and the empire fell into ruin. These events are recounted to Luigi by Cranberry, the soul of a boy who Luigi encounters on his adventure as explained in the 4th volume of Super Luigi, a book which he wrote during the events of Paper Mario the Thousand-Year Door, 1,000 years before TTYD is 1004 AD. In 1907, the Pixel Flip travels to planet Blobble to await the legendary hero to arrive in order to assist him in his journey. In 1927, Harold is born. 2 years later, Gertrude is born, and in 1947 they get married. This information is gleaned from speaking with them in Super Paper Mario. 1944, Toadsworth is born. The Toadsworth from the 3D universe is much older than his paper counterpart. 1949, Zesty is born. 1960, Chuck Quizmo is born. 1954, Gomez is born. 1974, Goomfree is born, as well as the business Ratui. 1979, Flavio and Merlevely are born. 1984, Nifty opens his shop in Petalburg. And in 1986, Lackey is born. All of these dates are calculated based off of information found in Rogueport Direct Mail emails Mario receives in TTYD. Also in 1986, Mario and Bowser have their first confrontation. In Paper Mario Color Splash, Huey mentions that Mario and Bowser have been fighting for the past 30 years. Super Mario Bros. Was released 30 years before Color Splash, so it's reasonable to assume that he is referring to an event similar to the events of Super Mario Bros., and that it took place in the Paper Universe in 1986. In 1994, Koopley, the father of Koops from Petal Meadows, fights Hooktail, one of the 3 pet dragons of the Shadow Queen. Just before he is about to finish her, she eats him. In Paper Mario The Thousand-Year Door, Koopley states that he hid in his shell for 10 years inside Hooktail's belly, so 10 years before TTYD is when this battle first takes place. Also in 1994, the XS Express arrives late to Rogueport. In 1999, the Pianta Exchanger and the Pianta Parlor is built. On August 11th of 2000, Paper Mario takes place. The Star Spirits are residing peacefully in Star Haven watching over the Star Rod, a powerful artifact with the capability of granting wishes. The Star Spirits are responsible for granting the wishes of the good people of the world. One day, however, Bowser became tired of repeatedly being beaten by Mario. He learns about the Star Rod and its wish-granting capabilities. Bowser steals the Star Rod and imprisons the Star Spirits. Meanwhile, Peach is hosting a party for everyone in the Mushroom Kingdom. Mario and Luigi also show up at the party. Mario and Luigi live together in their house not far from the Mushroom Kingdom. Unlike the real world, Mario and Luigi live together for the entirety of their adult years. During the party, Bowser uses the power of the Star Rod to steal not only Peach, but her entire castle as well as everyone inside. With her castle now on top of his, they rise high into the sky above the clouds. Bowser attacks Mario and uses the Star Rod to make himself invincible and defeats Mario. He ejects Mario from the castle and Mario falls unconscious and lands in the forest. Projections of the Star Spirits offer him a small amount of their strength and revive him. A Goomba finds Mario and takes him back to her village to rest. While sleeping, a Star Spirit appears to him and urges him to travel to the top of Shooting Star Summit. Kammy Koopa, the head Magic Koopa and second in command to Bowser, appears and blocks Mario's path and returns to report that Mario is still alive. Mario helps a Goomba family to clear the path back to Toad Town, and Goombario joins Mario on his journey. The two of them climb Shooting Star Summit. The 7 Star Spirits appear to them as projections and explain how Bowser has imprisoned them in various locations across the land. They explain how, if they are freed, their combined power could be enough to reverse the effects of the Star Rod and make Bowser vulnerable. Meanwhile, Peach is trapped in her own castle and Bowser has imprisoned the rest of the Toads. Peach wishes that someone would come and help her. This summons an immature Star Spirit named Twink, who knocks on her window and offers to help in any way that he can. He lacks the ability to rescue Peach or defeat Bowser, but helps her to sneak out of her room. They are able to gather useful information from Bowser regarding the location of the trapped Star Spirits. Twink periodically relays this information to Mario to help him know where the Star Spirits are being held. They also find Bowser's personal diary, which reveals Bowser's romantic interest in the princess. Back in Toad Town, Mario sets off to free the Star Spirits and meets many friends along the way who join him on his journey. Mario defeats Bowser's minions and rescues the Star Spirits one by one. He eventually rescues all Star Spirits and climbs Shooting Star Summit. The Star Spirits open a portal to Star Haven. Once there, the Star Spirits grant him the power of the Star Beam, which counteracts the abilities of the Star Rod. They send Mario to Bowser's castle in the sky. Mario and his friends fight their way through Bowser's castle and eventually make it to the top of Peach's castle. Kammy Koopa powers Bowser up to immense strength and uses the power of the Star Rod to become invincible. With the added power from Kammy, the Star Beam becomes useless and Bowser is about to finish off Mario. Just then, Peach prays that Twink could have enough strength to defeat Kammy Koopa. With each prayer, Twink becomes stronger and stronger and eventually is able to defeat Kammy. With the combined strength of the Star Spirits, Twink, and Peach's prayers, they are able to defuse the invincibility granted by the Star Rod. Mario is able to defeat Bowser and reclaim the Star Rod. This causes Bowser's castle to become unstable, and an explosion launches Bowser and Kammy into the dark sky. The power of the Star Rod grants a protective barrier around Peach's castle and everyone returns home safely. After a town-wide celebration, Mario and Peach return to his house and enjoy the fireworks together. Sometime in 2003, Goombella attends Professor Frankly's class at the University of Goom. In TTYD, he states that she was in his class last year. Sometime in early 2004, 3 servants of the Shadow Queen known as the Shadow Sirens set out to free their queen. The Shadow Sirens consist of 3 siblings, Beldam, Marilyn, and Vivian. Beldam, the oldest, learns about the X-Nauts, a technologically advanced and secretive group led by Sir Grotus. Sir Grotus sees many flaws with the world, and has made it his life mission to rule over it and to make it a perfect ideal world. Beldam learns of his mission and informs him of a way he could achieve his goals. She tells him that beneath Rogueport sewers lies the Shadow Queen, and how her power could be the key to world domination. However, she is only using him in order to free the Shadow Queen and has no intention of submitting herself to him in the end. She then starts spreading rumors around Rogueport about a legendary treasure hidden behind the Thousand-Year Door. This leads to the events of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, which takes place on July 22nd of 2004. Princess Peach is on a cruise and travels with Toadsworth to Rogueport, a town full of petty thieves and criminals. While visiting, Peach is approached by Beldam, who sells her a box which can only be opened by the pure of heart. The box opens and Peach finds a map that leads to a legendary treasure. She sends the map to Mario with a letter asking him to come to Rogueport to help find the treasure. Mario travels to Rogueport, and once he arrives he finds Goombella, a young student Goomba who is being interrogated by the X-Nauts. Mario intervenes and is able to escape the X-Nauts with Goombella. She thanks him with a kiss and asks what he's doing in Rogueport. Mario tells her about the map and she takes him to see Professor Frankly. He tells Mario about the legendary treasure and the Thousand-Year Door hidden under the city, and how the 7 crystal stars are required to open the door. They traverse the sewers in search of the Thousand-Year Door. Mario stumbles upon a black chest. Upon opening it, a demon appears and curses Mario. This demon was once one of the 4 heroes who originally fought the Shadow Queen. The curse, however, ends up being a benefit to Mario. They reach the Thousand-Year Door, and the map shows the first crystal star being located in a castle near Petal Meadows. They travel there and learn that the locals have been terrorized by a dragon named Hooktail. Koops, a local Koopa, joins Mario in hopes of avenging his father, and proving to his girlfriend that he's not a crybaby. They defeat Hooktail and save Koops' father from the belly of the dragon and claim the first crystal star. Meanwhile, Beldam tells Grotus about Peach being able to open the sealed box. The X-Nauts kidnap her and interrogate her about the whereabouts of the map. She accidentally mentions Mario by name when Grotus hears about the first crystal star being collected. Grotus sends the Shadow Sirens after Mario to collect the map. Peach later befriends the X-Naut supercomputer Tech, who becomes very interested in learning more about her. She learns that she is being held in the X-Naut base, which is located on the moon, and learns more about Grotus' plans, and Tech allows her to periodically email Mario about it. Back on the Mushroom World, Kammy Koopa informs Bowser of Mario's search for the legendary treasure, the Crystal Stars. She also informs him of Peach's abduction. Bowser is of course not happy with someone kidnapping the princess without his permission, and sets off to Rogueport to search for the Crystal Stars for himself, and kidnap the princess. Mario receives an email from the princess. She tells him about her abduction, and urges him to collect the Crystal Stars before the X-Nauts do, as she suspects they will use them for nefarious purposes. Mario and friends continue their search, following the map which leads them to the next Crystal Star. They are eventually ambushed by the Shadow Sirens. Mario defeats them and they drop an expensive-looking necklace. They return it to a wind spirit named Madame Flurry, who insists on giving Mario a very big kiss as thanks. She joins their party and helps Mario to find another Crystal Star, and defeat Lord Crump, the second in command to Sir Grotus. They are later joined by a newborn Yoshi. Their adventure eventually takes them to Creepy Steeple, where another Crystal Star is located. Mario and friends travel there and learn of a Duplighost named Dupless, who has been turning locals into pigs. They face him, but during the fight, Dupless transforms into Mario and switches places with him. This transforms Mario into a faceless, shadowy figure. Dupless and Mario's friends defeat Mario, and he leaves with the Crystal Stars and Mario's friends. Mario travels back to town and he finds Vivian, who was recently abused by his 2 sisters for losing the weapon that they were going to use to take out Mario. In all other international versions of the game, Vivian is implied to be transgender. He is referred to by Beldam as a male, but refers to himself as female. Mario finds the weapon and returns it to Vivian. He is touched by Mario's kindness and thanks him with a kiss. Vivian joins Mario on his quest to get his identity back from Dupless, unaware that he is actually helping Mario. They eventually find Dupless in the Creepy Steeple with Mario's friends, who are still convinced that Mario is Dupless. Seeing him with Vivian only strengthens their conviction that the shadow figure is Dupless. After seeing that Mario is the one who had his identity stolen, Vivian disappears and leaves Mario to fight alone. He eventually joins him in battle because he is the only person who's ever been nice to him, and promises to help him on his quest. Mario and Vivian defeat Dupless and the others. They reclaim Mario's identity and the Crystal Star. They are later joined by Admiral Bobbery after they deliver a letter to him from his deceased wife which convinces him to return once more to the seas. They collect all but one of the Crystal Stars, and Mario receives all 4 curses from the 4 black chests which grant him uncanny abilities. The 4 heroes of legend are free at last. Back on the moon, Peach eventually learns about Grodus' plans to gather the Crystal Stars and release the demon locked away behind the Thousand-Year Door in order to rule the world. With the help of Peach, Tech learns about Grodus' plan to use Peach as a vessel for the Shadow Queen once she is freed. Tech tries to help Peach escape via a teleporter, but Grodus realizes the mutiny and completely wipes his data. As Tech is shutting down, it tells Peach that it loves her. The map shows Mario that the final star piece is located on the moon in the X-Naut's base. They use a massive cannon to launch to the moon. They storm the base and defeat Lord Crump and claim the final Crystal Star. While still running on backup power, Tech helps Mario and company to return back to Rogueport via the teleporter. The Shadow Sirens kidnap Professor Frankly. Dupless, who has since joined the Shadow Sirens, transforms into him. Dupless then finds Mario and friends and tells them that Grodus took Peach into the Thousand-Year Door. They are surprised that he was able to enter the Thousand-Year Door without the Crystal Stars. They open the Thousand-Year Door in pursuit of Grodus and enter a massive labyrinth, the Palace of Shadows. Grodus' plan worked. Him and his minions enter the Palace of Shadows. Mario and friends eventually are confronted by the Shadow Sirens, but are defeated. They are confronted by Gloomtail, another of the Shadow Queen's pet dragons, and the older brother of Hooktail. Furious that they slew his younger sister, he attempts to devour them, but is also defeated. They eventually find Grodus, who is holding the princess hostage. They are able to defeat him, but just as they were about to rescue Peach, Bowser and Cammy crash through the ceiling. Once Bowser's troops had given them word that the door was open, they entered the Palace of Shadow, hoping to find the treasure before Mario. Though weak from the battle with Grodus, they were still able to defeat Bowser and Cammy. During the fight, however, Grodus took the princess to the tomb of the Shadow Queen. The heroes arrive just as Grodus opens the tomb, and the Shadow Queen emerges and a veil of darkness covers the land. Grodus offers the princess as a vessel, and the Shadow Queen possesses her. Grodus attempts to command the Shadow Queen, but she instead eviscerates him of his body. The Shadow Sirens appear and declare that they orchestrated her release and pledge allegiance to her reign. She offers Mario and his friends a chance to join her, but they refuse. A battle commences. Initially weakened by the will of the princess, Mario and friends are able to damage the Shadow Queen, but once she unleashes her true form, they are unable to damage her. They are nearly defeated, but the Crystal Stars react and fly to the various towns across the land. Those who Mario helped on his adventure cheer him on and offer their wishes of victory. The Crystal Stars are able to stun the Shadow Queen and remove her vulnerability. Peach offers the last of her strength, and Mario and friends are able to defeat the Shadow Queen, ridding her evil from the land. During Mario's adventure, Luigi went on an adventure of his own, which he periodically tells Mario about. Minister Crepe from the Waffle Kingdom requested Luigi's assistance, as the foul Chestnut King has stolen his daughter, Princess Eclair. Knowing that his older, though less talented, brother was out on a no-doubt inconsequential errand, Luigi sets out alone. He is joined by many companions during his journey and collects the pieces of the marvelous compass which point to the location of the princess. One of the pieces was given to him by a boy named Cranberry, who waited 1,000 years for someone noble of heart to give it to. He eventually finds the princess in the hands of the Chestnut King, but the Chestnut King turned out to be the Princess Eclair's true love, and the minister Crepe used Luigi to collect the pieces of the compass for him, which he would use to dominate the land and restore the Luff Empire. The power of the compass gave Luigi the strength to defeat Minister Crepe and save the land. Shortly after the events of TTYD, Cammy Koopa either passed away or left Bowser's forces. This is the last time she is seen by Bowser's side, and by the events of Paper Mario Sticker Star, Kamek has taken the role of second-in-command to Bowser. On April 19th of 2007, Mario and Luigi are relaxing at home when a toad informs them that the princess has been kidnapped. They assume it must be Bowser's doing and head to his castle. Up next is Super Paper Mario. Once there, they find Bowser making preparations to take over the Mushroom Kingdom, but no princess. Just then Count Black appears, and declares that the abduction of the princess was his doing. Count Black is one of the last remaining members of the Tribe of Darkness, and was once known as Blumiere. Count Black was once rescued by a woman named Timpani, who he eventually fell in love with and proposed to. His father, however, forbade their love and banished her to wander between dimensions until the day she died. Blumiere searched for his fiancée, but turned up empty-handed. Blumiere was heartbroken and stole the Dark Prognosticus. He used its power to destroy his father as well as the entire dimension of darkness. Blumiere found that existence was meaningless without Timpani. He assumed the name of Count Bleck and set out to fulfill the prophecy of the Dark Prognosticus and destroy all worlds. Backstory aside, Count Bleck blasts Mario and opens a portal which sucks up Bowser, Luigi, and many of Bowser's troops. He takes them to a large wedding hall in his castle and dresses Bowser and Peach in wedding attire. He then officiates the marriage of Bowser and Peach. Bowser, while not exactly sure what's going on, happily agrees to the marriage. Peach, on the other hand, refuses. Nastasia, another one of the few remaining members of the Tribe of Darkness, uses mind control to force Peach to say I do. Nastasia was once rescued by Count Bleck and out of love pledged eternal loyalty to him. Her love, however, has since remained unrequited. The marriage of Bowser and Peach summons the Chaos Heart. Luigi attempts to intervene, but Count Bleck uses the Chaos Heart to open the void in hopes of destroying all worlds, save a singular perfect world which he would create for his followers. Mario, still at Bowser's castle, is awakened by a pixel named Tippy. Tippy is a pixel who is created from the soul of Timpani, a woman who loved Count Bleck. She was created by Merlin, a sage who resides in Flipside. One day he found Timpani, amnesiac and nearly dead. He used Timpani's soul to create Tippy, but she has no recollection of who she once was. Tippy urges Mario to come with her in order to save his friends. She teleports him to Flipside, a town that resides between dimensions. Merlin is there and identifies Mario as matching the description of the legendary hero written about in the Light Prognosticus. He tells Mario about the void, which is now visible in the sky above Flipside, and how he is the legendary hero who must collect all 8 purity hearts and prevent the void from destroying all worlds. He gives him a pure heart, which opens a portal to a world where the second pure heart resides. Mario and Tippy travel there, and he eventually learns the ability to flip into and out of the third dimension. While the Paper Mushroom world exists in a 3-dimensional space, all of the worlds that Mario visits during the events of Super Paper Mario, for the most part, only exist in a 2-dimensional space. Even though Mario travels to many different dimensions and worlds during the events of the game, he never leaves the confines of the Paper Universe. Mario eventually finds a pixel named Throw, who accompanies him on his journey. Mario is confronted by Ochunks, one of Count Bleck's minions who was once a great general. After defeating him, he meets Dementio, another of Count Bleck's minions. Dementio was originally turned down by Bleck when he asked to join his cause to fulfill the prophecy of the Dark Prognosticus. Bleck eventually accepted his offer after reading about someone spoken of in the prophecy. This individual was said to possess similar abilities as Dementio, that being the ability of dimensional manipulation. Dementio causes a dragon guarding the pure heart to malfunction, which Mario must fight. After the dragon's defeat, Dementio realizes that Mario must be the hero of legend, spoken of in the Dark Prognosticus. Mario meets the ghost of Merlumina, one of the original writers of the Light Prognosticus, who lingered after death to give Mario the second pure heart. Meanwhile, Peach is being held captive in Castle Bleck with a bunch of Bowser's minions, but Dementio secretly helps her escape, as he correctly suspects she is one of the 4 heroes spoken of in the Dark Prognosticus. Peach is teleported to Flipside, where she meets up with Mario. She is unsure of the location of Luigi and Bowser, but hopes they are safe. They travel to the next world and find Boomer, another pixel who joins them. They confront Mimi, a shapeshifter who works for Bleck, and reclaims another pure heart. Meanwhile, Bleck learns that Luigi must be the man in green destined to bring destruction to all. He orders Nastasia to brainwash him into one of his followers. In the next world, Mario and Peach meet Bowser, who was transported there from Bleck's castle by Dementio. He attacks Mario but is defeated. Bowser is happy to see his wife, but Peach denies the legitimacy of their wedding. They are able to convince Bowser to join them, as there will be no world to rule if it is destroyed by Bleck. They meet Dementio, who spars with them purely to test their strength. He desires to ensure that they would be strong enough to defeat Count Bleck when the time comes. They reclaim another pure heart from a sweaty cringe lord named Francis. They continue on their journey, traveling between worlds and collecting the pure hearts. They are also joined by more of the ancient pixels. They are eventually confronted by a masked figure, the mysterious Mr. L, who is a brainwashed alternate persona of Luigi. Back in Flopside, the sister town of Flipside, a mage known as Nalrem informs them that the void is rapidly expanding, and that they don't have much more time. They hurry along on their quest and eventually are confronted by Bleck. Tippy argues with him about his motives, and he states that all things are meaningless except for Timpani. This jogs Tippy's memory, and she eventually remembers her past with him. Bleck also begins to suspect her to be his long-lost companion Timpani. This is later confirmed to him by Dementio, who heard Tippy say the name Blumiere. They again confront Mr. L, and after his defeat, Dementio helps break his hypnosis, and he later joins up with the other heroes. Once the final pure heart is recovered, the way to Count Bleck's castle appears. The 4 heroes make their way through Castle Bleck. They face off against Count Bleck. Tippy acknowledges Bleck as her star-crossed lover, Blumiere. Bleck, however, holds fast to his plan to destroy all worlds. Mario is unable to damage Bleck due to the power of the Chaos Heart, but with the combined hope of the 4 heroes, they are able to summon the Pure Hearts, which shatter the barrier created by the Chaos Heart. The Heroes of Light defeat Bleck. Bleck, in his weakened state, asks them to end his life, which would stop the effects of the Chaos Heart and save all worlds. Tippy begs him if there's any other way to stop the Void so they can be together. He persists, as he has already done so much evil, and feels that he does not deserve to live. Dementio appears and attempts to kill the Count, but Nastasia shields him from his attack with her own body. Dementio's plan worked. He desired the power of the Chaos Heart for himself in order to destroy all worlds and to rebuild a perfect dimension to his liking. He takes the Chaos Heart and activates a mind control plant he had implanted on Luigi. Mr. L joins with the Chaos Heart and Dementio to form Super Dementio, just as the prophecy stated. The heroes battle Super Dementio, but are unable to break through the defenses granted by the Chaos Heart. Ochunks and Mimi appear to help Tippy convince Bleck not to give up. Their hope and love for one another fully restored the Pure Hearts. She takes them to the heroes and they are able to use them to nullify the protective barrier granted by the Chaos Heart. The heroes defeat Super Dementio in a final battle. With Dementio's dying breath, he leaves behind a shadow of himself in order to control the Chaos Heart, which pushes the Void to the brink of destruction. Bleck quickly brings everyone to the wedding hall, and him and Tippy exchange vows. This causes the Pure Hearts to join into the Purity Heart, which destroys the Chaos Heart. The Void rapidly begins to shrink and the Paper Universe has been saved. Everyone returns back to Flopside, except for Blumiere and Timpani, and the Void completely vanishes. Nastasia is heartbroken at the loss of the Count, but is comforted by Ochunks and Mimi. Merlin congratulates them in saving the universe and invites them all to a celebratory dinner. Timpani was somehow able to be restored back to her human form, and she and Bleck travel to a tranquil world where they can spend the rest of their days together in happiness. The next major event in the Paper Timeline is read from the book that contains the Paper Universe, as seen in the opening cutscene of Paper Mario Sticker Star. On the evening of December 6, 2012, Mario and Peach attend the Sticker Star Fest held in Decalburg. Every year, the Sticker Comet passes over the Mushroom Kingdom. The Sticker Comet is said to grant people's wishes. The comet descends into Decalburg. Bowser and his troops show up and plan to steal the Sticker Comet. He touches it and it breaks into 6 royal stickers, and they scatter across the land. One of them fuses with Bowser and grants him immense power. Mario tries to stop him, but he is no match for Bowser's newfound power. The next morning, Mario wakes up and learns that Peach has been kidnapped. Mario finds a sticker fairy named Kirsty, whose role is to watch over the Sticker Comet and help grant people's wishes. They travel around and collect the royal stickers from Bowser's super-powered minions, who had fused with the royal stickers. Mario faces off against Bowser Jr. and Kamek and eventually finds Bowser in his flying castle in the sky. They are unable to damage him, and Kirsty sacrifices herself in order to grant Mario the strength necessary to defeat Bowser. Mario uses the power of the royal stars to wish for the resurrection of Kirsty. Kirsty repairs the Sticker Comet and everyone celebrates. Bowser attempts to touch the comet again, but Kirsty chews him out. On December 3rd of 2015, many of the inhabitants of the Paper Parallel Universe are released into the greater universe by 3D Luigi. This, of course, leads to the events of Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. After Mario, 3D Mario, and 3D Luigi prevent the near destruction of the entire Paper Universe, all the inhabitants of the Paper Universe are sent back into the book. One day, the Toad inhabitants of Port Prisma are playing with the paint from the Prisma Fountain. Bowser sees this and gets the idea to paint his shell rainbow. He jumps into the fountain and mixes the paints together, which creates the evil black paint which Bowser absorbs. The black paint possesses him, and he orders his fleet to attack Port Prisma. The evil black paint's only desire is to mix all the paint in the whole world and to paint it black. With the help of the Slurp guys, Bowser's forces begin to steal the paint used to color the island of Port Prisma. Bowser tasks the Koopalings with guarding the 6 paint stars. The paint stars are magical artifacts which provide Prisma Island with paint which is vital to life everywhere. Kamek mails the colorless corpse of a toad to Princess Peach in order to draw her to Prisma Island. This leads to the events of Paper Mario Color Splash, which takes place on December 13th of 2016. One stormy night, Peach arrives at Mario's house and shows him the lifeless, colorless toad. Mario and Peach see that it was mailed from Prisma Island, and they head there to investigate. Upon arrival, they find the empty Prisma Fountain. They find a sentient paint can named Huey, who is the guardian of the paint stars. He grants Mario with additional paint, which Mario uses to fight off some Slurp guys trying to slurp a toad of its colors. Mario is able to revive them using paint. Mario and Huey collect the red paint stars from Morton Koopa Jr. and return to the Prisma Fountain. The paint star is able to color different parts of the island, which had lost its red paint. Black Bowser kidnaps the princess and takes her to Black Bowser's castle. Huey suggests finding the rest of the paint stars, as they will point the way to Princess Peach. Mario and Huey defeat the Koopalings and collect the paint stars. The paint stars paint a rainbow road which heads straight to Black Bowser's castle in the sky. Luigi shows up with a go-kart and gives Mario a ride to the castle. Luigi drops off Mario, and Mario traverses Black Bowser's castle, where Bowser is producing bonsai bills loaded with black paint. They shut down the factory and face Black Bowser. Mario weakens him and Huey absorbs the black paint. This causes Bowser to regain control of his body. He has no memory of anything that happened since he was possessed by the black paint, and asks Mario if they had scheduled a kart race for today. The castle begins falling apart, and Mario revives Peach with paint. Mario, Luigi, and Peach escape, while Huey stays behind. He realizes that his purpose was not to protect the paint stars, but to destroy the black paint. He absorbs the rest of the black paint before the castle crashes down on the island. He then takes the black paint and ejects it into outer space. About 4 years later, the Mushroom Kingdom is to hold their origami festival. A toad known as the Master Craftsman learns the forbidden technique called the Fold of Life and created Ollie, the Origami King, granting him sentience. Ollie was meant to rule over an origami castle he was to present at the festival, but Ollie turned on his creator for writing a note on him. He then trapped his creator and formed a grudge against the toads of the Mushroom Kingdom. Using the Fold of Life and the Master Craftsman's blueprints, he created his sister, Olivia, to rule alongside him. She, however, felt that the origami and the flat paper could live together in harmony, and she rebelled against him. He creates the Legion of Stationery using the office supplies of the Master Craftsman. On July 17th of 2020, the day of the Origami Festival, King Ollie attacks the kingdom and imprisons its inhabitants in the dungeon of Peach's castle, along with his sister Olivia. He turns many of Bowser's troops as well as Peach into folded soldiers, and they become loyal to him. This leads to the events of Paper Mario the Origami King. Mario and Luigi are on their way to the Origami Festival. They head to the castle, but the town is deserted. They are separated and Mario finds Princess Peach, but she has been folded into an origami version of herself. She then opens a trapdoor and Mario falls into a dungeon. Once there, he is then granted the 1,000-fold arms technique by Olivia. He uses it to free her from a wall. They find Bowser and free him as well, but he is unable to fend for himself. They are about to escape the castle but are stopped by King Ollie. King Ollie summons 5 streamers from across the land to envelop the castle and seals himself inside with Princess and the Toads. Mario, Olivia, and Bowser are able to escape but are separated. They determine that in order to rescue Peach and the Toads, they must destroy the 5 streamers. They travel across the land and destroy the streamers, each of which are guarded by a member of the Legion of Stationery. On their journey, they encounter an amnesiac named Bobby, who joins them on their quest. Eventually, King Ollie traps Olivia under a massive boulder, and Bobby sacrifices himself in order to destroy the boulder. Olivia is distraught at the loss of their friend, but Mario comforts her upon the request of Bobby's ghost. They also free the Master Craftsman, who explains the origin of Ollie. Eventually they head to Bowser's castle, which is where the last streamer lies. It's been taken over by the origami soldiers. Bowser Jr. is cut up by Scissors, a member of the Legion of Stationery, and Kamek reluctantly teams up with Mario and Olivia in order to revive Bowser Jr. They defeat the folded soldiers as well as the Scissors, and free Bowser. They destroy the final streamer, blocking access to Peach's castle. They all head to Peach's castle and defeat the Stapler, which frees Bowser of his stapled folded form. They confront Ollie, but he has folded 999 paper cranes. He intends to fold Mario into the 1,000th crane, which would grant him his wish of turning all toads into paper scraps. Mario, Bowser, and Olivia battle King Ollie, and he is eventually defeated. Upon his defeat, he finally reads the note the Master Craftsman had written on him, which states he hopes Ollie would make a great king someday. Ollie is remorseful of his actions, and offers to allow Olivia to fold him into the 1,000th paper crane, which would grant her one wish. She does so and wishes for everything that was folded by her brother to be undone. Everyone, including Bowser's army, enjoys the Origami Festival. Mario is saddened at the loss of Olivia, but is comforted by Peach. This concludes the Paper Parallel Universe timeline. The explanation of the main timeline will continue from after the events of Mario Luigi Paper Jam.
Let's go!
In early 2016, Mario Tennis Ultra Smash takes place. Mario and friends compete in tennis. One of the Sprixie princesses from the Sprixie Kingdom is invited to attend. August 5th, 2016 marks the opening ceremony for the 2016 Olympics. Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games for the Wii U and 3DS is up next. It is placed on August 5th because that is the real-life date of the opening ceremony. Next is Mario Party Star Rush. Mario and friends get together for more Mario Party fun. The next game in the timeline is Super Mario Run. Peach invites Mario over to the castle to party and eat cake. Bowser hears about this and wrecks the castle and the nearby town. He kidnaps Peach. Mario and Luigi defeat Bowser and rescue Princess Peach, and she rewards Mario with a kiss. Bowser then kidnaps Princess Daisy, and Peach joins Mario and Luigi in rescuing her. Bowser is defeated once more, and Daisy is saved. Surprisingly, this is actually the only instance where Bowser abducts Daisy. His motivation is unclear, but the answer most likely would have to do with getting Peach back. A few months later, Mario Sports Superstars takes place. Mario and friends get together to compete in soccer, baseball, tennis, golf, and horse racing. Boom Boom and Pom Pom are invited to participate as well in soccer. Chapter 10 will cover everything that happens from 2017 and everything onward. It will highlight Bowser's attack on the Cap Kingdom, as well as everything that takes place in the distant future. It's also the final chapter of the Super Mario Universe timeline. On October 27th of 2017, Bowser attacks the Cap Kingdom and kidnaps Tiara, a hat-like spirit called a Bonitor. He also destroys their entire air fleet, and intends to use her as a tiara for Peach to wear during their forced wedding. He abducts Peach and Mario attempts to stop him, but is defeated. Mario is knocked off of Bowser's airship and ends up in the Cap Kingdom, and meets Cappy, Tiara's brother. The two decide to team up in order to defeat Bowser and rescue Peach and Tiara. This leads to the events of Super Mario Odyssey. Cappy merges with Mario's ripped-up hat and helps him by granting him the ability to capture enemies and objects and control them. They set off to find a usable airship but encounter the Broodals, Bowser's wedding planners. Mario and Cappy swiftly defeat them and obtain 3 Power Moons, which they use to power up a damaged airship called the Odyssey. They travel around the Mushroom World to the various kingdoms and defeat Bowser's minions. They meet up with Captain Toad and the Toad Brigade, who had been searching for Power Moons to help Mario. They eventually travel to Metro Kingdom, where Bowser has taken over the city. They defeat the Mecha Wiggler and order is restored to the city. Pauline, who has since become the mayor of New Donk City, thanks them for their efforts and asks him to participate in the city festival. As stated previously, New Donk City is confirmed to be the location where Donkey Kong the arcade game took place 36 years ago, and has since become a large part of the city's heritage.
Welcome to the New Donk City Festival, a celebration of the history of our city.
Mario eventually collects enough Power Moons to be able to travel to Bowser's kingdom. Upon their arrival, Bowser reveals that he plans to hold their wedding on the moon and leaves Mario to fight the Broodals. Mario defeats them for the final time and they fly to the moon in their Odyssey. Mario crashes the wedding and defeats Bowser. The cavern starts collapsing and Mario captures Bowser and they are able to escape. Back on the surface of the moon, Mario and Bowser both attempt to propose to Peach. She is overwhelmed by them fighting over her and rejects both of their offers and leaves with Tiara. Mario, Peach, Cappy, and Tiara return home. This marks the end of Mario and Peach's romantic relationship. They remain friends and still spend time together, but never again express any romantic interest in one another. Next is Mario Party The Top 100. Mario and friends get together to play 100 of their favorite minigames from the various parties that they have had over the years. In early 2018, a bunch of rabbits travel to the laboratory of a Super Mario fanatic in their time-washing machine. They find an invention called a Super Merge, which merges 2 things into one. They also find Beepo, an artificially intelligent robot assistant. The rabbits use the Super Merge to create Rabbid Peach, Rabbid Mario, and many other rabbit versions of Mushroom World inhabitants. The Super Merge also causes the time-washing machine to malfunction, and creates a vortex which sends many rabbits to the Mushroom Kingdom. This causes an anomaly in the fabric of space-time which creates an entity known as the Megabug. It is an abomination created from the mutated DNA of a rabbit. It causes destruction all over the Mushroom Kingdom. Mario and friends are inaugurating a statue of Princess Peach in the Mushroom Kingdom when a vortex appears over the castle. Many of them are sucked into it. A vortex also appears over Donkey Kong Island, which transports Donkey Kong to another dimension where he meets up with Rabbid Cranky on a tropical island. This leads to the events of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle and its DLC expansion Donkey Kong Adventure. The vortex dumps Mario and Rabbids high into the sky. A Rabbid accidentally merges with the Super Merge. Mario saves Beepo and they meet up with Rabbid Luigi, Rabbid Peach, and later, Luigi. Mario and the others receive weapons from Beepo's future self, and they are attacked by many hostile Rabbids which have been corrupted by the power of the Mega Bug, which is slowly increasing in size and power. Bowser Jr. befriends the Rabbid with the Super Merge and names him Spawny. He intends to use Spawny's power to take over the Mushroom Kingdom while his dad is away on vacation. Bowser Jr. creates Rabbid Kong, who attacks the heroes, but the heroes prevail. They set off to find Spawny and stop Bowser Jr. Rabbid Kong, along with the other Rabbids they defeat, end up back at Peach's castle where they help with repairs, as the effects of the Mega Bug have been reversed. While there, Rabbid Kong accidentally turns the time washing machine on and gets sucked in with a couple of other Rabbids. Bowser Jr., who has been watching, fires a beam from Spawny inside the time washing machine, and it begins to malfunction. Rabbid Peach, needing to charge her phone, approaches the time washing machine, and Beepo attempts to stop her. They both end up getting sucked through the vortex with the time washing machine to another dimension. Upon arrival, they crash into a tropical island, and the time washing machine breaks apart and scatters across the island. They find more corrupted Rabbids that were sent there earlier by the time washing machine. They are vastly outnumbered, but Donkey Kong and Rabbid Cranky rescue them. Meanwhile, Rabbid Kong found part of the time washing machine and began using it to power himself up with Mega Bug infused bananas. Rabbid Peach, Donkey Kong, Rabbid Cranky, and Beepo defeat Rabbid Kong and repair the time washing machine. Rabbid Peach and Beepo return back to the Mushroom World via the time washing machine. It's also implied that Donkey Kong returns back to the Mushroom World shortly thereafter, as he does appear in Mario Tennis Aces, which is next in the timeline. Rabbid Peach and Beepo meet up with the others back in the Mushroom Kingdom, and continue to help them on their quest. They are later joined by Peach and Rabbid Yoshi. They later fight an opera-singing Rabbid Boo named Phantom, and after slight humiliation are able to defeat him, and he melodramatically fakes his death. They defeat Bowser Jr. and Yoshi rescues Spawny. Yoshi also joins the heroes. Spawny ends up getting sucked up by the Mega Bug, and Bowser Jr. is furious at them for letting it happen. He then gets a text that Bowser has returned home early from his vacation, and they rush off to the castle to warn him about the Mega Bug. The Mega Bug finds Bowser and merges with him, forming Mega Dragon Bowser. Bowser Jr. asks Mario and his friends to help him, and they defeat the Mega Bug, and rid the land of its destruction. Beepo then uses the time washing machine to send weapons back in time to their past selves to help them on their quest. Many of the Rabbids involved in the conflict take up residence to the Mushroom Kingdom, the most notable of which are Rabbid Mario, Rabbid Luigi, and Rabbid Peach, as they are seen hanging around the Mushroom Kingdom by the events of Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. While the heroes thought they defeated the Mega Bug, a fragment of it was able to escape into outer space and gain sentience. A few months later, Mario and friends travel to the Kingdom of Basque to host a tennis tournament. Wario and Waluigi learn of an ancient relic hidden in its ruins, a legendary tennis racket known as Lucian, which is said to hold great power. They hope to use its power to win the tournament. Upon discovering it, they are immediately possessed by it. They take the racket to the tennis championship, where Mario and friends are competing. They offer the racket to Mario as a present. Luigi grabs it and is immediately possessed as well. The spirit of Lucian causes a massive storm, and everyone flees the venue. Toad suspects that the racket might be an ancient relic of the Kingdom of Basque. This leads to the events of Mario Tennis Aces. Mario and Toad head to the ruins of Basque for more clues. Upon arrival, they are greeted by a spirit who introduces himself as Aster, the guardian of King Basque. He tells them that long ago Lucian destroyed the Kingdom of Basque, but the king was able to strip Lucian of its power and divide it into 5 Power Stones. Aster implores Mario to gather the Power Stones before Lucian does, in order to prevent it from regaining its former power. Mario goes around defeating the guardians of the Power Stones in tennis and reclaims 3 of them. Peach and Daisy defeat Wario and Waluigi and reclaim the last 2 Power Stones. Mario defeats Luigi, Bowser seizes the moment and steals Lucian and the Power Stones. He unlocks Lucian's power in order to rule the world. Mario defeats the powered-up Bowser and saves the world. They break the racket and go back to playing tennis. Up next is WarioWare Gold. Wario, having just stolen a golden pot, realizes that he is out of money. He decides to host an esports competition with a steep entry fee and a prize pool of 10 million coins. Wario's friends do most of the work setting up the Wario Bowl. At the end of the competition, a girl named Lulu asks him for her pot back and informs him that her village uses it as a toilet. Wario gives her back the pot and Wario's friends ask for their share. Wario attempts to make a break for it, but is stopped by young Mantis, and everyone gets an equal share much to Wario's chagrin. Next in the timeline is Super Mario Party. Mario and friends get together and begin arguing over who is the superstar. They decide to host a party to decide whom of them is the superstar. Next is the story mode of Super Mario Maker 2. Toadette and a couple of other Toads have just finished building a castle when Undo Dog completely destroys it. Mario is tasked with various jobs to earn coins to help fund the reconstruction of the castle. They rebuild the castle and celebrate with Peach. Up next, Dr. Mario World. A virus outbreak has spread across the Mushroom Kingdom. Mario and his friends travel around curing patients and eliminating the viruses with mega vitamins. Bowser and his children also help cure the inhabitants of Darkland that have been infected as well. As stated previously, it would be ridiculous to assume that every playable character in this game went to medical school for 7 years. It's a much more likely assumption that doctor status is granted from a power-up of some sort. The baby clone of Wario also helps out. Mario Kart Tour begins on September 25th of 2019. Everyone gets together and travels around Earth and the Mushroom World competing in kart races. The newcomers include Captain Toad, Nabbit, Kamek, and Poochie. Donkey Kong's father, Donkey Kong Jr., even participates after a 3-decade hiatus. Since the game received a new tour every 2 weeks for 4 years, it should be assumed that the game takes place over the course of the next 4 years. This explains why the holiday-themed tours take place around those holidays. In early 2021, Super Mario 3D World Switch add-on Bowser's Fury takes place. Mario is enjoying his morning stroll when he finds a paint portal created by Bowser Jr.'s magic paintbrush, which was originally created by E-Gad. He falls into the portal and is taken to Lake Lapcat. There he finds Fury Bowser, who is on a rampage. He later finds Bowser Jr., who pleads for Mario's help, as he has corrupted his father with the black magic paint. Mario agrees and Bowser Jr. joins him. They travel around Lake Lapcat in order to acquire the powerful artifacts known as Gigabells. The Gigabells possess the power to transform Mario into Giga-Cat Mario. In this monstrous form, Mario is able to battle Fury Bowser. He defeats him and he is returned back to normal. Bowser Jr. celebrates. Once Bowser sees Mario, he attacks him, but Jr. holds him back. Bowser Jr. appears to want to thank Mario, but instead taunts him and walks off with his father. The cats of the island thank Mario for saving Lake Lapcat. Shortly before the events of Mario Golf Super Rush, Bowser inhales some of the pollen from the Tree of Sleep, which causes him to enter a prolonged slumber. This causes his flame power to decrease. Bowser's power of flame is what powers the active volcano located under his castle. Now that the volcano is beginning to cool, the evil Snow King has begun to reclaim the mountain previously known as Mount Snow, which causes extreme weather to plague the land. Next is Mario Golf Super Rush. A Mii enrolls in a golfing academy. They move into a camp house in Bonnie Greens and live with the other rookies, with Birdo as the camp house mama. The Mii travels around the various courses competing against the other golfers and rising through the ranks. The Mii eventually meets the legendary hero who challenges him to battle. The Mii bests him and is given the lightning sword. He informs them of the impending doom of the Snow King and tells them that they are the hero of legend, destined to save the land. He guides them to the sacred flame beast, who, with the involuntary help of Wario and Waluigi, defeats it, and gains the power of flame. Once the Mii has achieved gold rank, they are able to travel to Mount Snow. Toad informs Mario of the threat of the Snow King, and Mario sets off to defeat him. The Mii and Mario travel to the top of Mount Snow, but Mario falls into the Snow King's trap. The Mii, wielding the sacred flame, defeats him. The Snow King is about to regain his strength, but Bowser, who has been awakened by Bowser Jr., shows up and uses his flame power to melt the Snow King and return his castle to its fiery glory, saving the world from an everlasting winter. On July 23rd of 2021, Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo Olympic Games takes place. Bowser and Dr. Eggman team up to try and trap Mario and Sonic so they can win the Tokyo Olympics. Dr. Eggman creates a virtual prison with the help of Kamek's magic. Bowser and Eggman anonymously gift it to Mario and Sonic. They can't figure out how to turn it on, and Bowser shows up out of frustration to make them turn it on. Eggman rushes over as well, and Luigi drops it and turns it on. The device sucks Mario, Toad, Sonic, Bowser, and Eggman inside the game console. Inside the device, Mario, Sonic, Bowser, and Eggman compete in the Tokyo 64 Olympics. Luigi, Tails, Bowser Jr., and Eggman Nega work together to free their friends from the device, and everyone goes back to competing in the Olympics again. It takes place on the real-life date of the Tokyo 2020 Summer Olympic opening ceremony. Even though the opening ceremony was postponed by an entire year, it was still branded as the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. A few months later, as WarioWare get it together, Wario and his friends are working on a new game at WarioWare Inc. when the game suddenly sucks them in. They work together to defeat the various bugs plaguing the game code. After they defeat all the bugs, the Supreme Developer informs them that them being sucked into the game was his doing and promptly lets them leave. Wario's friends wonder where the game bugs came from, and Wario reveals that it was due to his bad programming and neglect. They are of course furious. Next is Mario Party Superstars. Mario and friends are invited back to the Mushroom Village by a Koopa Troopa. He is nervous because he hasn't hosted a Mario Party in the Mushroom Kingdom for almost 23 years by this point. Mario and friends compete on many of the first boards that they ever played Mario Party on. The winner is declared the Superstar. In mid-2022, Mario and friends compete in Space Soccer in Mario Strikers Battle League. They don't hold back and demonstrate the extent of their power. Shortly before the end of 2022, a fragment of the Megabug, which had gained sentience, evolved into a being of dark matter called Cursa. This destructive dark energy is called Darkness, and Cursa desires to spread it throughout the galaxy. It is drawn to the joy of the Lumas and Rabbids residing on the Comet Observatory, the latter of which Rosalina had recently befriended. Rosalina tries to protect the Lumas and Rabbids, but accidentally merges them together in the process. The newly formed Sparks are able to escape. Cursa possesses Rosalina. Cursa also brainwashes a large number of Rabbids, as well as Bowser's army. She creates the Spark Hunters and sets out to gather the Sparks to use their power to take over the galaxy with Darkness. On New Year's Eve, Mario and friends are hanging out with the Rabbids around Peach's castle. Suddenly, a strange-looking Luma falls from the sky, and a being of darkness descends upon the Mushroom Kingdom. It abducts Rabbid Peach. Mario, Beepo, and the Spark leap in to save her. They are taken to outer space where they are confronted by Cursa. They are rescued by Peach, Luigi, Rabbid Mario, and Rabbid Luigi in a new spaceship Beepo constructed out of the Time Washing Machine. This leads to the events of Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope and its 3 DLC add-ons, the Tower of Doom, the Last Spark Hunter, and Rayman in the Phantom Show. The heroes travel around the galaxy defeating the Darkness, and they use its purified energy to power their spaceship. They are later joined by Bowser, who is trying to get his army back, Edge, a reformed Spark Hunter who wants to help stop Cursa, and Rabbid Rosalina, who wants to save her idol, Rosalina. They also help rescue Spawny, who is trapped by Cursa's minions inside the Tower of Doom. They later face off against Kanya, the leader of the Spark Hunters. They defeat her and her army of Mecha King Bob-Ombs. They siege Cursa's stronghold and free Rosalina, and with her help they are able to destroy Cursa and save the galaxy. Everyone returns back to the Mushroom Kingdom, where they are congratulated on their victory by Rosalina. A short time later, the Phantom has been struggling to get views at the Space Opera Network, which broadcasts to the entire galaxy. The Space Opera Network has also been infected with the Darkness, which hasn't helped the problem. The Phantom gets the idea to use the Rabbid heroes to eliminate the Darkness, and that he would broadcast their battle, which would bring in views. He then plans to steal the spotlight and enact his revenge. The Phantom sends out VIP passes to Rabbid Mario, Rabbid Peach, Beepo, and Rayman to the Space Opera Network. He invites Rayman because humiliating him would bring in lots of views from more Rabbids. Beepo and the Rabbids travel through a warp portal from the Mushroom Kingdom, and Rayman travels there via a rocket. As stated previously, this proves that the Glade of Dreams exists in the same galaxy as the Mushroom World. Rayman teams up with the Rabbids after they are attacked by Cursa's minions. The Phantom informs them of the darkness plaguing the Space Opera Network and requests their aid. Beepo is hesitant, but after some flattery they decide to help him. They defeat Cursa's minions, and the Phantom reveals his true intentions. He humiliates Rayman for having fallen out of popularity compared to the Rabbids. The heroes defeat him. The Rabbids say goodbye to Rayman, who decides to stay behind and help the Rabbids to be good. On October 3rd of 2023, Mario Kart Tour ends. This is the real-life date of the end of the final original tour in the game. A few weeks later, Mario and friends are invited to the Flower Kingdom by Prince Florian to see the Wonder Flower, which possesses strange magical properties. Bowser swoops in and steals the Wonder Flower, which grants him immense power. He uses the Wonder Flower to merge with the Flower Kingdom castle and imprison all of the Florians, with the intention of conquering the entire universe. Up next is Super Mario Wonder. Mario and friends are joined by Princess Daisy and Prince Florian as well on their adventure. They travel around the Flower Kingdom rescuing its inhabitants and collecting the floral seeds which they use to vanquish the Cloud Piranhas guarding Bowser's castle. They access the castle and defeat Bowser Jr. and Kamek. They defeat Bowser and save the Flower Kingdom. 2 weeks later, WarioWare Move It takes place. Wario wins a vacation to Caresaway Island along with 19 of his friends. Wario's friends invite themselves to go with him. Upon their arrival, the locals give them form stones which are said to give them good luck. However, they seem to have the opposite effect for Wario. Wario and his friends master the many forms and enjoy their time on the island. Wario attempts to steal some ancient treasure but is cursed. He turns into a volcano and begins spewing lava towards the resort. Everyone dances with the form stones and lifts the curse and Wario is ejected from the volcano. The final game in the timeline is Princess Peach Showtime, which takes place in March of 2024. Princess Peach and a couple of toads decide to go to attend the Sparkle Theater. Suddenly, the wicked sorceress Madame Grape and her minions, the Sour Bunch, take over the theater. She intends to steal the show and put on a spectacle. Stella, the guardian of the theater, asks for Peach's help to get rid of the Sour Bunch who have taken over their play. Peach, of course, agrees and they set out to rid the theater of the goons. Stella grants her the ability to don different costumes, which grant her corresponding abilities. After rescuing all 10 cast members, they bestow upon her the ability to transform into Super Radiant Peach and gain immense power. She faces Madame Grape, but during their fight, Madame Grape destroys the entire theater. Peach defeats her using her newfound powers and is able to rebuild the theater. As of the writing of this script, Princess Peach Showtime is the last game in the Super Mario Universe timeline. Obviously, it is not going to be the final game Nintendo releases that is set in the Mario universe. Mario, Donkey Kong, and Pauline are scheduled to enter the public domain in 2076, and maybe by that point a completely comprehensive timeline could be set in stone, but as things stand now, the timeline is going to continue to evolve and expand. The beautiful thing about the structure of this timeline is that as new games are released, it's very easy to assume where they would be placed in the timeline due to its consistent and pragmatic nature. If an original game is released, it's automatically assumed to be next in the timeline, unless of course it contains any information that would dictate otherwise. If that is the case, adjustments would be made to ensure that the timeline is as sensical as possible. If a remake of a game contains any information that would dictate its relocation, then the adjustment would be made. It's time to address the elephant in the room. Mario and his friends are very, very old. The following graph shows the known ages of all of the individuals that are proven to still be alive within the last decade or so. So why do none of these individuals look like they've aged in 20 years, and how are they able to live so long? The most likely answer to this lies within Rosalina's storybook. Rosalina is a human who once lived on the Mushroom World with her mother, but after her mother's passing, she decides to help Illuma search the cosmos for its mother. She eventually constructed the Comet Observatory, and collected power stars which she used to power the Comet Observatory and traverse the cosmos with the Illumas. The most likely explanation as to how she's been able to stay alive and youthful for hundreds of years is that she did so via the use of the Power Stars. The Power Stars are powerful artifacts with many practical uses. They are typically used to grant temporary invulnerability, but Bowser has used them for more nefarious purposes such as creating the painting worlds and almost taking over the entire universe. The Mushroom Kingdom has been known to possess large quantities of Power Stars since 1996 at the latest, as seen in Super Mario 64. But it isn't until Mario Party, which takes place at the end of 1998, that the Toads begin to distribute them in moderate quantities to Mario and his friends. And every year or so, Mario and his friends get together for Mario Party. And what do they do every single time? They compete against one another in order to collect as many Power Stars as possible. The purpose of Mario Party could very well be the ritualistic worship of the Power Stars, a ritual that is vital to their prolonged youth. Why else would Bowser get so mad whenever he isn't invited? He needs those stars to ensure that he and his family members stay young and healthy, namely his favorite son and heir to the throne, Bowser Jr., who hasn't aged a day in 22 years. Donkey Kong also likely distributes the Power Stars to some of the other Kongs, namely Cranky Kong, Donkey Kong Jr., Diddy Kong, Dixie Kong, and Funky Kong. This especially makes sense when considering that Wrinkly Kong passed away most likely due to old age around the year 2000, which was shortly after Power Stars became much more easily accessible about a year prior. It's possible that she wasn't able to acquire enough Power Stars before getting too old and sick. Wario's human friends have also exhibited unexpectedly long youthhood. Mona, for example, has been attending high school for about 20 years, while 9V and 18V have been in elementary school for about a similar time frame. Kat and Anna have been kindergartners for about the same time frame, and Penny has been in middle school for an unusually long amount of time as well. Just to clarify, the WarioWare series does not take place in a short time span. Orbulon is said to be 2003 years old in WarioWare Party games, but is said to be 2018 years old in WarioWare Gold, and WarioWare Gold was released 15 years after WarioWare Mega Party games, so the WarioWare games all absolutely take place on their respective release dates. What is being implied is that Wario has been sharing the Power Stars with his friends, which they have used to stop or slow their aging. Wario, being the greedy guy he is, does this so he can continue to use them for his own monetary gain. In many of the WarioWare games, he gets all of his friends to do most of the work for him, and then he oftentimes tries to run off with all the earnings. Why else would Wario be friends with all these random people? And if he keeps using them like he does, why else would they continue to work for him? Mona is a popular high schooler. Why would she want to grow up? 9V and 18V love playing Nintendo games. They don't want to have to grow up either. Dr. Cryogor is a 114-year-old cyborg who is obviously extremely interested in prolonging his life as much as possible. Orbulon is already thousands of years old, but maybe he wants the Power Stars to help him one day take over the Mushroom World. Assumptions like these could be made for almost all of Wario's friends. Egad could either be receiving Power Stars from Luigi, or maybe he has developed an anti-aging serum out of ectoplasm. With all of the crazy things he has invented over the years, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to make that kind of assumption. The bottom line is that as long as Mario and his friends host Mario Party, they and their loved ones will continue to be youthful and alive indefinitely. The best example of the contrary is the mysterious disappearance of Bowser's son, Koopa Kid. Koopa Kid was very attentive to Mario Party for about 7 years, being present in the first 8 Mario Party games, but then he mysteriously stopped attending Mario Party and hasn't been seen since, and likely won't be seen ever again. Even though there aren't any more full games to cover, there are a few instances of events which are set in the future. In the year 2047, global warming has caused coastal flooding in Rio de Janeiro. It takes about 10 years to completely resolve the problem in this city. In 2096, an alien UFO attacks Las Vegas, causing major damage. It takes about 10 years to completely rebuild. These, of course, are scenarios from SimCity SNES. And finally, in the distant future, in the year 4096, a rabbit, which has just used the time-washing machine, stumbles upon Professor Barranco III's arsenal of time-washing machines. He intends to use them to desecrate the history of mankind. The rabbit accidentally unplugs one of the time-washing machines, and they all spontaneously warp away. The culprit is then flung thousands of years into the past. This concludes the complete Super Mario Universe timeline. Maybe in 52 years a complete and final timeline could be created, but now seems like a great point to end things on. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you've gained a greater appreciation of my favorite fictional universe. Next time you're walking down the street and see someone wearing a shirt with Mario on it, maybe for a fleeting moment you can acknowledge that you share something special with them. The experience of grabbing a feather and taking flight over a world brimming with adventure and beauty, a beauty that extends over every mountain, across every sea, and beyond every star. The Super Mario universe will forever be the greatest video game universe ever created.